but repeating it over and over again is really cliche. Like, how many fucking crypto bros get on Twitter and say, it's all on you, bro? It's all on you. Everything's on you, bro. You have to take responsibility. And it's like, why don't you touch my heart chamber with a different way of getting to the same point? Like, why do you have to just repeat the Tate talking points? I have a bunch of notes of what I want to talk about today. And obviously your guys' questions are going to, like, I'm going to push you guys into the right questions as always. And since I don't want to even put a timer or anything, but I do want to get all my thoughts out there, in a good pace. I want to go over the Tate stuff as well, because I think there's a lesson there, like, anyone else here ever since a young age, maybe like 10 years old, I don't know, has anyone ever been? See, I'm doing pretty good without. I haven't even drank a sip of the coffee right now, but as soon as I see like some Pepe or something, like, I'm fucking lost, man. It's not even a Pepe. It's a green orange shell. Huz, what is your profile picture, bro? It's as dumb as dead hexers. Anyways, here's what I'm trying to say. They didn't give me a fucking straw. Of course, those. Should I say it? All right. Anyone since 10 years old, I know it's not just me. There's no way. I just know people don't talk about this out loud because it's kind of like spoils the mood. Not here, because you guys are used to these kind of topics, but anyone since 10 years old been really obsessed with karma? And you didn't have a word for it back then? But this question, like, people ask the God question all the time and stuff like that. But my biggest question I've always asked is to myself, stuff we repeat to ourselves. My biggest question's always been, why does bad shit happen to good people? And, there's like been philosophers who attempted it, and I'm a philosopher myself. And but I feel like anyone who says I have the exact perfect answer is evil, right? You know, like if someone asked me that question, Zerka, why does bad stuff happen to good people? I'd answer it just for the sake of answering it, but I feel like it's really evil to be that all-knowing guy, right? Yeah, there's nothing more dark. We can't turn this camera on, can we? Hex, you fucking quiet for. um,
No?
Hex, it won't work, right?
Let me check. Why wouldn't work?
Well, it says when I hover over it,
Oh yeah,
video
true.
chat isn't available for 50 users. Maybe we have to get the Nitro.
Yeah, we have to get Nitro boost on the server.
That's all we need.
Yeah, people have to buy it or like boost the server.
People have to buy it. Why the fuck are you? You sound like a scam artist, bro. You sound like a scammer saying that out loud, man. Whisper it to me. People need to. Isn't it our job to buy it? What the
No.
fuck?
If
It's
people
not. We've
support you,
never
they have
bought it
to.
before.
No, they have
I
to
think
boost
we
it.
have bought it before.
No, no. I always got people to boost it.
We've never got our own Nitro.
Oh. It's not like you don't
Jeez.
have to have Nitro. The server needs to get Nitro boosted. That's why.
Jeez. Okay, let me just put the topics real quick. Karma, we'll do Tate, and we'll do ever since I was little. Anytime I say that line, we go into deep places. But anyways, I'm just doing that so I remember, so we can have just a more casual start, because I've said this before, right? People fucking hate me, bro. People in my life fucking hate me, right? Because I'm like the hamster chasing the cheese. But if there's nothing to chase, if I have like a more slow month or whatever, or maybe I'm doing other things, still getting it, right? Yeah, people in my life are just like, Zerka, you can't just pick up where we left off when you see me. And I'm like, why can't we? And they're like, well, where the fuck have you been this whole time? And I'm like, damn, there's something about my manners. I have good manners. I make friends with a bunch of people, but if a cloud takes over me, an idea or whatever, dude, I don't check up on people for shit. And it all comes from this deep, deep, dark insecurity of, I want to pinpoint it to grade 7. Anyone ever have this experience where your best friend, and this is like before phones and technology, right? Like we were kids who played outside. Your best friend moves away to a very far away city or town or outside, whatever. And it's the biggest fucking trauma you can go through aside from death, right? Anything that's not death related, it's this. And if you don't remember, you're probably suppressing it, right? It's not like you're tough, but if you go deep back enough to an age that's tender, which I really think is like grade 7 is a really tender age, right? Is that like 12 or 13? I don't know what it is. Um, Before teenhood, actually. But yeah, out of the blue, I guess a lot of people don't get what I'm saying here because you guys prepare for your friend leaving and it's like a different kind of sadness. But for me, it's like he never told anyone out of shame. He was very ashamed that the friendship has to end because it's not like there's Discord back then or any of that. And he was really sad. And him, me, and my brother, I think my brother took it a lot better than me. I think he was a lot more distracted. But that was my first. I hate when people say the word micro trauma. Motherfucker, you're in grade 7? That's a macro trauma. That's like, dude, that was a most fucked up start to my summer I've ever had. That it was so mind-boggling, damaging to me, psychically, emotionally. I'm talking about the soul, right? Emotionally. And I swear I never recovered from that. And it sounds fucking insane to link that to a romance, like when you break up with someone or they break up with you, and that the first one hurts so bad for most men. And it's so sad because the internet never, there's no Reddit forum or whatever, 4chan or anything that talks about how, bro, there's guys who date a girl for 4 weeks and feel the same pain as the guy who dated a woman for 3 years and then they break up. It's not really a time thing. It's more of like a experience thing, with the experiences you go through with someone, or the experiences that they bring into your mind for the future. You know, that's why you sometimes click with people. You're seeing them in your near future with you, or further future. And I remember never wanting to get close to anyone in a family way ever again. I was like, okay, we can be close in a different way after this Ray Nalzero moved away. And this is going to sound so cruel, but I don't think this guy had the intelligence. And this is so evil what I'm saying, because I love you, Ray, but, to this day, like, still love you. But I don't think he had the intelligence at the time, maybe, but yeah, definitely at the time, we were kids, but I don't think he had, or I'll just say it like this. I think he was a bit tougher where it hurt him, but he got distracted with things and he dealt with it differently. And like, if I had to say who was more masculine here in grade 7, I has to be him because I was a walking daze, bro. I was a cloud walking through, and this isn't in my notes. I wasn't really going to talk about this, but it's relevant. Bro, I was in a cloud for, oh, man, I hate people who say like, oh, a few months, bro, years and years. And if I go back to that memory right now, I can feel it. I can feel that pain. And then when it blurs away and you kind of get distracted with teenhood and probably one of the most darkest initiations we go through that we never talk about because, oh, it's just high school. But no, puberty is an intense, I would even say, in the modern sense, it's an evil initiation, man, because it's without guidance. And it's like being, yeah, it's cool if we fight lions, but if no one ever tells us how to pick up the spear and shit, and they just throw us into the puberty, right? It's very different, And I feel like people are so stupid when they say, "Oh, my parents helped me with it." No, they didn't. Every generation dealt with it differently. Like you look in the 70s, they were fucking doing LSD to cope with it. Oh, I'm 18, I'm doing LSD because I can't cope with this initiation trial of oh, I guess in the ancients would call it manhood, but it's nowadays it's considered that nowadays, as crazy as this sounds, teenhood lasts till 28 years old on the low end. On the higher end, it could last a lot of guys till 33, 35, whatever. I've seen a lot of different numbers. And really low IQ people who are just, they haven't done anything, any kind of development, right? Or they just haven't had the fire for it. Which is stupid, by the way. I think the only way to walk on earth is to kindle your flame that gets you to do shit. You know what I mean? Not that you need to do shit, but it's a part of living. And I remember this trauma hitting me like a truck because I could never make tight friends anymore. They were always really tight with me, but I was always looking for reasons to hide from them. Have you ever felt like most of your life you hide? Or I guess, most of young life you hide because people really come out of their shells later. I mean, it happens to a lot of people, but for most of your young teens, have you ever felt like you hide from your friends for no reason? Like you could be in a nice big house, nice car at home, and you still kind of ashamed of it. You could be in a poor house, poor home, poor car, and you're ashamed of it. And there's like this huge shame of someone looking into your life. And then they come over to your house and you guys have a blast and totally forget about it. But before that stuff happens, there's this kind of like, oh, this is my family life. Family life's already really tough. And no one even talks about this. Have you noticed nowadays? People just disconnect from their family. I don't talk to them anymore. And it's like, bro, this is one of the most toughest initiations is making it work with your family, right? Especially at that kind of transitioning age. Because I really think a lot of the resentment during puberty towards parents comes from the fact that the parents cannot help the growth factors, the growth phase. They don't really, no one can really, you know what I mean? I mean, in ancient times, they really knew what they were doing. In ancient times, they had introverts more confident than me. I swear to you, that's real, right? Way more confident and not the kind of confidence that gets them harmed either, right? Intelligent version of confidence. Because there's the shadow of confidence is being reckless, right? Which I've always promoted. I've always felt evil if I don't promote being reckless because you can point people to the right truths in life, but they're also asking for your truth, meaning your experience on earth. And that doesn't mean you're telling them the absolute truth, be reckless, right? That would be bad advice. But when people are coming up to you, they're really asking you, show me through your eyes right now. So, sorry, can you hear me? They're really saying, show me through your eyes what you did. Not that I want to copy you, Zerka, but I'm really tired of you pointing me to scripture as the total truth. Well, we all know every human absorbs scripture. Let's say if they're great, they'll absorb like 80% of it, and then 20% of what they do in the world, which really fucks them up. But it's like learning lessons. It's like humans can't be perfect. And when humans come to you and they say, I want it through your eyes, but they don't know how to say it. So they say, hey, what did you do at 25? Or what, I'm at this age, and what did you do when you're my age? They're really saying, what landmines did you choose to blow up on you? Right. And I've always said I didn't really choose these landmines. I didn't choose the overworking in sales, making a lot of money. I didn't choose this. I point to them. I point to reckless. I go that landmine called reckless behavior. That was the shadow side of my introvert nature. Not that I knew what I was doing, but my instinct, my inner image was always, it sounds wild, but my inner image was always, I have to be more reckless or I will be tortured. I will torture myself just by breathing, existing, and a lot of philosophers have talked about how it can be a form of torture, like breathing, because anytime you apply information to what you're trying to do in the world, it constricts you because it contradicts your inner image. Now, your inner image might be to be confident. You want that, but you see it in a blurry version of being reckless. And then after trial and error a long time, you finally start balancing it out and you go, oh, wow, the Bible's right. You shouldn't be that fucking stupid, right? But again, you have to experience the Bible and the shadows of the Bible, meaning the punishments that, when you stray too far, and you'll know when you're straying because shit starts to get heavy, right? But yeah, I want to talk about that macro trauma, huge trauma. My first trauma that's just a friend leaving. And, I don't really have words for this because it's like, how do you even explain this to someone? You know, how did you feel? I don't know how I felt. I felt empty. I felt very like a peg in the wind type shit. Um, all I know is it didn't go away for a long time. And here's how rough the world is. I'm just gonna like be less relatable right now. I had a twin brother I spent every second of my life with. I have, but back then I spent a lot more time with him. So I shouldn't have been that hit. I shouldn't have been hit that hard. But he was our trio. He was 1/3. And I can only imagine these SoundCloud kind of kids who get very emo. I know it starts like that, and they don't have brothers and other, I don't want to say distractions, but other like building blocks on magneticism. When you're magnetic, you're happy, you're healthy. And that's like the love principle, but love's a different word that's now used for all sorts of other things. Like, for example, there's magneticism to holding a cat. I don't know how people don't understand when I say this, that you do want your boss to call you when you're playing with your cat. You know what I mean? You're going to be very attractive in that conversation. You don't want someone to call you when you're, lashing out or alone and being a weird emo guy, right? You guys can hear me? So yeah, that trauma I want to talk about because I really think it would be a waste of life if someone went live and didn't talk about traumas. Like, I really hate the influencer thing of how it's always talking about nothing. Have you ever heard Neon say anything? You know what I mean? Have you ever heard? It's kind of wild. And I'm so over the entertainment thing because I want to feel something. When I was younger, I used to feel things from movies, right? As faggot as that sounds, I certain movies would change my whole world. Like Inception. It's not the movie, but it's what's happening inside me when I watch it. When I was younger, in the 2012s, in the golden era of entertainment, whatever, I was really moved by movies. And now it doesn't happen anymore. So I kind of have to sniff around podcasts to see if someone's talking about a trauma I can relate to. And as soon as I find that, I go, oh, this is finally me feeling something where it's like, oh, I'm not alone in that, right? And if you look at what humans do, they're always looking for some kind of teamwork energy psychically. That's all humans ever do, right? Like if you and your buddy stay together, you guys actually, your brain becomes one. And a lot of times the synergy is bad. So you just become losers together. I think most of the time, most humans, sounds cruel, but I think most humans, even two high function, people say high functioning humans chilling together are going to make millions of dollars. No, they're not. You have two big egos. There's more than just intellect that goes with that teamwork thing, right? And a lot of that winning isn't actually them putting their brains together, it's just being around each other. There's a magneticism, if there's a synergy, there's it's crazy to say, but some of the best synergy will destroy you. You know, some of the people you fuck with the most, which is wild. And I don't have an answer for that. I really don't, you know, because I'm never that guy to tell you, like, be fake and ditch your friends. But if you know, if years of your life is going the wrong way, uh, you should blame yourself through them. You know, you should really blame yourself through them. If that makes sense. Okay, no coffee right now, but I want to get this trauma point all the way out there, okay? So that started my initial why does, well, I don't think that started. I think when I was a little younger, I asked my twin brother. He's 5 minutes older, but to me that's like 5,000 years, right? And I'm like the little beta, right? I came out second, so I'm like, "Oh, what do you have to teach me, brother?" But yeah, I said, "Yo, why doesn't this guy who got his fucking shot 10 times with a bullet on TV, like, he could just go to the doctor and he'll be good." And my twin brother at like 6 years old, or I don't know what it was, 6 or 7, he turns to me and goes, "Not everyone who goes to the doctor survives." And I remember thinking, like, huh? What the fuck did you say to me at 6 years old? I'm downloading way too much information right now. It's kind of like when my nephew, the teacher, opened the topic of death to my nephew. And he came home shook like the other kids. And I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? She didn't tell you about resurrection? And my older brother is like, yeah, just leave it, man. You know, we can't do anything. It's like, I'm like, what the fuck what did the mom say? And he said, oh, the mom talked about reincarnation, even though she doesn't know anything about it, just to calm the kid down a bit. And I'm thinking to myself, like, oh, wow, you know, the liberal schooling system is rough because I don't remember this experience at all, this God experience, or this, you know, this mortality experience of like, where's the absolute? Like, where's absolute being? And so I'd link that to my brother. You know, I linked the nephew thing to my brother telling me not everyone who goes to the hospital makes it. I'm like, what? I thought it was a sure deal, right? So I think that was my first, why does bad stuff happen to good people? And my second was my best friend, our best friend, just vanishing without a trace. It was insanity. And it was my first year going into high school without a best friend now. You know, first year was rough. I couldn't explain it. I was very quiet. Not as quiet as all the other kids, but I'd say like I was the second most quiet. You could open me up, you could talk to me, but definitely not about anything worth it. You know, a lot of people are making friends in grade 8, and I found it really superficial. Really, I'm like, who the fuck are these high school people that I'm meeting? You know, for me, high school is grade 8, right? It's like grade 8 and 12, the same locker room. Like, what the fuck? There's no middle school here. So I was like, where the fuck am I? There's like 3,500, 4,000 kids. Huge, huge school, and just really diverse enough to where it made me a bit of a racist, but not growing up. I became, that was like comedic racist. But when I became an adult, I was like, okay, listen, I don't hate groups of people, but I really feel like I got a dirty high school experience because a lot of people are speaking their languages. Most people are speaking their languages in my fucking school. I'm like, what the fuck? And people are like, oh, well, if you went to a school with a lot of Albanian kids, you would feel better. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I actually would. What the fuck? So yeah, that was my first macro trauma. And then the next trauma was, what am I going to do with the rest of my life? Which happens like 17, 18, when people are telling you their college plans and you're not a good student, right? And that one was for years shook. That's the when I first started getting a bit of anxiety attacks for working at a warehouse. And it's not like anything bad was happening. It's just every time they called me for an extra shift, I uh I kept hearing it like it was gonna last forever, right? Because I'm like, oh shit, I have nowhere to go. And you know, you talk to your parents about it and they make it worse. You talk to your brother. I hate when people say just talk to your family. No, sometimes people can make it worse. You know, sometimes talking to a fucking stranger who knows where they're going, a little older than you, is way better. Way better. Thank God I had a destructive mentor who pretty much took me to hell because that was so much better than just working that minimum wage warehouse high anxiety job. And yeah, these traumas are adding up. And I'm not going to lie to you. If you could see it in my face, I have a really dark side where I can hate God, right? I think a lot of people do. They're just afraid to say it. But if you read the book of Job, where Job is being tested, a lot of bad things are happening to him and his faith is being tested. Yeah, I'm not Job, bro. I get really shook when I do everything right. And I don't mean like I think I'm a good guy. I mean, like nothing happened for a year. I didn't do anything bad. Stayed with the family, did what I'm supposed to do, but that's not what you're supposed to do. What? So a lot of bad things kept happening to me and way worse than anyone I knew. And if you don't believe me, if you're like, oh, you're just sensationalizing your struggle, Mein Kampf, all that, if you really think I'm sensationalizing it, if you were as cornered as me, you would have injected all that fucking shit into yourself as well. That's a high level of cornered. A lot of people could just go play a sport or, go work an insurance job or something more normal. But when you can't do nothing, you can't remember, I couldn't even be a bouncer. I was very skinny and weak. Well, to be a bouncer, I was really like, who the fuck would hire me, right? So I had nothing. Nothing, nothing. I only had one door, which was total destruction. I had one door, and it's incredible what I did with that minimum wage, where I said, I'm not doing nothing but saving every dollar to poison myself to the extreme until the perspective changes. And everyone I knew around me who did that fucking died. It took them years later, but a lot of people I met were goners with their stuff. I feel like I got lucky out of that hell path. And so it comes to the first macro trauma that everyone talks about, right? And that's like the first gal friend, right? That, huh? Okay, thank you, thank you. All right. Mic check, mic check. Damn, nigga. Damn. Don't lose my thought. I haven't even had a sip of coffee. We're doing not in the middle. We're not in the middle. Fuck was I saying? It has more hair. It is more hair, isn't it? Of course it is. Turkey, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I look exactly the same, bro. I look exactly the same. It's like, why the fuck would you go to Turkey? I mean, I can tell it's more, but on camera, it kind of just looks like my Twitch days, right? Kind of looks like, no, that looks better. That looks better, yeah. Huh? Yeah, right. So after the first one, just like I'm sure a lot of you guys, I'm totally destroyed. Totally destroyed, right? And I always found it weird how everyone links what they go through to their first experience. Even I did in the beginning, but I'm like, no, no, there were different traumas way before this, right? Way before this that we just don't talk about. Okay, I got a caffeinate. Anyways, so I kept looking at this and I kept obsessing over this question of, hold on, bro, hold on. Why does bad stuff happen to good people? Or why does bad stuff happen to normal people? Right? Which is the question of karma, right? Now I have a different answer. I don't want to go into it. That would be long. But it is interesting how every single gate of trauma, and they are gates, that builds you eventually. Bro, these doors are unclosed. You can go back into feeling that way. Have you noticed? Like a lot of people say, the cracks make you stronger, but the cracks are there. You can fall right through the cracks, right? You can easily be around someone who takes you back into that spiral. Have you noticed that? And so, yeah, I want to start that with Andrew Tate. Oh boy, dude. I think since he's CIA, I always feel like he is going to make it out. But they burn, like Burn Notice, they burn each other all the time. They're some of the dirtiest people I've ever met. No, 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 I'm joking. Right? I'm joking. I'm joking. But yeah, they fuck each other over all the time. So could Andrew Tate be fucked? Cares about that. Let's focus on what did Tate do to even deserve this? Does anyone know? Well, bro, it's kind of obvious. There's no real reason. It's that he's a piece of shit. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like, oh, he doesn't say the right stuff and he's inspiring and all that. That can be true too. That is true. I like a lot of this stuff. A lot of the stuff. But you always have to ask yourself this question. Would you want to meet the guy? Like, remember when he was talking about working in sales? I forgot, what did he sell? Cars or some shit? Would you want him to be your car salesman if he wasn't famous and stuff? If you just met him at the, I sense huge scammer energy from that, you know. And to me, scammer can mean many things. It's someone who doesn't put in the effort for what the people are paying, which is kind of like this fucking Hustlers University gay ass shit. Like, where's the effort? It's not even him. It's like some random Discord guys, right? And another thing is just dumbing people and taking every dollar they have. Like, there's a lot of these stories of broke guys wanting to join university, and I'm sure you guys would be like, "Oh, these guys deserve it." Bro, nobody deserves to be. You don't want to be the guy who cracks someone. I do a lot of personal one-on-one kind of stuff, which I gotta step away from. Money's great, but we gotta focus more on this classroom stuff. Right? This is way more important for me, at least. But man, I'm telling you right now, humans without a compensation of, I didn't give it my all, so I'm gonna give my all next one, shit like that. I feel like those are all fucking. Every human who thinks like that is infinitely more righteous than someone like Tate who says, "Oh, it's your last $2,000? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Join Hustlers. You'll learn something." Because I remember when Tate or I think it was Tristan or Andrew, they said these idiots, and it's true, idiots will be, will split ways with their bread. But they said he said Tristan said if I don't take their money for these simps, online simps, cam modeling, all that. He said if I don't take their money, someone else will. And I remember thinking, I'm like, bro, I'm Zerka. I should love the Tate brothers more than anyone. They line up with a lot of our stuff, right? A lot of my stuff. But when I heard that, I was like, bro, it's different to feel that inside and be a piece of shit, but to match it on the outside. And when I saw everyone in the comments still support them, kind of like those guys who will scam their audience and the audience still supports them for some reason, you know, I'm like, oh, it is a group hive mind where, there's a top dog and then there's the suffering class, the worker bees. Wow. You can watch someone until you become a part of Tate's mind, and then he could take your money and you wouldn't even notice. I don't think those kind of even energy practices to focus on how can I have more, more, more? How can I have more money? I don't think you can do that on Earth. I don't think anyone's ever done that Diddy stuff and gotten away with it eventually. Something extremely tragic comes your way, and some people think tragedy is a bunch of other things. No, no, tragedy is when the UK, Australia, Canada, US, and pretty much the whole world wants you behind bars for a case that many people can escape. Many powerful men have escaped these kind of lawsuits against them because they weren't that public. But you go on camera and you say, fuck you, I'm rich, you're poor, I got a Bugatti, and all this stuff, and you mean it. You love that. It's like that Genghis Khan quote of it's not enough that I win, everyone else must fail. Which is so how I feel sometimes. I feel like as humans we get angry, we get become like Genghis Khan sometimes. But when I look at Andrew Tate, I see it nonstop every second of the day. I can see a human be a piece of shit for a part of their day, a quarter of their day. But that's like everyone can do that, but I've never seen a piece of shit nonstop. Like I think even when he's sleeping, he's a piece of shit. Like he's thinking of money and all this, how to scam more people and all that. So yeah, that showed me the mindset. When Tristan said it came out the horse's mouth. He's like, if I don't take their money, someone else will. And you guys probably don't feel anything about what I'm saying right now. But imagine if you were me. Like, oh, maybe Zerka should start that cam modeling stuff. I have a really direct comparison. I'm like, oh, the Bugatti's on this side, And then I'm like, no, that's gay. But their instinct is more, more, more. And it's so badass too. It's like a carnivore just devouring all the money on earth, right? It's still badass. You need that to make money in this world, but when it's raping your character and the world wants you behind bars and you keep he went on an 8-month parade saying there's no charges, there's no bro, you cannot be a dirty human being in this world without karma coming, not in the next life or whatever. It's right now, bro. But they're CIA, they'll get out of it, right? No, they burn each other all the time. If he did get out of it, he'd have to spend his time in like Dubai, but I don't know. When the world wants you locked up, that's really like you don't want to be Julian Assange with a Bugatti, do you? That's like that's a hard position, and I want you guys to get used to seeing the world like this. When you see someone on a massive up and horrible shit starts happening to them, it sounds fucked up, like blame the victim type shit, but bro, that's karma. That's ever since I was a young boy and my best friend left, I was like, what the fuck did I do? And I treated that kid pretty bad, or not as good as I should have, right? That's where I learned my lesson. He was pissing me off, but we were still best friends. And it's not like I hurt him, but it's like my character was becoming too wolf-like in grade 7, where it's like he was a softer kid, so I was kind of pushing him into other things, like yeah, just more aggressive Albanian behavior, right? And I guarantee you that's why I learned that lesson. But you know, kind of like you're cool with your homies for years, and then in one week you're kind of more poor to them, you're kind of more mean to them, and within that week, boom, something happens to them, and you're like, whoa, that's a heavy lesson, right? So I really wonder about like Andrew and Tristan, these guys who went through the same trials, same lessons as every soul here, but they never learn, bro. They're at the highest level of life rape. If they go, going, bro, to get locked up is tough, but to get locked up from a world of Bugattis and palm trees, that's way different. That's gotta hit hard, man. You see it also with like Pablo Escobar's and these billionaires. Have you seen these guys? These billionaires make so much with the coke trade, and then they spend half their, was it like majority of their life locked up? Some of them escape, but it's different. Or they can't see their family anymore and fucked up. But yeah, I really want to drill that in your guys' heads that it's like if you see something horrific happening to someone, the laws of nature are moral. So just because you can't see the whole picture doesn't mean, oh, bro, they deserve it. You still help them out, but and you should never feel bad for yourself if it's happening to you. But it's so obvious the human being is only obsessed with the questions of justice and morality because that's all there is to the soul. You can't take your material wealth up there, bro. You know what I mean? And here's what I'm really saying. If humans only wrote scriptures and books and all this on morality, be careful on being a total piece of shit. You can still be a piece of shit because that's inevitable. You're going to get angry sometimes, right? But never go as far as Tate, bro. Like, I can't. It's so weird. I had no anger towards him until these cases came out against him. And I'm not going to lie to you, bro. The gayest position you could have here is, oh, why are you believing whores? No one believes those hoes. We believe he's getting locked up for a different reason that's not on paper, that's not legal. It's cosmic. It's fucking cosmic, bro. I genuinely don't believe those hoes. Not as a red pill guy and stuff like that. I think the lines are blurred. He did some stuff, but she was also a bitch, and I get that. But I'm telling you right now, cosmically, it's kind of like how everyone would be like, "Oh, Zerka, you're innocent for that stuff that happened in Miami last year, right?" Sure, sure, sure. But I'm not actually innocent cosmically because it's happening to me. You get it? So just because I'm, legally on paperwork, I didn't do, it was my bad. It's more like cosmically, Zerka is really overlooking the fame aspect and the shadows of it. It's more like, oh, this is my life. Fuck it, bring it on. No, no, bring it on. You're getting all of it. You're not just getting the good stuff. You're gonna get the bad stuff too. That's this new jump in lifestyle has to come with a shadow every single time. Cosmically, if you don't do your homework, if you get a little sloppy, you get fucking hammered, right? So like everyone in my life might, which is weird, this doesn't usually happen. Everyone, my community, my family, my friends, they all know I'm innocent, but they all look at me like cosmically, why are you even in trouble, Zerka? You're at that age. You're at this age where you should be in different kinds of trouble, not that kind of trouble. You should be in more mature types of trouble, not cosmic cartoons. What am I trying to say? Theater trouble. If you're ever in theatrical trouble, it's a huge fucking lesson that you just. I hate saying, oh, I'm new to the bigger international levels of fame, and it's like, no, bro. After a month, you should be getting used to it a bit. This is like after a year, you should be really protected, like because a lot of things come your way as tests, and you fail 50 tests in a row, and the universe doesn't do anything to you. But 51 times, boom, you get hit hard. And I know it's kind of stupid that I'm comparing mine to Tate's because, like, mine's like nothing. His is like with, everyone, the world is trying to put him behind bars for the rest of his fucking days. I know that's something you shouldn't compare at all, but I'm saying where Tate and Zerka went wrong is cosmically, you're in trouble. They're both in trouble cosmically. I don't give a fuck about the fucking give Caesar his shit, whatever. I'm saying cosmically, there's certain problems in your life that are just for you to figure out. That's why when you look outside and ask people for help, you feel like, what the fuck? This is helpless, and it stings in a different way. It stings because you have the answer inside, and you'll never see it because your brain is like this, right? This is your brain, but your brain's like this. It's connected to something else, and that something else is Heal Mike right here. See? It's not that Heal Mike is bad. It's that synergy of, yo, bro, let's fucking party. Okay, should we stay healthy? Should we check should we check, if we're gonna party, or should we check everything? No, no, let's just party, and we become one dumbass, right? And then when you think of the media that Heal Mike consumes, and then the media you're just scrolling on Twitter, that's more brains, more perspectives added onto our bullshit, right? This is why geniuses are very alone, because they understand, oh, there's a contagious aspect to mind, you know? Not talking about higher mind, I'm talking about like the mind. And there's a karmic aspect too, if all is the mind is deciding, the hive mind of Earth is deciding Tate's a piece of shit. He could even be totally innocent, and everyone on Earth would agree he's still guilty. Why? Because he's a piece of shit, bro. Scammers cannot. You might get away with your case, but scammers don't actually get away with anything. The only ones who ever in history have gotten away totally with something, they get insane levels of cancer or some kind of disease. Have you ever noticed that? And it'll all happen in like a few months, or maybe their first in 1 year. It'll just be aggressive. And so as a kid, every time I went through these gates of trauma, I was like, huh, why did that hurt so hard? Oh, it has to have been built up, you know? It would be different if we were getting our karmas like, little touches on the shoulder, like, don't do that, don't do that. But no, you get a lot of freebies, you get a lot of tries, right? Which makes some people overly confident, right? But now check this out. What do you do when the universe is against you? Well, if you are the universe, you have to change, right? You have to be a different type of mind that's innocent. And if you told Tate or Tristan that, they could never fucking do it, because their macro traumas of being broke are so violent that they. Do you want to risk prison for the rest of our lives for a Bugatti? What? You know what I mean? And if there's something really dark about influencers, and I call them influencers because, bro, that's all they sell is influence, right? There's something really dark about the influencer. I have nothing against Fuzi, but you ever like scroll on Twitter, you see a Fuzi clip and you just see a demon? I'm not saying he's a demon, but there's like something something ominous about. I know he's plotting a better life for himself, but that's usually not the outcome, right? It's not saying he's a demon, but there's this fucking weird thing when you look into certain people's eyes, like Andrew and Tristan. They're so likable until they're talking about something they're trying to hide. Then their eyes shift and they start looking so fidgety, restless, worried, faggot, pussy. And I'm rooting for them to make it out, because I want the red pill world to be better for me, right? I want to make it through things too, in case something ever comes my way that's stupid, right? So I need them to win. So I have to root for them, which is they would laugh at me. They'd be like, "Oh, you have to root for us, Circa." It's like, yeah, bro. Anyone who thinks in that kind of red pill space needs these guys to win. It's kind of like why I don't like Aiden, right? I think he's like a demon, right? And I just anyone who does drugs like that, I feel like, you know, you can see them go down, right? It starts cute and then it starts to turn to something else. But I need Aiden to win over Kai, because Kai's a lot more left wing. I need the world to be more whatever the fuck Aiden and Andrew Tate are, right? So you guys probably need that too if you're here. If you guys like my shit. Aiden doesn't do drugs, bro. Bro, you don't know. You have no idea how much drugs he actually does. The guy is this is why he gets overly fat too. Like anytime a dude is swinging off the drugs, they start eating the food and shit like that. But yeah, he's you can just look at Aiden, look at Kai, look at Speed. Kai and Speed are sober. You can see the mind, right? You can see it in their face. There's nothing, no demonic activity. Sometimes some stupidity and stuff. The clear eyes, and then you can see the fucking Aiden face. I know all about that too. And I'm not totally against all drugs, right? I get people have to like go through certain experiences and stuff like that. But drug cope is horrible. I know that there's like certain things like I would never tell an IFBB pro, like, or let's say Canute. I would never tell Canute to not take drugs because that's his whole thing, right? He's like a bodybuilder. So I'm not that, I don't mean it like that. But when you see like drug copers, like, my girl left me, so I'm doing drugs. And those are like the worst people on earth, right? And remember, we don't really blame the drugs because look at Andrew and Tristan. I'm pretty sure they don't do drugs. They say Tristan's an alcoholic, though. Like, he always has to drink and shit. That's why it got so awkward when he spilt the alcohol on the plane and everyone just looked at him like, ugh, on the private jet, bro. But yeah, look at I could see Tate being sober, right? Just nicotine and caffeine, right? But in their eyes, all I see is piece of shit. And people are like, how come you didn't really rock with them from day one? Because first of all, to me, it's gay. That kind of cam modeling thing is really gay. So that's like the main reason. But then over time, the esoteric answer would be like, bro, I sense dark energy. I don't mean like some Zerka videos is light, some Zerka videos is dark. Oh, now he's angry. I get that, bro. I sense the greed manifestation on Earth. If you had to manifest greed as a human being and incarnated on Earth, that's all I see Andrew as, right? That's it. And I had nothing. I had no anger until, well, now, let's say I was in high school right now. Let's say the youth goes to school now. Anything red pill starts getting associated with this 16-year-old anal rape shit. His case is fucking horrific for the red pill side. And red pill side, I get it, is the reckless, risky side. So obviously, we're gonna attract like these kind of offenders where it's like, yeah, our side could be the greedy side too. If you really look at a lot of red pill channels are very greedy, which is a damn shame. But no, Hassan's side has some evil people too. But yeah, I'm just talking about cosmically. When people like sit down next to me and they go, "But do you think he's innocent?" I'm like, dude, that's really not the point here. And to be honest, no, I don't. I really don't. I'm a piece of shit and I don't have problems like that. Think about that. I'm the craziest dude on the internet and I don't have those kind of problems. He does. You know what I mean? It's almost like I'm a better, even on drugs, I'm a better person because I don't have that kind of issues where the world's trying to lock me up. Another thing, a lot of people who don't get what I'm saying, it was hard for me to say this about my friend. Oh, kind of friend. Yeah, I know him. We talk, he supported me even when he was like down on his luck. But I said it out loud because I need people to hear this. I predicted Vitaly going to jail, right? Well, I didn't say jail, but I predicted that his life, he's going to get the worst possible punishment. He was my biggest prediction. And it came way sooner than I thought. I thought he'd have like another year. But yeah, people were shocked when I said that because they're like, well, slapping those pedos up on camera and humiliating them, Zerka, it's great content. And are you against that? I'm like, no, I'm not against it. Right? I don't feel bad for the pedo. I do have like a sense of humanity where it's like if you're stripping someone and, humiliating them totally, I don't think I could do that, or else I would have got the camera. That's fun content, right? But I remember thinking every time Vitaly caught one of those guys and the mission was not actual rehabilitation, it's more like turning them into a circus animal. I remember thinking, like, if I'm correct and I'm always right, especially when I'm wrong, especially when I learn. But check this out. I'm always right, as crazy for this kind of stuff. As crazy as it sounds, my best prediction, my greatest, strongest prediction was Vitaly. Because I was like, as soon as they said, what are they giving him? 15 years? And if you're wondering what he's in jail for, in the Philippines, I think, Nobody actually knows. A lot of people are going to tell you it's because he's pranking people outside and being disrespectful. That's not the reason. It's because cosmically, it's his turn. It's not because Johnny Somali went to Japan and people they want to go harder on streamers. It's because when the judge gets this anger for no reason against you, it's influenced from something else. And cosmically, that anger channeled into the judge makes the decision much harder on you. And I couldn't even tell Vital. I did tell him, I'm like, yeah, we talked about some things, but it was hard for me to get through to him because, first of all, it's the only way he makes money and gets back into the industry, right? That was his like big thing. But you got to remember this. If you sat down with Vitaly and said, "Don't do that to those nasty pedos," because of karma, everyone on earth is going to look at you like a psycho. Like everyone is going to be like, "Yo, do you need medication?" So it's not really a conversation you can have like that. But I'll tell you this, the world is so forgiving that the world gives Vitaly many chances to humiliate and destroy people's lives. Oh, they destroyed their own lives too, but he's a part of a different kind of punishment. He had many chances to leave with the money, which is funny because every human story you see about karma is always about if I had just left earlier, right? But the human can't. They're locked, These are laws that lock into you. That's why a lot of you guys are like, I'm destroying my life, Zerka. And I just stay quiet. And people are like, ooh, what the fuck? Don't you want to give him some advice? Honestly, to tell you the truth, especially if it's in person when I see the face, I can tell if someone's locked in karma where they can't escape it, they have to go through it. It's still nice to give them advice, but it'll never really work. The people have to really get hit hard for them to be like, what did you say, Zerka? Can I hear it again? Right? And so, yeah, in the world, Vitaly's my friend, so I feel bad for him. But cosmically, as an objective punishment, how the fuck do you not see this one coming? How the fuck did he not see this coming? He's getting rich as fuck off that kind of content with no penalty. That promoting the gambling and all that. You don't think that all adds up? And people are like, I'm frozen, Zerka. Now I'm afraid to move in life. How are you always moving? How are you always reckless in life? Because I'm not a piece of shit. You're going to have different problems that are going to hurt you the same amount as me. Okay? That's human, right? If you ever doubt that, look into the lives of saints. They had even bigger problems, bro. So don't ever feel special for suffering, right? But let me tell you this. You can be more reckless in life if you're not a total piece of shit. The worst that's going to happen is never going to be jail. Okay? It takes a higher level of being a piece of shit. And I don't mean like, I'm not saying Vitaly was being a piece of shit. I'm saying cosmically, if you read mystery traditions, if you read any kind of esoteric literature on why bad things happen, you can get an objective mindset for 2 seconds and be like, I'm going to put the Vitaly is my friend thing in the back pocket for 1 second, and I'm just going to see it objectively. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, he deserves every bit of that. Not a Zerka saying it, as a friend, but objectively, even Vitaly would agree that these laws of karma make sense. He would agree when it protects him, right? When it's protecting him, he'd be like, "Yeah, I like these laws." But when it's against you, you go, "Oh, I don't like these. Oh, I don't like these." And what's funny is people are like, "Well, I've never felt it protect me. I only focus on the bad stuff." If you've gone for a few months, a few years of a good life, yeah, you're being protected. It's really that simple. So that's where the whole gratitude thing in scripture comes. Why gratitude magnifies everything. Because you're being protected right now. You should be grateful. Right? And a lot of people think punishment means you have to hate yourself. Nowhere does it say that. Punishment means you have to change, and not change from the outside, not change your habits and stuff, inner change where your face looks different in the fucking mirror, right? Like, if you ever want to know what change looks like, go back to a memory where you helped someone and you see a different side of you, a different face, and you go, oh, I barely get to see that guy. No, that's who you should be majority of the time. And it's not even hard. It's just you're distracted and influenced. Okay? It's really not. If I took everyone here on a camping trip, you guys would all behave and be your best versions of yourself. If I bring some chicks, the influence is going to change the room, right? You get what I'm saying? Or your phones or technology. The influence is going to change your karma. Soon as your mind alters, everything you perceive will be in a different color. Everything good will be lifeless to you. You'll be like, man. It's kind of like those gamblers who they'll win a lot of money and they don't feel it anymore. That's a really horrific place to be in cosmically. When you think of yourself made out of fucking stars, bro, cosmically, you don't want to be that guy. If you're ever worried and go, whoa, Zerka has it all figured out, I am literally that guy. You could give me fucking $100,000 a month. I don't feel it. I have to practice gratitude. It's very strange. And a lot of people are like, you felt it the first time it happened, though, right? Like your first time making more money than minimum wage. Yeah, I fucking cried. But after you get used to it, you become a piece of shit. You become a piece of shit. So I have a practice to correcting my negative nature. And my practice is, as strange as it sounds, every week I make a lot of money. I just send the screenshots to my cousin, older brother, mom, dad, all the group chats to flex or whatever. And them being happy for me, because they get happy for me in an aggressive way where, like, my dad will get angry. He'll be like, yeah, that's a lot of money. You should be happy, you know? Because anytime I go, oh, I made this much, my family members will get angry if I say it in a casual tone. As in, like, you used to be so pumped, Circa. What happened? You used to be so happy when you made this kind of money. Why are you saying it like this? But you know, you keep sending the same text and you're checking up with the family and stuff. Kind of gets boring, right? I shouldn't say that, but humans adjust, bro. Humans have an adjustment to being a piece of shit better than any creature on earth. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. Everything if you want a car, if you want the girl, if you want the money, if you want the house, here you go. Have it. And you're going to see within literally 10 days. And I'm not those idiots who think it takes longer because this is the social media age where the attention span is different. So I really think within 10 days, you will get bored of everything we throw at you. The universe, cosmically, everything it gives you, every blessing, you will get bored of it. And the angels following you will be looking at you like this. That's fine. He got bored of it. You know, they still help you. They still chase you around. They still do all those kind of blessings for you. And it's a great time to be alive. It's the best of time and it's the worst of time, actually. It's never been like this before, you know? This is a very black and white period in history. You know, it's not like a golden age or anything. But you have the power to make it gold for yourself and your inner group like that. A lot of people have done that. There's whole neighborhoods, great neighborhoods of good energy, right? And you should study that. When you drive by a good neighborhood, you should study those people and be like, fuck, this one hurts me so hard to say. They don't have the Zerka face. You know, I have to practice that. You ever have a face of tension anger and it kind of rolls and it comes back. Yeah, bro, genuinely magnetic people that are really good in this world building part of the evolution, right? Of man's evolution. They're a lot more easygoing than you think. They're still hardworking, they get things done, but in a different setting, right? Where they would kind of find it weird that I have a sport of gratitude. Like I treat it like a sport. And because they'd really just say to me, like, just be grateful. And, I'm in a different era, where you can get used to things very quick. I'm not just talking about gamblers, I'm talking about whatever. Have you ever gotten that PC you wanted? Have you ever gotten that really nice PC you wanted? Was it within like 7 days? You're like, yo, this is stupid. I want to go out with a girl. Like, this is stupid as fuck. And then you get the girl, and then for some reason the video games are really fun again. She's like talking to you, and you're like, oh fuck, man, I love this PC. Because yeah, humans are extremely social creatures. Like they get really sick if bro, do you want to know how social humans were in ancient times? All of us would be dancing twice a week at some kind of festival that wasn't the special big festivals. They were the regular festivals of the day, of just the day, to generate better karma for the whole world, right? And then there's dharma of people's duties. Those guys are the forerunners that keep things going in the correct direction. But it is interesting that like you're supposed to be so social that all of us would be dancing, and the dance would be kind of like you're bringing something to the cookout. It's funny that instinctively I've known this for a long time, because for me it's not enough to read it. You got to experience it. It's got to be in the middle. And for the longest time, I would always be like, how the fuck? Why am I so angry and frustrated? And I'm not like these winners. I got a lot of wins, but I'm not a winner. Right? And then you have to take life way less serious, get your tasks done, but also have periods in your day where you listen to music and dance alone just to generate mood. You have to learn vibes like some kind of LA fucking faggot. You wouldn't get what I'm saying until you're doing it, and then you get a phone call and you get the job you want, and you go, oh, damn, that vibe I carried into that phone call. We got to stay on that. And what's funny is no matter how many times it works for you, it's always gay. It's always fucking, it's always gay because humans laugh and get nervous about anything that's relief to them, right? We hate relief because everyone deep down says, I don't deserve it. I'm not that good, right? Everyone thinks that the humans operate on, I'm so good, I'm so this. That's not how they operate at all, bro. That's not how they operate at all. Look at this. Look at this nigga. The camera is distracted, bro. Okay, let's get caffeinated and let me keep spitting, bro. Yeah, I want to talk about that Tate thing about the karma stuff. You don't have to believe in karma, but wait till it's your turn. Bro, wait till it's your turn. The relief you're going to want is not going to be there. You're going to be like, if I talk to my buddy, it's not the same. That's why we have these kind of. I used to have an internet place I went to called the Raj Patel to just vent, right? So thank God the one good thing about the internet is that there's systems like this, right? The difference was mine was free. You guys have to pay. Well, they found me. They put me on the show, so I guess I paid in a lot of ways. Like I was spending a lot of money on other things to build up my Instagram so I can be noticed one day. That was the whole game plan. And yeah, thank God that the internet absorbed me, because when we think of normie culture, I make fun of normies, but I always feel weird when I do it because when I was pulled into the internet by this Raj Patel Twitch community, they didn't even have a word for me because people would be like, is he a normie? And I guess the answer would be yes, but I was so normie. Like you think of normies, they like to go clubbing. But you think of someone who works at a club for like 9 hours, bar turning into a club, and every night of their life in different places, and getting fired and working at it, just being a total crazy guy. That's not a normie. That's like something, dude, that's someone I love. That is someone I fucking love. There's something about, yeah, I'm gonna just say it, bro. No books you can read beat experience. It's interesting that you can only ever absorb a book if your hand is firm with experience in the world, right? If you don't have experience, you kind of hold the book like a bitch and you kind of don't get it. You don't want to get it. But if you have something you're proud about, you built, you're like, oh, I have a sense of, maybe pride's not the right word, but sense of self. Then the book feels like a supercharger or a twin turbo to your character in the world, right? But if you don't have a character in the world, just like me, I didn't have a character in the world. I'm talking about college days. I did not have a character. I was like, it's interesting because let's say your name is Bob. In the beginning, 21 years old, you'll be Bob. And then you'll develop yourself, you'll go through things, and then you'll be Bob. And then you'll start trying and working harder in life, and then you'll be Bob. And then you're fucking killing it, you're doing great, and then now you're Bob. And then now you fall off because that's how karma works. You want to build something, it's going to come with a swing, and it's always worth it, right? People are like, what's the point of that? That's how you go up the ladder, right? The swing never actually takes you down to zero because the launch is so quick next time. It's so powerful the next time. Once your character's got armor like Master Chief, right? It's different kind of damage you take, right? Still hurts. But yeah, you'll notice your name getting chiseled into the world as you're going through experiences. But if you're not, and if you're going through these experiences thinking like, oh, I can't wait to go back home, it's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about there's experiences where there is no home. If you know what I mean? Like there's nothing home, there's no curfew, there's no I need to be at bed by this time. It's just experience. I soak up as much as I can. When I'm exhausted, I'll go to sleep. That kind of experience. And if I showed you what that looked like, it's a lot of stupidity, a lot of time wasting, a lot of I really don't believe in time wasting. Like you look at the most successful people who spend majority of their life wasting their time, they hit all of that success, 10 million followers in like a month. And then they destroy themselves because they have nothing to do. Right? And so if humans have that capacity to hit like 10 million followers in like a week, some people have done that, right? Like Gideon, he was telling me about that. But yeah, if human and then what happened to him, right? Yeah, exactly. But if humans have that capacity, then that proves that there's no such thing as time wasted. There's such thing as wasting time. You're wasting time. You should be working. But when you look in your past, there's no such thing as time wasted because you don't know if you got paid for that time, right? And a lot of people think, oh, I popped off. Got $10 million. I got 10 million followers, and I just started getting paid this year. And no, people are seeing 10 years of what you were doing, even if you were just suffering. It still adds to the way you speak, your tone, everything. So you're getting paid for every single year, right? And the weird thing about blessings is blessings don't come as like a layup. You know what I mean? Blessings come like 10,000 times harder than something negative. You think of negative things, they come in small bits and pieces. You can let it build up and then they go away for a bit and they come back hard, right? But when you look at blessings, they don't even make sense. Like, oh, if I help 5 people, one day I'll be helped in return. And then you're helped by 1 million people in return. Like blessings make no sense in the matrix, but punishment makes a lot of sense. That's why a lot of us just choose to go through it without bitching and complaining, because it's like, yeah, it makes sense. Not right now, but eventually in the whole scheme of things, right? Nicotine. Coke Zero. Give us some dark manipulation, bro. How can we get the friends of a girl that is obsessed with us? What does that mean? And you should know I don't teach anything to dirty myself, right? I don't actually teach evil shit. I've done so much evil in this world. Mostly to myself, though. Isn't that interesting? Which doesn't mean you're a good guy. A lot of people who are doing evil to themselves are way worse than doing evil to the world. The world can correct you, but the world corrects many of us, and we still don't change, right? You have to correct yourself. It's fucking wild. It's all on you, as always. John, when are you going to start doing private calls again? It would twist. It wouldn't make sense to offer up my time to any of you right now because haven't I already been missing? Shouldn't I go back to generating content globally, or are we still, what is it still building money period? Are we done with that? Right? I got a bunch of money I've got saved, got investments, I've got everything checked that I'm supposed to do as an adult, or else my brothers will beat my ass. I've got all that. It's funny. This is the first period in my life where my brothers are telling me, go do something, like go enjoy your life a bit, right? Because they give me like markers. You hit this, hit the property. You can have a car. You can, no, you can't have a Ferrari. I'm like, I can afford the Ferrari. What's 250 to me? What's 300? It goes right through the business anyway. And turns out I cannot. I cannot afford that. As soon as they told me zero warranty, I said, what? You mean it? I can't drive it like an idiot? I can't break it and then be cool? There's no warranty at all? I can't buy my dream car? They're like, you can buy it without warranty. I'm like, but they're known for fucking problems, bro. If we lived in a world where any car, 2 years old, any car after 5 years old, let's say, like supercar, had no warranty, I genuinely think most men would buy their dream car, right? Is that the warranty is the only thing that makes it like not fun at all, right? I'm not being greedy or anything. I'm just saying, no, that world. If I could talk to God right now and be like, can you change one thing in the world that's like something superficial, let's say, something not for mankind, just for fun, I would say you don't have to make all these nice Lambos and stuff. You don't have to make them cheaper. Okay. We'll figure that out. We'll make the money. But we want to drive it without the anxiety. We just want 5 year warranty on any model. Any fucking model. Don't, well, and God would be like, no, no. I had my brother say, okay, if you really want the Ferrari, you have to buy the Roma. Fucking gayest fucking model. I was like, fuck no, bro. I would rather get an older, like a 458 or something. And I've done so much stupid shit with money in my past that I don't even trust myself for shit like that. But yeah. And now they regret it. You know, my brother's actually regretting it. Because they're like, oh, now we found you something you'll like for a 5 year warranty, but you're driving like a fucking maniac. You're destroying it completely. You're like totally ripping the car apart. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you're still not happy I'm being a grown up? Yeah. No, that's freedom, dude. I'm for let's go into the superficial topics for a sec, guys. Obviously I'm not talking about materialistic shit doing anything for you. I genuinely think you guys with a baddie next to you will have way more magneticism in the world than a nice car. But I genuinely think the car helps get the baddie for a lot of men. Like you don't have to talk as much and shit. You know what I mean? You could get some of those fucking nasty bitches, those gold diggers. You don't have to put in that much work, right? And I don't mean like they come up to your car or anything. You know, that's rare. I'm saying it does happen, but that's rare. And a lot of people tell me it doesn't happen. They say there's no point. So if you're getting a car for just chicks, it's stupid. But if you're getting a car because you like love a 6.2 liter V8, you like feeling that power, when you step out of that car, you are smiling for no reason. But there's a big reason, right? Huge reason. And that smile translates in everyone you talk to, right? These are levels of magneticism we want to hover at without, falling off. And you should see every day as like another chance to build your magnet, right? There's an inner magnet, which takes a long time. And then there's an outer magnet that's superficial, not meaning materialistic. It means materialistic for you. So for some people, it's airplanes. I have a buddy who flies airplanes, like small jets. So to him, that like when he starts talking about planes, we're all sitting at dinner, like, oh, bro, this guy's the best, right? And like I'm absorbing his magnet, his passion about planes. But talk to him about cars. He doesn't really like it as much, or whatever. He doesn't buy anything. He saves his money, right? And yeah, everyone who is passionate about something, they're adding on to their magnet. A lot of people identify with it though, and then that's when horrific shit starts happening. Like horrific shit. If you, for example, has anyone here ever identified with weightlifting so much that you become super jacked and your life is perfect, but then you have a shift in your priorities and you don't weightlift as much and you're doing other things with your life, and now that identity with weightlifting is a knife in your heart and you don't know who you are anymore because you don't do it as much. So that's like identifying with the external. Super dangerous, and especially in Eastern teachings, they're like, I remember one Buddhist monk. He used to be a boxer, and he kept a picture of his boxing days as the last thing when he went retreated to the mountains to meditate all day, right? And then his master telepathically knew and screamed at him. He got so angry at him, right? And a lot of people think these guys don't get angry. Yeah, they do. He's like, get that photo in your fucking bag of your boxing days, and you got to throw that too. You can't identify with that either. They were very extreme in their development. They're doing something else though. But in our day and age, psychic development looks like this: tribe and spear. For some people, the spear is airplanes. For some people, the spear is cars. For some people, but it has to help people. Your spear has to actually help people. This is what, hey guys, I'm Shmi. He helps a lot of people with his channels, right? Shmi helps a lot of people with his channel. That's why he's rewarded so much. He's blessed. You know what I mean? Or when I look at my blessings, I look at like someone who can put 1% of, I put an effort, but I'm saying I don't have to live the life I want, which is zero on the YouTuber list, bro. When you look at YouTubers, holy fucking shit. And this is why I say books are insane. You watch my content, you see the area where I got back into books, different kinds of books, but books are insane, dude. When you read books and you absorb them correctly, and let's say you're a podcaster, they're insane, super sane power ups, bro. Insane for you. People just, there's people who probably don't like me and they just come for the book knowledge. They go, oh, what rotates in Zerka's mind all day? I want to be occupied with that rotation, right? I'm sick of my rotations. I need other things, right? But yeah, all right, let's open it up. Let's drink this coffee. I've read 4 of the 21 books so far. Okay, tell us which ones and what they're about. See if you're full of shit or not. And Carnage, you're going to notice they're not books you I hate when people say this. It's not a book you only read once. You got to read it a couple times. I actually approach it from a different angle. If you read it once, you will come back to it. Maybe in a month or whatever, but I don't even have to tell you to go back to it. You will go back to it, right? And it's fucking terrifying when the world starts making sense because a lot of people who get into like esoteric mind development, when the world starts making sense, you'd think, oh, this is freedom. This is, bro, it's scary. Because you go, wait, well, I was living my life wrong. Wait, I can't even chill with a buddy without connecting minds with him. But Circa, I don't want to connect minds. I just want to have a burger with him. And it's like, no, that takes a lot of skill to do that, actually. You know? That's why these kind of like famous quotes of you are who you chill with. If you knew the esoteric version of that, you'd be like, what the fuck? You'd be mad at me if I have a bad day. You'd be like, fuck, Circle, you had a bad day. You're supposed to have a good day. You're supposed to bring a different level of mind. Circle, you're not a complete sexist because, by the way, because you have Helena Blavatsky as a woman in your book list. Rafi, let me tell you this, bro. This is going to shock a lot of you of how sexist I actually am. This is insanely misogynistic, but 10 years ago, I kept telling everyone I don't think there's such thing as a woman genius on earth, right? They can't even fake it, really. And I kept saying that, and people would be like, what the fuck, Zerka, and stuff like that. But the only reason, one of the biggest reasons Steiner was at the top of my list is because I said, who the fuck is Helena? And then you look through her work and you go, wait a minute, a woman wrote this? This is 10 million times more intense than Shakespeare. It was the first, and you know what's funny? To this day, besides her, I can't name one woman in history that impressed me. Oh, the only one I could name is the one talking about psychic activity, rebirth, esoteric development. The only woman in history that beats anyone of these intellectuals, Jordan Peterson, stuff like that, is the occultist. But that wasn't the only reason. It was also the Jack Parsons stuff. You know, the rocket technology guy. That was a big eye opener when I was very young. This is probably like 15 years ago now. But I was like, why is he into rocket technology if he's into the occult? Oh, occult came first, and then rocket technology came second, right? Took me a long time to piece it together, you know? I think the thing that was the biggest gut punch to me was finding out every Christian mystic is a deep occultist. And I'm like, but that's a bad word. And yeah, that took me a long fucking time to unravel because I was like, what the fuck? Like, there's Christian leaders and they're kind of boring. And then there's saints and these Christian mystics that are, they've done the most insane shit in their lifetimes. It feels like 10 different brains are talking to you. When you read their shit, it feels like 10 different people wrote it. And Steiner talks about that too. How the church said occultism, any Christian occultism is bad. And the objection Steiner had to the priest was because he had a Catholic upbringing. He asked the priest, what about the saints and the Christian mystics? Like they're Christian occultists, right? And the church said, no, no, they can do it. They can do it, but the masses can't. The masses cannot do any type of psychic work, which is funny because you do it even if you don't want to, you know, like you're gonna wake up in the morning and start your day. You're gonna go through, you know, like a lot of people don't get that there are active forms of meditation that are done through watching YouTube videos. A lot of people don't realize they're entering trance states doing that. There's nothing worse than that, actually. I changed the word language to dark dream states because a trance is not good if it's inflicted in the wrong way. A lot of people are into like Homer Simpson's TV trances. It's not the TV, it's not the material on the TV, it's your mind warping things. So, yeah. But I really think if every human on earth said the best part of my day is going to be my psychic development, let's say the first half of my day before I actually get it started and go out in the world, I think a lot of people would feel a sense of shame where it's like, oh fuck. I really don't know anything about the self. I don't know anything about myself. I don't know anything about being. How do I not know anything about being? Well, usually I go to the gym and I get a protein shake and no, I'm talking to you about being. I know what you're being like in the gym and getting a protein shake, but I'm just talking about being. You take out everything, just the man of who you are. What sense of being are you at? And usually you can tell. So people sit on podcasts and they start stuttering their words and they get nervous and you go, whoa, that guy has a very weak sense of self and being. Like just he cannot be. He cannot just sit there and be. I'm not saying like be himself. I'm saying he has trouble being. He's usually doing, right? And being is a form of thought. Like I don't want to say thought, but it's a form of it's a honestly, man, I'll just say it for the youth. It's the difference from being a cringe faggot and someone you could respect, want to learn from, want to date. A lot of women are into that. Like there's even criminals in the world who have a sense of being that is attractive. There's very, you know what I mean? A lot of them are fucking psychotic and crazy and ugly and all that. But I'm saying you don't have to be a good person to understand being. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of politicians who they might be dark with their intentions, but they understand being. So they can sit on a podcast and be that really attractive. They sit in a room and say, give me everything without saying it. And, we love doing it. Now, humans love to give away their power, right? They just smile and they go, okay. If you're ever wondering what I'm talking about mind wise, is always see it like this. And this should be life changing for you. One person in the room absorbs the intellect. He's not actually that smart. He's absorbing the room's intellect. It could even happen right now through podcasting, right? You could say something and I could absorb your intellect. And I'm not talking about what you know and stuff like that. I'm talking about life force, right? A gladiator hearing the chants of the crowd, he can absorb the intellect of the crowd. That's why the crowd goes blank minded when they're watching him with his sword fighting someone, and he is fully stimulated with the whole potential of the arena. Correct? A lot of times people do this unconsciously, which could be really tricky because if you don't have a system of sitting down and absorbing intellect, you might have really hit or miss TED Talks speeches. Some of these TED Talks do sound like they're very prepared and trained, but the ones that hit the hardest is yeah, they prepared, they trained to, give a good speech that's not shit, but it's the ones where you see humans tap into being and then you go, "Oh, damn, there's some truth there." Right? They might say something ugly about themselves or what they've done, but it's relatable because it's the truth. Even if you haven't gone through it, you're like, whoa, he's getting transparent on us, right? And I think that's the most attractive thing to real success because, you could talk in front of 10 million people and not make a dollar, but five of those people are billionaires that you've attracted into your life that do everything just to be around you. Correct? There's also rituals you can do, which are really, this is like really, really bad for your karma. Like you will get killed. But there's also rituals people can do, you know, that make someone ugly attractive to the world, right? But you guys know all about that. You guys have seen it all on those Hollywood shit. And yeah, it sounds like it's a vanity project, but you want to be energetically, you want to be attractive so you get what you want in the world. You want to build a project, you want to be an architect, you want the right people backing you. You got to always ask yourself who entered the room right now, right? Who the fuck which version of me entered the room right now? And it's interesting because you could have like 1,000 different versions of you that enter the room. They all suck, but there is one version of you. He comes out sometimes to save your ass. And that version is like, must be cherished and protected. That's like, you can always feel that version fade if you stay around superficial people in that state. That's why, if you ever been around some superficial people when you're having a very deep day and you're like, whoa, bro, I feel really negative around these people. Yeah, it's because you're transforming into that guy around people who are shells still. They're in their shell form. They can go into their form. This is why I love Dragon Ball. Like as a kid, it always made sense that there's forms you transform into for success. It's always made, and they're emotional forms too, right? So many normies, and all they talk about is pussy or some stupid shit. Yeah, keep me up to date. What do people talk about on streaming nowadays? I feel like the only streamer I liked watching for the comedy aspect was Sneeko, but god damn am I bored of him. Like, you know what I mean? You can get bored of your homies, bro. Like, holy shit, did I get bored? I was like, what the fuck is this? It's he's not even doing anything bad, not even doing anything offensive or anything that I don't like. It's just like there he is, it's there's Sneeko. The only time I feel like some sense of energy from Sneeko now is when I see him with that chick. Don't know why, but I love seeing that. You have a homie, I love seeing them in their own world with their chick away from me, you know? If we were in the city, I would get angry too. I'd be like, come chill, let's go out, let's do something. You don't have to always be with her. But when, people live far away from each other, it's a different thing. It's like I already don't see you at all. So Nick is on fire right now. Yeah, I haven't really been into the politics stuff that much right now, but when has Nick not cheered me up? Bro, if you can make a track record of every time I've spoken about Nick, right? There's something razor sharp about Nick, and it's from deleting his social life. You know how he deleted his social life to have a show, and that makes him razor sharp? There's something so attractive about that to me where it's like, it's kind of like seeing a blacksmith that only works on swords, right? That's what I'm seeing. And there's no human who deletes their social life to sharpen a sword that this long, right? I did it, but mine built a really dark shadow, and that's how I know I can be a piece of shit really bad because, bro, years and years of no social activity just to grind. And yeah, you're gonna have a grinding phase. You're gonna be tested. You should dominate that shit. But eventually, you're gonna be like, "Oh, Zerka, I don't grind and I make even more money." I get that. It's not a forever phase. I get that you can evolve and stuff like that. But there is a grind phase, 24, 26, 28, that different for everyone, right? That you're gonna be locked into, and the longer it is, the more success you get out of it, even if you're not getting paid from it. Just everything. I'm telling you, I'm older than you, and this is going to be the most relatable shit in a couple of years to you. You want to dominate your grind phase. I missed it a couple of times. At first, it was a bodybuilding one, but I'm glad I did that. Yeah, a lot of regrets there too. Um, but then there was the money one. I never had money. And so that grind phase, I said, you know what? Whatever it takes. And not gonna lie, bro, it made me a piece of shit human. Not a scammer, not Tate's level of piece of shit, but a different kind of piece of shit where I deprived myself of sunlight for years to grind. And it came with so much psychological horror that was never checked once in my life. Because I would just be a piece of shit around Jill, Mike, and everyone I was around in person. And they loved it because I was like killing it. You know how people still root for you? Oh, you're killing it. But then they have a problem with kind of like how vicious you're becoming with like, no, don't fucking call me. Gonna make this many more subscriptions or whatever. And turned into like all I wanted is that Wolf of Wall Street period in my life, right? And I got that, right? I'm not talking about the partying one. That came after, right? But in the business part, I wanted to lock that in. So for the rest of my life, if someone close to me says, bro, you need to go generate $500,000 for me right now, there's a gun to my head, I can lock in and I can do it, right? Even though it'll destroy me psychologically, it's not the way humans are meant to live life. And I always preach balance because the biggest, go look at the biggest, most successful people on earth. There is a balance. There's a sleep schedule. There's they grind in a healthy way. You can grind in a healthy way 100%. And then if you're a more fractured mind or something happened to you as a kid or whatever happened to me happened to you, I don't even know what the fuck it was, then you're more on the kind of like I need my destruction with my success. Then you're kind of more like me. Then I have nothing I have no advice for you there because that's your only gas pedal. I get it. I had that. And yeah, I mean, I'm not telling you to floor it, but you will floor it. Trust me, right? That you'll just wake up. You go, oh, I'm 27 years old. Nothing's happened, and you're gonna floor it. I guarantee you. But for most people who are like, oh, I think I know what Zerka means. I'm gonna floor it. You could die because you have a sense of balance to you, right? But I'm talking about someone who's completely an orphan in living in the world. Nothing makes sense to them. 3 days go by, they haven't showered, bedridden. They're in the darkest state ever. That kind of like Zerka states, that are the kind of mucks that I can get into. Those guys have to explode. They have to transform in an aggressive way. I have no other thing I want to say here because I don't want to be a part of your destruction. But there are, like, I would say, my twin brother would be like, never speak about that on a podcast because you're speaking to maybe 1% of the population here. Zerka, there's a reason why you can't YouTube a channel that's like you, is because it is rare someone's as fractured as you in this. They're fractured in different ways. You're fractured in a really animalistic way that has to be resolved. And yeah, if I look back, getting over that grind phase, making something of myself was way more therapeutic than talking to anyone. I'm telling you right now. Because what you don't know is, oh, you're talking to yourself every day, right? So that language has to sound better. That language with yourself has to sound better. Always listen. You can talk to yourself, but don't ever listen to yourself. If you know what I mean. You know what I mean by that? It should feel angelic. Now, I'm not gonna lie. As much as I avoided, like, I would stay around family, but in a dissociated state because I was in a grind mode. Like, they'd be talking, and I'd be like, I have to farm more subscriptions to make it out of the fucking matrix or whatever the fuck. This was before date though, but yeah, I was locked in. But most of you guys are going to be locked in. You're going to unlock and go to bed and have a schedule. That's 90% of you, 99%. Then there's 1% of you that I shouldn't even be talking to right now. But in case you're me and you just see all your flaws are identical to mine, then when you lock in, you won't be able to lock out. And that shit is fucking. It doesn't hurt for years. You're grinding, you're killing it. Then it's all going to happen at once where you think you'll have an emotional breakdown. It's not like that. You're going to be hollow. You're going to be like, I haven't nourished my soul. I've chilled with family, but I didn't actually hear what they were saying. I've chilled with my girlfriend, but I actually never listened to her. I've never had a human experience here. There's all this soul nourishment you're going to be missing. Oh man, it's going to come with a halt. You're going to be like, oh shit, okay, I have the money now. Now I have to go back to learn how to be human. Who's going to teach me? Oh, I'll just pay Zerka a lot of money. Oh, he says no. Well, I offered him 20,000. He said no. Why did he say no? Because human's not going to teach you to be human, bro. Nothing in this world is going to teach you. Nothing, bro. I'm telling you right now. I'm talking as a Christian right now. All the Bible stuff is great, but there is another component that is subjective outside of that is you, meaning 10 different Catholics become Catholic, let's say, and they have 10 different points of views, believe it or not. They argue on YouTube. You're going to be, like when you're transforming, you're going to be your own version of that group. And that version has to be specific to you. This is why, and it's not a bad thing. Some people are going to be more into this part of the Bible. The guys who really want success in the world are going to be more into the Old Testament, right? Of like watering your seeds and more into that kind of manifestation stuff. And the people who are suffering are going to be way more into the sacrifice part of it, which I think is the most mature part of it, right? That's Christ's example. And even if you don't believe in this stuff, it's tremendously psychically helpful for you. It's going to make sense. Suffering is going to make a lot more sense to you. Okay. But there's maybe like 1,000 different, let's say 1,000 different places you can hover at in scripture that is just for you and where you're at right now. And no pastor, priest, no one is going to help you there, bro, at all. Not me, they're going to try. People are going to try, but there's an external truth to the world that you're going to gravitate towards to. And then there's this inner truth that is just for you. Like for a weird example is if Canute became a Christian, right? Do you guys remember him? He's a bodybuilder. He's on gear and all that. If Canute became a Christian, why is he different from Nick? Even if he had all of Nick's points of view, well, it's because everyone sins in different ways, and his will be kind of like against the body. He'll do a lot of steroids and like all that. And I'm not saying that's a sin, but it's you could see it as like damaging, right? The organs, the temple, whatever. But Canute has to do that bodybuilding thing. He has to. If everyone on Earth became a saint today, the Earth would be in flames. Humans are not capable of that. They have missions that are connected to being a good person that is just for them, right? Like for example, you could help 5,000 homeless guys and feel kind of weird after it, or you could be a really, really talented, let's say, software developer, and you're passionate about bringing people out of poverty, and you make videos and you help millions of people, millions of developers worldwide. And they save their mom's life. Their mom doesn't have to work, and everyone gets out of the slums. That is what I mean by it's subjective. There's an inner mission that is way deeper than helping 10, 15 homeless guys. It's not even equivalent. You should still help people, but if you find yourself, oh, I got $1 million, now I'm spending every Friday $10,000 just feeding the homeless, that's great. But it's still going to leave you in an empty way because you have all this software developing skill and you're obsessed with software, and it cannot just be for you. For some reason, a human cannot have a passion that is just for them and benefits no one else. It gets really dark that way, right? So if you ever wonder, like, Zerka, are you saying a lot of these YouTuber software channels are Blessed? Yeah, they're angelically blessed, right? They make a lot of money and all that, but they're helping a lot of people, like the good channels. There's a lot of great, like most YouTubers are not influencers. There's a lot of helpful channels still. It's not just a world of neons and pieces of shit. Remember that. Let's say you're into being an electrician. Your passion there can maximize the help for people in the world. Let's say you have a YouTube channel on being an electrician, of helping people. And you should start seeing this is how great humans can be too, is you go see an insurance agent. They're helping you. I don't care that you're paying. That's the system. That give to Caesar what is Caesar's. You have to pay. But they're helping you in that moment. You should see them as like a human to human experience there. Same with like a mechanic that's not a scammer, right? So this is what the whole developing a craft for others is. Whereas if you just help others without the craft, you feel empty for some reason. Who here has done so much good shit for other people and still felt empty in a way where you felt unproductive? Has that ever happened? You know what I'm saying? Where you do a lot for other people, but it's great, but something's missing. And then sometimes you help someone and nothing's missing. It's exactly what it was supposed to be because it was lined up with your skill set. You know what I mean? That's why I say there's a selfish component to being moral. And I'm not talking about selfish as in like being a piece of shit, but I'm saying it's unique to you, right? Because you could help someone and it's or you could be like, this is how I developed this software, and you're very passionate about it, and they actually benefit more from you being passionate about it. It infects them. So even if they weren't that into software, you push them into it. They start loving it, feeling it from your magnetic energy, and then boom, you've changed him and everyone he affects down the line. Everyone he affects, you connected him to that angelic blessing, right? This is why if you work hard at being a good person without direction, it's aimless, it's terrifying, and this is why I fucking hate Christians. Because repeating be a good person is horrific fucking advice. Because there's so many good people out there going, I still feel empty. And every Christian, the same empty Christians will look at them and be like, have you tried helping more? Have you tried praying? And it's like, bro, he's not aligned to his soul. He's not aligned to his fucking mission. To feel his deepest self, he has to be useful. He can't just be helping people feeling useless, you fucking idiot. And the people he helped feeling useless, he infected them with his useless energy. They weren't moved, wasn't passionate, was nothing. You know what I mean? This is why humans go like, oh, Ronaldo's good at football. Why is he rewarded all those blessings? Bro, Ronaldo inspires poverty around the world, even if he wasn't from the slums. Just the way he kicks that ball. That's an inspirational act. He's rewarded heavily for that. You know what I mean? John Jones, you could say he's a piece of shit. He beat his woman. That's all him. That has nothing to do with you at all. That's why the scripture says don't judge. What we're looking at, the good stuff, and this is how we make Jones a better person, is focus on his good parts and say, this guy inspires every single black dude on earth. Well, everyone. I'm not just black dudes, but I'm saying whoever relates to him the most, right? There's so many people out there that are doing their skill set on earth that they came down to perfect for others. And then there's faggot religious people telling you you should be a moral automaton, you should be a moral computer. And remember, being a moral computer in esoteric literature is literally Luciferic. Like Steiner talks about the most moral people don't even have free will. They just do for others everything, stuff like that. We could see it in the Christ example, but you're never going to see it in a human. That has to build a shadow and make that person evil, right? That's why people hate pushovers. You can't be a moral computer. You have to be a moral human. There has to be a moral component to your uniqueness, right? Your mission on earth. This is why it's so fucking terrifying to be really depressed with going nowhere in life and having some faggot Christian who has a shit life himself tell you, well, have you tried being a better person and praying? And it's like, okay, there's billions who do that. They're suffering, bro. Why don't we get to the real part of Christianity, the Christian mysticism? Why don't we leave this priesthood weirdo touching kids, all this weird normie Christianity shit out of it? Why don't we go to the deeper stuff? When has that ever failed anyone? Right? They'll tell you I'm satanic for saying that. If this was a YouTube video, there would be comments saying, I know comment sections are like very low IQ people statistically, but we have to see them as human too. And they would just call me satanic. They'd be like, he doesn't want you to be a moral computer. He's not moral. It's like, what? You missed the whole point of what I'm saying. That you cannot do it. The moral computer thing is a school shooter. Sorry, but that's what the school shooter is the most moral kid in the classroom. Let's be real. And you can spin this however you want and attack me, but he was moral until he shot up that school. He was doing everything everyone wanted. He was a pushover, letting everyone walk all over him. They said he's such a good boy. He stayed with his mom and dad. Charlie was such a good kid. He was a moral computer, building a moral computer shadow and fucking shot up everyone from snapping from there's zero relief in his life. Zero. And the Christian's gonna look at you and say, no, just demons, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? The nicest kid in school is always the fucking kid who snaps and turns into a shooter. And you want to say you don't like Jung's psychological takes on Christianity? Are you fucking retarded? Do you have a better explanation? Corinthians, bro. Like, stop, man. You're not helping anyone. There's no, you know what's sad is, you ever see how confident YouTube Christians sound for copying scripture that they don't, first of all, they don't understand mythopoetic language, so they always butcher the verse, always, right? Or what it means. But that's not even the worst part. That is, to me, that's the worst part. But the worst part is they speak with so much confidence and their lives always go to shit and they disappear and all that, right? Have you noticed that? But they speak with so much confidence and it's like, bro, genuinely, you're not helping anyone. John Zerka, will tell you right now, human to human, YouTuber Christian channels, my favorite kind of content growing up for 10 years, right? Way longer. Even when I wasn't into it. When I wasn't that into religion, my favorite kind of content. It always drew me back, but there was something really dark about these. I'm going to eat my sandwich, talk about Christianity, and go to bed. Oh, I helped someone. And it's like, first of all, they're taking credit from scripture because you're just reminding someone of what scripture said. So you're kind of stealing the credit there. You're not adding any kind of energy of your own to it. There's no free will there. You're just a computer. But how many of you have seriously resented religion because everyone was saying the same thing and it helped you 0% in your life? Like zero. I'm telling you, the worst days in my life was when I was focusing on a modern interpretation of scripture. They were the worst day. Those were the days where I was like, you have to turn the other cheek everywhere you go. And like, that's what I actually thought, that if you dial into one verse and read it, even though there's verses that contradict it and you have to kind of talk about it, or you have to get somewhere with it, I actually thought that's how you get the truth, you know? And look, man, this might sound personal, and I might sound like I'm just bitter about it, but I fucking hate those guys, man. I fucking hate the same guys who are in my DMs. Zerka, your Christianity stuff really helped me out. You know, I stopped hanging out with these circles of Christians who just repeat that. I'm like, bro, it's too late, bro. I knew you before you knew me. I watched your channel before you knew my channel, and your channel did me a lot of fucking harm. because you were like, oh, I'm just going to try and interpret it myself. Why don't you get me a master level interpreter and help me out a bit? Why don't you fill in the gaps a bit instead of just copy pasting scripture? And I can show you the Greek version of the scripture, and you're going to be like, oh, it sounds a little different. Now you're going to start panicking. And, it's like fake guru fucking, what, I don't know what you call them, but it's always some little white boy smiling at the camera, fake smiles, the fakest smile. I'm not even, you could say I'm projecting, but how many times you seen God loves you? And it's like the fakest shit you could ever see when you see these fucking channels, man. Especially the ones that make a ton of money from it. Because I'm like, bro, at least if you're going to bullshit me, be like those guys who grab the fucking microphone and start going, in the name of Jesus. At least that's more energy, right? But yeah, dude, some of the most passive times in my life where I'm just hurting is some dude convincing me to be passive. And like the whole Bible talks about not being passive, which is insane. How if the Bible has a story about what a tribe is going through, and it's the antidote is to be passive in this moment for that tribe, that makes a lot of sense now. But if you take that one verse of be passive and you download it, now you're raping your whole life for one verse, right? And I'm telling you, the most dangerous thing people do is, have you seen these Christian girls on Twitter and YouTube and podcasts? They don't even know who Job is, and they'll grab a verse from the book of Job. That's fucking terrifying. People talk about context, the whole context. You want to talk about the whole context? How about you read the whole thing? So this is why I hate any. I've always hated. I've always been obsessed with. You guys can hear me, right? I've always hated quotes. Like Instagram and all these quote channels, because I wanted to be a real quote channel. I want my Twitter quotes to only speak to me. Therefore, speaking to you guys. If I'm talking to myself, it's going to be genuine and real. If I'm just talking to the public, it's going to be fake, slop, gay, communist, garbage, copy pasta shit. And so, where was I going with that? Someone remind me what was I talking about? Let me have this. We'll do 10 hours. Don't worry, bro. Just remind me what I was saying. See, this is terrifying. There's a guy in chat saying, is our job on earth to be Jesus? Well, seeing as no one on earth has come 1% close, even 1% to repeating that, clearly you're never gonna do it. I mean, imagine if imagine if you said that to a saint in the medieval times. They would say, I'm not even a hair close to Christ. And that's a saint talking to you, right? So you got your answer right there, bro. That's the most terrifying thing I've ever read. You're going to be developing in this matrix, you can call it. And development is sin. Make no mistake about that. I'm not saying you sin your ass off. I'm saying you're already doing it. There's lessons with every single one. That's why it literally means to miss the mark. If you focus on the Catholic's teaching of you're going to burn in hell and all that, I hope that helps you. I hope I'm sure scaring the shit out of you is helping you, right? Where it's like, why don't you just develop yourself to be, instead of walking around nightclubs with pocket knives like me, turn into the Zerk of 28 years old, 29 years old, 30. You can see a progression where it looks like things are getting a lot better for people who follow me and for me at the exact same time, which is so weird. You'll notice things get better for your followers when they're getting better for yourself. You know what I mean? If you're like gaining a lot and your followers are not gaining anything, I think there's a serious identity crisis you're gonna go through. And I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I know it's not just a YouTuber thing, but the biggest issue you'll ever have if you start doing content is an identity crisis. Especially if you start making money off this shit. You will make money off this shit. Not if, you will. But when you start doing that, you're gonna have an identity crisis. And that shit is, man, that shit is, it feels like you're transgender, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like when Andrew Tate's talking about his lunchbox, he got banned off social media. So he came back with an apology video about some Batman lunchbox. And I'm not gonna lie, it was the most faggot shit I've ever seen in my life. I already have reasons not to like the guy, but I still remember watching that with my chat and I was rooting for him. But I kept, internally, I kept saying, "Whoa, God, he's apologizing to the Matrix? Like, what?" And then he got so ashamed of it that he, now only talks about never apologizing because the audience was like, "What the fuck was that?" Like, just eat the ban, bro. It was you were rich anyway. How are you apologizing with $100 million? That's fucking crazy. Like, just don't go live and go enjoy the Bugatti or some shit. But yeah, you're gonna notice in your life that success is not gonna come with smiles. It's gonna come with this weird identity crisis. And usually that stems from not helping people. If you ever feel hollow, like, whoa, what the fuck am I doing? You haven't helped anyone in probably weeks, months, or years. And the help is so specific. You can help a bunch of people and still feel hollow. But if it's your mom, if it's your brother, if it's that one friend that's been waiting for this for the longest time, these are serious video game buttons you have to press X on now, now, now. Okay? I'm telling you, there's certain people in your life that rotate to get served by you, and you get really hollow not noticing these people. They keep hovering, you keep not noticing. And here's the problem that you're all going to go through. When you start getting better at helping people, you're going to feel like a fucking bitch. I'm telling you, for some reason, when people's moral code is intensifying, they start becoming a doormat. And all of you are convinced 100% that's not Zerka. I can't even see Zerka being a doormat. It happens to me, bro. There's been weeks, months of my life, maybe out of guilt, who knows, where I'm doing so much for the people close to me that my chat literally says, "What the fuck happened to Zerka? Where did he go?" And I don't even think it's heroic. I think it's out of guilt. You know what I mean? Have you ever noticed, like, I'll spend a year in America and then a lot of family time because it's like, ooh, am I trading my family for my internet family? Like, what the fuck? And there's even kind of like some kind of anger towards that, you know? Like when I get comments like, go live, go live, I go, fuck you guys, man. You guys are not even my blood. Like, my family's literally texting me, we haven't seen you in so long. And then I would get angry at the internet family, right? Which is weird because all my parents want is a successful boy who has the internet family and then comes over, right? That's all they want. But my brain is like, if I'm serving you guys, bro, leave me alone. Chat, leave me alone for a bit. And it's so fucking unhealthy, bro. Because you'd be like, well, it's not a doormat being there for your family. And it's like, really? Not getting your own job done? Like, dude, if your family knew the behind the scenes, they'd be like, uh, go live and then come to us. They want both. They want more consistency out of that, right? Everyone wants, I'll say it like this. Have you noticed all the extra money? Let's say poor people. Have you noticed all the extra money poor people have that they buy stupid shit with? Have you noticed most families don't talk about, oh, why did you buy an Apple Watch? That's stupid. Most families are just happy you spent your money on something that you're kind of into. You know what I mean? They might say let's say they don't know the price, but they're happy something interested you enough at Best Buy. And because when nothing interests you, your family gets terrified. They get really like, what the fuck? He just eats, sleeps, comes to the cookout, but you know what I mean? It's kind of like, as much as families hate you getting a motorcycle, there's a sense of, oh, he's building uniqueness in his world. There's a sense of, I don't want him to have that motorcycle, but I'm gonna still be happy at this cookout for him because my son is being unique in his own world. And anyone who's not unique in their own world is really serving everyone else's world. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't want you guys to get a motorcycle. I don't know why we keep talking about this. Fuck. Because everyone's tempting me, right? But no, it's really because I can pick any price. Like motorcycle guys always go like, oh, if I only had 5,000 more dollars, all my buddies, right? And I'm like, bro, I could get any. If I got into motorcycles, I could literally be in a $50,000 Harley day one. I know you're not supposed to do that, but I don't know. When you have it, you think like that. But anyways, I'm saying if you're not building a uniqueness, like let's say you guys, some of you guys are very young, teenagers, right? Your parents get very hollow and worried without even noticing too much that their health is weakening just because you're staying in your room. But if you go to soccer practice and there's uniqueness to your own world, your family gets really positive, even if you're sucking at it. Have you noticed that? So uniqueness is huge in the world, but god damn is it rare. Uniqueness is the most rare. This is why people, as much as we make fun of like a biker with a cigar and a fucking asshole who just gets drunk at a bar, we all kind of secretly enjoy seeing that guy because he's building some uniqueness in his shit world where he doesn't have a job, right? He's doing something, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? He's going some he's a part of the world in some kind of way. Whereas the guy who retreats and goes, "Oh, I'm not hungry. No, I'm going to bed. No, I'm not." That guy terrifies everyone because it's like, what is not happening in your world, bro? That is not, there's nothing, there's no flame to you. Like what's happening? And when I see Zoomers, I always see that. Living through other people, no uniqueness in their world. But if I see a Zoomer who is passionate about something, let's say piano, my first instinct is, fuck, I wish I could play piano right now. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, he's locked in. Oh, he hated those lessons, but he's fucking locked in right now. Oh, he's fucking killing this for Elise and Beethoven, and he's killing it right now. And even his face looks different. Where if he doesn't enjoy piano, but he's crushing and killing it, he has that face of individuated. I'm not talking about being an individual. I'm talking about something much deeper. He has this individuated face of uniqueness in his world where he's not wasting time on earth because you have a lot of time to do a bunch of things, let alone be a good person, right? You have a bunch of that time, but you never make time for your own uniqueness in the world. And bro, I can't think of anything more fucking heartbreaking than if you sat a Zoomer down and said, "What's unique about you?" Which it's so cruel. Like you wouldn't do this, right? But if you said this to them, I think it would crush their soul. You know, there's people who are very unique in the world, and you could ask them that question and they still get hurt. You know what I mean? Like I remember sitting on podcasts and everyone had that worried face on those Rod shows about who am I? You know, no one can answer that question. And then sometimes I'd lock in and be like, wait a minute, I'm unique. These people are not. They've betrayed their souls. And a lot of times I was kind of fooling myself. I was getting into the wrong crowds and shit like that. But man, I just remember understanding being on a podcast because I said, wait a minute, everyone on this podcast does not want to be in their shoes, including me right now. Why? Wait a minute. And I'd look at their worried faces and they were getting more worried as the podcast is starting. And I'd be like, I have nothing else to my name. These guys have other jobs they have in their lives, right? So I don't have any uniqueness to myself, but they have a job, a family, friends that they stay with. They have a very normal life, which I would consider unique if you're an incel like me or were. And so I would get angry. I'd be like, wait a minute, they have the following, they're the influencer and they have normie status. I don't have any of that. I don't have anything to my name. But why am I on this podcast with 10 of these people? Oh, I don't have what they have because I am the fucking podcast. And it would start to hit me, it would lock in like this. If you have nothing, you have an advantage over these people. And I would start locking up from fear into confidence. I'd be like, oh shit, all I have is the internet. The only way I can pay rent is if I pop off here right now. And everything would start locking and people would get even more afraid. They'd be like, everything he's saying is so interesting. He's speaking from his soul. I can't do that because I can't go that deep and stuff like that. And I'd be like, I have to go even deeper. I have to go to a place where I want to be me. You know what I mean? Like true confidence. And then I had an identity crisis where I started becoming like those guys. I started, I got the cloud and all that. And that was short lived, bro. I cannot believe how much I hated that influencer phase. You know, like it looks like I'm enjoying myself, but there's a lot of stuff you have to do to not fucking beat someone with a stick when you're hanging around with influencers. There's a lot of hoops you got to jump through, right? Like I remember I've never been that much of a drinker. I've had other things, but anytime I was around influencers, I'd be like this. How do I make this interesting? This is my job still. That was fucking hard, bro. I'd grab the bottle, I'd be like, go, 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 go. Oh my God, I still feel like shit. And this guy's really annoying. You know what I mean? It's fucking tough, man. Building uniqueness in the world is tough because when you're building it, you're going to be building it around influence that you don't like. You're going to be at a workplace. A lot of people say on their YouTube videos as advice, just don't hang around people you don't like. Bro, where your treasure is, your heart is there also. You will be tested there. So I don't care what you're into. You could be into dirt biking, whatever. You could be into playing Minecraft, whatever the fuck it is, but where you lock into is going to be filled with pieces of shit to test your passion, really. You know what I mean? Like hate and anger, and I'm man enough to admit it. There's been hateful times in my life. I hated liberals, like with a passion. Like if a meteor hit them, I would laugh at this point in my life. Which now I think I would be, I would not laugh today. But there was a point in my life where I hated liberals. So what is the karmic laws? Zerka is going to be in the most left-leaning show on the internet. There's your punishment. Nick has a lot of issues with black guys, right? Right? He's very, you know what I mean? Like he notices the statistics and stuff. And so karmically, he's tied to Kanye. Like the all-white identity channel is tied with Kanye being his boss, right? Do you hear what I'm saying? That when you notice your life, you're going to notice the things you have a lot of anger towards are going to literally connect to you. It's like you're focusing on them. For better, for worse, who knows, right? But it's going to happen. That's why, like, there's this guy, Stu Peters, who talks about hating Jews all the time, right? He hates the Jews. He hates the Jews. He's like the most anti Semitic on Twitter. He's taken the lead, whatever the fuck, right? And we find out he's sponsored by Goldco, a Jewish company. And he had to get on camera and say, Goldco is a great company and they've helped me out a lot. And you could see and I like this guy, but you could see so much soul damage when he had to admit that live when he was asked. And no one sits down and thinks, okay, this guy hates Jews, but he has a Jewish sponsor. Nick has a bunch of problems with black guys, and he's right about a lot of the things they do, but, Nick is tied to Kanye. Okay. Zerka hates cucks, and he's tied to Kanye talking about being a cuck. Okay, there's Zerka. Do you get how even the benefits in your life are karmic? That when you start studying humans' karmic paths, the stuff that really bothers them will be attached to them 100% in a comedic way. You know what I mean by that? You're gonna notice that in your life too. You're gonna be like, a lot of cartoony things happen to humans when there's a lot of energy there. I'm not saying it's just hate, but when there's a lot of energy there, things will connect to you that are cartoony. Your life's gonna look like a cartoon. Like for example, Tate. He's Andrew Tate is mostly known for success, money, Bugatti, all that shit, right? Success and just living the best life ever with material wealth and bitches. And all of that energy is balanced with prison and zero women for the rest of his life. The swing to the left is equal to the swing to the right. It's kind of like, well, Zerka, now you have to defend being a cuck because you're with Ye. No, I'm not defending it, but it does look funny that I get hit with that kind of angle, that narrative, right? And I can't fight it. I can't even say it's untrue. I would be dishonest if I said that, right? No, the pendulum swing is not going against God. It's more like you are connected to things you despise to learn to accept them. You know, you're going to have to learn to, if we're all in this room dying right now, we have to hug the fat liberal blue haired bitch too. We can't just say, you sit in the fucking corner of this classroom. You know what I mean? And you're going to notice the more energy you have towards that, sometimes it's anger, right? Most of the time it's going to come at you in a way where it's like it'll gravitate around you until you learn your lesson, and eventually you'll come to the point where you don't hate cucks, you know, because Ye is awesome and I'm totally against cuckery, but I can be in a room with them. Circa being in a room with a cuck, that makes no sense. Like someone who's actively advocating for it. Oh, look, Zerka compromised for Ye because Ye is doing stuff that heal certain traumas I went through, you know, with free speech, which are traumas if you've ever been fired from anything. And you're going to notice, you're going to be like, well, Zerka did not compromise. It's not like he's promoting it. He's actively against it. He still laughs at it, all that. But the anger he has towards it, now that one of his family members, or, you know, Ye is like family, now that there's a family, it's kind of like if your cousin comes out as gay. All of your anger towards homos should shift right there. You don't have to accept it, but your hatred must be nullified right there. You know what I mean? And if it doesn't, horrible shit happens to you every single time. You know, I can't tell you how many people hate homos, and then there's a homo cousin or someone in the family, and you defend the fuck out of them from anyone. Like your whole rules change for hatred. You know what I mean? And so that's how people are linked. And it's good. You should defend them, right? You're being tested. That's why the having a homo kid is like the ultimate question is like, do you abandon them? Like, as strict as I am, karmically, cosmically, the stuff that I know is true, I've felt and I've read, and every angle I've seen, I would know what to do. Ultimately, I would be like Christ, right? That's the ultimate answer, right? But man, it would come after a lot of energy, a lot of anger, a lot of disappointment, all that shit, right? Some people are karmically punished in a nasty way. There's people who have not accepted their homo kid, let's say, at all, and blocked them on everything and totally red pill and stuff. And that's great. And then the kid kills himself. And now everything that family did is punished for the rest of that family's life. And you're just sitting there thinking, like, this karma shit is terrifying. Why is it so cartoony? Like it happened to that conservative father of all. Yeah, it's kind of like the fighters and the bodybuilders who always have daughters instead of sons. Have you seen that phenomena? The most misogynistic guys have daughters and not sons? Have you ever noticed that? That's a karmic tie, bro. That's a terrifying karmic tie. But you could have some sons if you do not identify with hate. And that's way easier said than done. Because if you hate something, you know, that's you got to go deep in your thinking to unravel that. You know, hate's an interesting thing. right? That's why scripture is so profound, because it's like relieving you of all, not only dying for your sins, but you're also being taught to relieve yourself of suffering actively here, let alone there. You know what I mean? Which is insane. It's like, are we supposed to be Christ-like? You're going to have moments where you're tested, yes. But is every second on earth supposed to be Christ-like? No one's ever done that. I don't think humans have even done 10 hours, really. I love the Albanian Mother Teresa, but she's not even 10 hours of kindness compared to, and generosity compared to Christ, right? So if you see it that way, you'll be like, oh shit. So humans are just mistake machines, but then they get big tests. And in those tests, they're going to look, how do I behave? Circa, can I pay you money? What do I need information here. And every human who is human will be like, no, go to Christ. Read scripture right there. You'll know exactly what you're being tested on, where your treasure is, Andrew Tate. There, your heart will be tested. This is scripture. It's going to make sense to you and only you, because other people just read it, they don't get it. But you're going to have big events that hit you that pretty much test being, right? And the I am, your being. Are you being human? Or are you being something else, right? And so when people are like, be Christ-like, no one ever talks about the events where you're being tested. You know, if you're just being Christ-like every few seconds of your life, going back to scripture and trying to analyze it, you really get nowhere. But when something emotional hits you in the world, you go, oh shit, what would Zerka do? Oh shit, Zerka doesn't have the answer. He told me it would be so greedy if I had the answer, right? Be like, yeah, for 5,000 extra dollars a month, you can. But yeah, you'd always go back to scripture and be like, oh, okay, so the saints are cool, and everyone who's been a good person throughout history is cool, but it's not the absolute truth. The absolute truth is you're on your cross, it's your turn, right? So that dad who had that gay son, he's on his cross, and the kid who kills himself, bro, that's him failing that mission. And people are like, well, what would you tell him? I wouldn't tell him shit. I'm not in his shoes. It's in his DNA to understand scripture in that moment. Not every moment, that exact moment. Yes. Although you're going to be like this. You're going to be like, no, I don't want to look at that right now. No, the world's unfair right now. It's like, bro, I'm telling you, it's not just a book. It's a book. It's a manual for your tests, your initiations in the world. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if you ever see a poor kid and you pull up in some fucking supercar, big engine, all that shit. You know, you pull up in a fucking crazy Ferrari on him, right? If you see a poor kid playing in mud, all depressed, and you pull up in a Ferrari next to him, you could go buy him a meal. You could do whatever you want, and it really does nothing. But I'm telling you, this is what happens to a lot of people: is that person in that supercar aggressively looks at the kid, then looks away like he didn't see it, like the kid is invisible, and he revs that motherfucker in the kid's face. And that trauma to the kid staring is the biggest seed in his life, where he grows up convinced he wants that power, he wants that Ferrari, and the kid becomes a success just to become that guy. This is really well documented in an old anime I used to watch, Gundam 00, where the refugee sees the Gundam that saves him, and the Gundam didn't save him. He was just the byproduct. He was the effect. He got saved by effect. Kind of like America saving me. It's not just for me. It's like, oh, Zerka's there. It's like they saved me. They didn't even know who the fuck I am. And then for my whole life, I'm like, Zerka, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be America. You mean American? No, I want to be America. I want, when people see me, they go, oh, that's Zerka. I can't explain what he's like. He's just crazy, bro. But they're really saying that, America, everyone says America is crazy, right? Freedom. You know what I mean? So there's certain things you're going to identify to. I'm not saying you rev your car at a poor child. I'm saying how that child got rich. And that kid we're talking about is like Andrew Tate, right? There's a lot of successful people. He's like the greediest example, like more, 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 and all that. A very intelligent example too. Really smart guy, right? Like if you ever doubt how smart Tate is, compare him to like a Dan Bilzerian. Not, no, not trying to be an asshole, but like, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's levels of inspiration in this world that are not out of being just moral. You know what I mean? There's other in a weird way, seeing that kid, being a poor kid and seeing that Ferrari, and he has a babe in the Ferrari and he revs the engine and everyone else is invisible and he just drives away. That impression left on that kid, believe it or not, is what makes that kid get the Ferrari. And the kids who didn't have that impression or it didn't leave an impression, they're usually driving Toyotas, correct? I'm not saying the Ferrari made them happy or anything, but building up their success in the world is a huge generator of freedom. It's like, oh, I did this with my hands, right? And so you have to see the world in different, more materialistic lenses as well, because we're in the self-initiation period. This isn't like the Buddhic days where it's group initiation, which, bro, I know this sounds fucking mean to say to the humans who existed before us, but they had it easy, man. Like being initiated with a whole tribe and having a bodhisattva sitting right there under a tree showing you what to do. Or sometimes someone would be so greedy and stubborn, they'd have issues that they wouldn't be able to even feel enlightenment. They didn't understand any of it. And enlightenment isn't a magical thing. Initiation is. Enlightenment's just the first stage. Like every channel talks about enlightenment, enlightenment. No, no, initiation is the real thing. Enlightenment is just waking up. It's just a waking up phase, right? So when you look at these esoteric masters, there has been masters so enlightened that they turned to the worst student because the student wouldn't get any of it. He wouldn't be able to overcome anything. And this goes against what everyone is taught. There's been masters who just turned to him. Let's say that his name's Bob, right? And Bob's been, meditating with them for a long time and stuff. He's just not getting it. He doesn't want to get it. He just wants to get there faster. There's been so much documented evidence of masters, bodhisattvas, and stuff just turning to that guy and touching him. And he wakes right there. He just wakes up right there from that touch. And so he skipped all of the hard work. And then he's being tested. And usually those guys don't actually fall off because it's the highest level of grace is like, boom, this is what I'm feeling, injected into you. And now that's rare. That doesn't, it would be so awesome if that happened for everyone, but for obvious reasons, you can't do that because people, just like scripture, you could fall off the Jacob's ladder even when you're at the highest stage of your development, right? Like most people will go to helping a bunch of people, let's say like Jung. Most people at Jung's level, where it's like at the peak, a lot of people go evil at the peak. Something happens or something comes up from their childhood and, they're being tested in a different way and then they fall off bad. That's why they say when you're on the sure path, you know exactly where you're going, everything's going right, you're helping other people, you're a master. This is the closest period to you going the opposite way. This is the biggest turn, the biggest failure everyone makes. And you can kind of connect it to how you doing good in life and then just totally going a different way for whatever reason. But it is interesting to me that it's like, yeah, we can talk about scripture, esoteric traditions, all that, but we never talk about a lot of them had it. I hate to say this, bro, but they had it. Maybe I'm wrong, but doesn't it feel like they had it fucking easier to have genuine masters in the world? And there's 300 students sitting there. And in our period in time, you could have a master and it's still self-initiation. You know what I mean? Like most 8 billion people on earth are choosing to, I want to do it. We don't know why, but the development is saying everyone has to do it by themselves, which is fucking crazy. But to me, that makes us way more badass than previous generations, right? Well, yeah, a lot of esoteric masters would say they're here with us, but yeah, I guess they're living right now. Or what? Right now, the greatest esoteric teacher, he said the late Dr. Robert Gilbert, he said this time period in history is the most masters ever living on Earth, the most bodhisattvas, whatever you want to call it, the most they've ever incarnated in any time period. And you don't have to believe in all this stuff, but if you're on board with any of that kind of stuff, or mystery Christian teachings and all that, or well, they're regular teachings, and then after 500 years, the church is like, no, no, get it right on this lifetime, because you don't want to tell someone you've got time because they might be really rotten, right? So I get what they're trying. I think that's what the church was trying to do. But it is interesting where it's like the most masters we've ever had, but not one of them is on YouTube. Like, what the fuck? We have Sadhguru, right? And you got to really think about it like this. It's like we know for a fact we're in a self-initiation period, and we know for a fact we want it this way for the next development. So that's cool. Never been done before, right? A lot of failures, but that's pretty cool. Now let's look at Andrew Tate. This nigga is failing so hard, bro. I say that with a smile on my face because every time I saw one comment when he was talking about just money and all this stuff, one comment said he sounds exactly like the devil. And I wouldn't say he's the devil or any of that, but yeah, he does. He does. He does. I have different issues. I have vanity issues. Like I could never take Tate seriously because the bald thing. To me, the hair thing is cooler than the Bugatti. I look at people with nice hair all the time, even fucking fat losers and just people who are going nowhere in life. I go, what a wonderful head of hair. So I have weird issues with pride in a different way. But the greed issue that's Tate's shit, bro. I'm not saying one's better or one's worse, but if you want to look at initiation, dude, every human is tested on the up. Every time you're up in life, it's coming with a test. I'm telling you, every single time. And a lot of people who pass these tests, have you noticed they're more quiet? They don't talk as much. And the people who fail the most have yapping energy nonstop. It took me a while to become a good yapper, but goddamn, I hate it. I fucking hate to yap. Like, it's bro. I was having a conversation with Sneeko on call. I forgot that this is like still content. I thought we were just talking, right? And I just remember thinking, like, with all due respect, I feel like a god when I speak to Sneeko, bro. Like, it's just everything is a thought loop with him. Have you noticed that? I like to go into these holes of maybe, and we go somewhere when we talk about this. But I was talking to him the other day, and I'm like, am I a hater, bro? Is this just a homie I'm hating on, or is this guy he's doing everything right? He's doing, he'll call me for 3 hours of advice. I got him out of some real big trouble recently. And I give him all on the advice because for some strange reason, as pig-headed as people say Sneeko is, when he's in trouble and you give him 3 hours of what he's supposed to do yelling at him, he's the only human who is egoless and just listens. And then everything's better. Right? That's why he tweeted that thing about like, oh, everything Zerga teaches is so good and stuff. And I'm like, oh, finally, right? Especially with the women stuff and stuff like that. But no, Sneeko's the kind of guy he'll only look up to someone if he's in trouble. A lot of humans are like that. But I've never had an influencer listen to me fully. I could tell when they're not paying attention. I say, hey, this is going to happen to you. And then they look at me like this. I don't want that to happen to me. I'm like, yeah, it's going to happen to you. And then it's within a week when it happens to them, they go, okay, what do I do? But Sneeko, nothing bad had to happen. Boom, I just tell him exactly what to do. And he's funny too. He'd be like, you'd be you would be a prophet as a joke. You'd be a prophet if you followed your own advice. I'm like, I got my own issues, bro. I genuinely feel like the people in this superficial matrix world who help people the most for themselves, they experiment more, they try other things. And which is not always good, like I like to experiment, with different thinking styles. I like to monitor it like a book. It makes my conversations with a girl a lot more interesting that I'm interested in, because then I go, how am I like with her? What are the advantages, disadvantages? Where am I becoming cruel? Because a lot of people, nobody understands. I have intense level of cruelty in me. This is how it starts. Oh, nice haircut, bro. And then my homie would be like, you don't like it. Yeah, I know it's fucked up. I'm like, no, it's not fucked up, but like, what did you do to him? It starts like that, and we're all laughing, right? And then if I'm bored enough, I'll start getting really cruel. And I'll really start. It's funny that most people in my life love it. They love to be tormented by me. But then I'm around and someone who's not usually around me, and I go, whoa, that could come off as like really evil. Like, imagine it's just some nice guy or a mutual friend. Because a lot of people say, dude, when I met you, I didn't think you'd be this cool. And I'm like, oh, hang around a week. You see how cool I am. And I'm ashamed of that. That's why I laugh. Like, I can be really cruel, not just to myself. I can be cruel to other people. And so that's why I adopt different thinking styles to experiment and ruin my life with, and see which one is the best version for me. Like, believe it or not, as crazy as this sounds, if you tell people teamwork is what you need in this world, you might help half of this channel change their lives for the better and destroy the other half that are around retards. That's how scary the world is to give advice. You know what I mean? This is why the self was so studied throughout history, is because it's like, if I said right now, it's all about teamwork, every Zerka type in chat will benefit tremendously. But the guys who have different circumstances around them will start engaging in teamwork with really low level thinkers, which will ruin your business and everything. You will go bankrupt. And I hate to be the nuance kind of channel, but man, what are you going through before you absorb certain pieces of advice? Are you listening to some YouTube guru who has the answer for you? How do I have the answer for you if I've never even fucking talked to you face to face? You're just taking all of that, everything I said, and running with it? What? I'm really mad because one of my students started doing the player thing, and his life started going to shit, and he started texting me stuff like, ha 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 ha. Like, he's zerking, Like, when my life starts going to shit, I'm laughing for a long time before I'm like, what the fuck, nigga? But yeah, I remember being disappointed. I'm like, oh shit, you get a few chicks here and there, and you start to get really cocky. You get really into identifying in that world. And I'm like, all right, some of these chicks leave you, the identity, it shatters. And it's like they're shards in you. It's not good, bro. It's not, it's That's why at that time I was tweeting about, don't celebrate your wins too much. Don't burn out that emotional body. Right? That's when you can get frustrated, argue with her, she leaves you for another guy, and then it's just pieces damaging your paycheck and other things. And that's why I always say, I'm like, if you want to get into the women part of your development, a lot of guys want to get into that. A lot of guys want to skip relationship phase for like a player phase. And it's not good. I don't recommend it. I'd make more money if I did recommend it. But if you're already doing it, you can't be identifying with multiple women. You can't be identifying with paradise on earth. You can't be identifying with building paradise on earth. It's not how it's done. That's not an inner activity. You're doing it externally. It's gonna go. I mean, what went wrong for Andrew Tate, right? You understand? There are guys, I think there's this channel on TLC where it was like, um, some guy had 6 girlfriends and everyone's happy and stuff like that. And it wasn't like Andrew Tate. He was just like some regular guy and stuff. But you could tell he had some genuine respect for the women and some kind of magnetic energy, some kind of love for them. So it just looks like it can't go that wrong. And you check up on this guy, and if you check up on this guy, it's probably not that bad. It's not like he's in jail or anything, right? But then you have something more carnivorous like me or Tate in that pool that is not good, right? Because like the first thing you'll notice if you're anything like me is you'll start stepping on the women around you and they kind of like it because they go, "Oh, I've never been stepped on. I didn't think men do that anymore. Wait, this is kind of primal. This is kind of like, oh, this guy could actually push me aside. This guy is he's indifferent to me. I feel different around him. He's not simping for me and stuff like that. And then this is kind of like drawing you in to be a piece of shit. You can get very carnivorous here because you get they start rewarding they reward the carnivorous energy. So you instinctively say, oh, oh, if I'm getting a bunch of head, getting rewarded for carnivorous energy, why don't I just go full carnivore? And it's like, oh, you're identifying with an energy, right? Remember, you can use energies, but you can't identify with them. You know what I mean? Maybe as a symbol to draw in people, like get primal guys. But there's certain tests you're going to go through where you're going to have to be more tender. You know what I mean? You're going to have to be like, let's say one of the chicks you're with, her father died. That's a huge test for you as well. You know what I mean? So that's where you can start to karmically rape your own life. No one ever talks about this, but man, I just saw some red pill channels who, if you're being an alpha as a fraud, you're going to get fraud checked in 10 different angles. But if you're just leading whoever's in your house, everyone in your house, to the promised land, you get rewarded heavily. Huge, huge, huge. Like huge. Something no one talks about that is insanely underrated is, most people get their wife or girlfriend by benefiting their career. So the girl's into working out, the fitness trainer gets her more fit, and then they get married from the gym thing. But it wasn't because of him. I know this sounds kind of cruel, but the chick is into upgrading her life with the guy she's with. I'm not talking about their life. I'm not saying she wants you to go up. I swear to God, that's not our thing in this attention span economy, right? It's more like girl thinks this guy's average, but this average guy's a personal trainer that can get her a six pack. Easy marriage right there. Easy. They'll literally fall in love because of the benefit on just her life. And you see this a lot with Sniper Wolf and her man. It's like he's kind of like a slob, but he helps her with her YouTube channel. And I'm not saying that's the best way to do it, but I'm saying most marriages and girlfriend boyfriend relationships involve the mind connecting, and whatever points out and leads, who cares? But that's what they want more than anything, more than red pill shit, is a benefit to what they're already doing. So let's say you're a good looking Chad and you become her cameraman for her YouTube channel. Simp faggot shit. A lot of those guys get married to her. Now, I still think that's a horrible way to live because I grew up with Vegeta. But, who am I to say it? Because they're married. They're, great life and stuff like that. I know there's a lot of sacrifice there. He has to let go of a lot of manhood and stuff. But then there's also guys who do everything for her. She generates $10 million Amaranth money. He takes half. Now, is that guy a simp? And what are we looking at? Where's the magneticism happening? How did he get the chick? He boosted her life. It's never fucking about romance, bro. I'm telling you, it's rarely ever about romance. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm just taking a step away from the karmic talk right now. I'm more focusing on building your magnet is serving someone else. It's always going to be you looking badass like Gohan Super Saiyan 2 saving everyone. It's always going to look, there's no other way it's ever going to feel or look or any of that. Ever. Even if you see a villain, like when I got on Twitch, I started just destroying everyone, humiliating everyone. What you're seeing there is someone who got punished by the liberal system, be put in a liberal channel, and he turned on all the liberals because he's been waiting his whole life to get his get back. And so everyone followed my channel. They're like, that's exactly what I went through, is what this channel is going through. And it was a warpath, right? You get what I'm saying? So sometimes it can look like you're helping your inner child or whoever got hurt, but a lot of times you're going to be helping others, helping yourself, and it's going to elevate you in a crazy status. What do I mean by status? Is you might have a girlfriend or wife after doing this. Now check this out. Red pill channels never talk about this because it's never about helping her, correct? Like, for example, me. I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I'm all me, 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 me. If I said I had one big flaw, that's my flaw, correct? And I get bored easy. That's like a chick behavior. Don't get bored easy, because if you get bored easy being Genghis Khan taking over the world, that's masculine, right? You're bored of the chick, you want to conquer. I get that, but if you in today's day and age, you shouldn't be that bored with her. But always remember that it's like, hey, when I'm building bond, and this is coming in something I'm going to upload for you guys this week, but when you're building bond with a chick, bro, the first question you should ask is just like a salesperson, what the fuck does she need? Some girls need a six pack. They have abs, but they want to go leaner. Some girls need to pop off on their YouTube. I don't recommend those chicks. A lot of the ones I've been around need abuse, some kind of verbal abuse. Like they've been acting up, and hey, I'm gonna DM Zerka. He seems like he gets angry often at little things, and then they'll date me for a while and stuff like that. And then it's always the same thing that ruins me and a chick. It's like other chicks. If there's no other chicks, it's fucking easy. But if there's other chicks, because I'm telling you right now, bro, every relationship you've ever seen, the woman is benefiting tremendously. Every red pill relationship, they're lying to you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. These OnlyFans chicks got married to that OnlyFans chick got married to Tristan Tate. Do you hear what I'm saying? There's footage of Tate talking about how much they're gonna love Thailand because they couldn't pick up chicks, so they just switched to OF bitches and stuff like that. Which I don't mind, because you know why I don't mind? Anyone who's had a couple OF chicks, no one will ever talk about this. I know it's superficial, but we're in 2025, bro. No one ever talks about how ugly regular chicks look. Like they don't have abs or anything. You know what I mean? So once you dabble in this arena, oh boy, are you stuck. Because now you're compromising on personality a lot. Huge. So for you guys who always DM me, oh, I want a regular life and stuff like that, do not dabble with any model looking humans unless you can sustain that. If you can do something for her where she benefits. A lot of times you don't have to do anything. You could just be successful. They hover. But a lot of the working class, it's 100%. The best example is he's her trainer, correct? Where she's too lazy to leave the guy because the next guy isn't going to do that much. And this is the most black pilling thing, is no one talks about how 90% of red pill or blue pill relationships is you are her servant at, not at everything, but at something that she needs. Her soul image needs it. And so if you ever see, this is going to sound insane now, because I have a lot of close people around me too, so it's hard to say this, but if you ever see someone with a girlfriend or a wife, that's a simp. I'm sorry to break your bubble. Your parents, everything, all of that, your whole lifestyle, your cousins, you're seeing huge levels of compromise. The only times we're ever seeing some kind of relief from this is in a very successful man who is red pill. Then we're seeing finally a normal relationship where he has all the wealth and power and she's benefiting, but he's not serving her. And this is why people are like, well, why do you talk about success so much? It's because I like this as once you have an ideal, your life gets shaped by it. This ideal, you don't have to replicate it with the same dollars in the bank, but the same energy in the home. Correct? I think that's the healthiest way for you to have a relationship in today's day and age. But I'm not saying you have to be a millionaire. Success can look like many different things, but the energy always has to be the caveman with all the antelope, and she goes to him. It can, I don't care if it's fitness, whatever the antelope is, it always has to look like that. Because in my notes, man, the one note I always wrote when I'm doing my studies for these kind of speeches is, how come nobody talks about how much, if you saw my tweet yesterday, you know what I'm talking about, but how come nobody talks about how much serving happens in order to have one girlfriend? And I'm talking about red pill guys. I'm not talking about blue pill. They will just never tell you. Correct? This is why I really like Sneeko. Because when we had that 3 hour call, he knows exactly what to do with that girl. And he's shocked at how much she's in love with him. More than any, I don't know if I'm leaking. I don't give a fuck, man. It's my business, bro. Fuck you. No, he talked about it on stream a bit, but yeah, he's shocked at how attached she is. I'm not saying I got her attached to him. She already liked him. But after that call, first I had a 3 hour call about something business wise he should do for negotiating. This is weeks ago. But this next call, bro, because all Sneeko wanted was to maximize his work time, minimize his play time. And so that's hard to do with a more kind of younger chick or whatever. But when he said, I want to maximize my man time and minimize her time, and he's not trying to look cool or red pill. He's actually like me, where, like, go away. Go away. He's actually like us, if you're anything like us. And that's been like a big crutch. And I'm like, oh, you want to maximize your work time and minimize the playtime with her? Okay, let's maximize the playtime and minimize the work time for the first week. And it's like he's fucking shocked because it's a big sacrifice too, right? If you don't trust what I'm saying, if you don't trust what I'm saying, you could lose heavy right there. But he trusted it, and now it's all on his schedule, whatever he wants to do, and she can't stop smiling and all that. And yeah, that's the first time I was like shocked that a homie, homies say you helped me a lot, but yeah, he was convinced. He's like, if you ever do anything on earth, you should just sell dating. Like you should just focus on that. And yeah, a lot of people don't realize that for my notes for relationships, women, getting chicks and stuff, I only judge you on the first 7 days of being around her. I never have ever graded someone month in, 2 months in, a year. I don't even care. I don't give a fuck at all. At all. I only care about your first 7 days with her. That's it. We're going to focus on the first hour with her. Huge. But the first 7 days, if you don't lock that shit in the first 7 days, I never want to talk to you again. And here's the good news for a lot of you guys. The 7 days can repeat. You don't see her for a couple months, you bump into her. Now you've got a new 7 days that started right there. But with some baggage of how much you felt the first week. Correct? If you ever want to avoid having these simp mistakes, you just need one friend of yours that hurts your feelings. If your homie says, bro, you're being a simp, it corrects all the behavior. If you have homies that are too afraid to say that to you, like I always say, the worst friend is a friend that watches you fall in love. Like they're seeing you fall. Oh, I'm identifying with love. So you're not supposed to identify. You won't even be able to enjoy it. You know what I mean? And I remember I say crush is love too, right? It's different wavelengths, but same thing, right? Okay, we gone over women, the mind. I spent some time on that. The Tate stuff on how to see karmic initiation and events in the world. Now we could do questions. We could do 10 more hours. Yeah, let's hit this coffee. And just repeat questions before if I got distracted. Let's see. Bro, this lighting sucks, bro. This lighting sucks. I used to have a. I'm not even using the nice camera. I'm using a Logitech. This shit sucks, bro. It's. I can't do, bro. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out. Peace, guys. No, I'm kidding. Okay, what's your thought on killing the ego and ego death? Since day one, I said it's stupid. It's really stupid. You know what true ego death is? At 65, 75 years old, there's events like that, but they come after a lot of experience. This is why a lot of uh, ancient Indian tribes would say, go out into the world for the first 45 years. Back then, it was shorter time periods than now. Now, people are taking a lot longer, but we also have to go through some different kind of things. But they'd say, go live your life for 45 years. And then the next part is very inner. But you can't go very in if you don't have battle scars. It's very strange. So this is why a lot of esoteric masters would even have a bunch of kids. And then at 45, they become legit abstinent and all that. This is how it used to be for, I'm talking about the general population, not like a forerunner or someone who's really like in this bitch to serve, right? And you should never see yourself as too special. That could get you killed. You know, even if you have been contacted in certain dreams and you have been told like you have some deeper mission, you should still see yourself as just another soul. You know, that ego inflation is terrifying. I think ego is good. You have to feed your ego. You have an ego for a reason. It's being developed, right? And careful on that whole a lot of people love this ego death with what? Shrooms and stuff like that. There's healthy micro bumps on the road. I'm not talking about shrooms. I'm talking about like there's energies you'll get into where you don't identify with who you are and that serves you and you start killing it in life, right? You don't take life that serious. But I don't think that's most people. I think 99% of people, their biggest issue in life that no therapist will ever talk about is disintegration of self, of whatever they believe. I think disintegration is the successful, the mediocre, the poor, the stupid, the smart. They all go through this phase of disintegration, right? Like, have you ever fallen out of love with every single one of your hobbies and passions at the same fucking time? And you want to punch every therapy Dr. K channel that has no answer for you? That's disintegration, right? Disintegration is, let's say a bodybuilder would call it post-show blues. They stop competing, they get the blues, right? Everyone has a different kind of show that the event that they have, but there's blues that come from not identifying with rising up to that occasion, that event, whatever. You follow me, right? So basically, I'm saying disintegration happens. Man, I don't want to be that guy talking about like, oh, this is the next phase of success. But when you're very successful and you get the things you want, you will enter this falling, this period where a dark night of the soul, really, like a Negredo period where you fall into pieces and you don't like the pieces. You don't want to put them back on you. You don't want to play football anymore. You want to do other things, but you don't know what to do. This disintegration process, oh, it's terrifying if you're not working at something, you know? I'm not talking about a 55-year-old guy. That wouldn't be the answer for him, or 65. Maybe he has other priorities for sure. But I'm talking for a younger guy, right? 45, 35, 25, 20, even 15 if they left their family's home early, right? For these guys, it's EXP, man. It's a very simple video game. And EXP is you put on armor that eventually is all going to fall off. And then you're going to pick up only the pieces that you want moving forward. So one piece of armor will be fitness, another piece will be a social attitude, a social life, another piece will be a career, financial piece, another piece will be a project piece, and then one day you're going to drop the project piece, feel like you're disintegrating, and you're never going to want to pick it up again, and you're going to feel empty until a new project piece, takes its place, right? And that's a long process too. That'll never happen overnight, right? The only healthy way to do this is to be in motion. If you ever feel like you're building something, you don't know what it is, but you're actively working towards it, it's going to change. Whatever your target is, it's going to change. But all that momentum you build is going to save your ass, right? Even if the project becomes very different. If there's no momentum, holy shit, bro. Holy shit. It's like a human without a routine, without something interesting to read, without something. There's informative and there's what I'm going through informative. So informative is like documentary channel right now, or I'm going through Zerka's shit, so I'm watching Zerka. It's like, if it's makes sense to you, this would probably be more informative than learning about the tiger. But the tiger channel is way more informative than what I have to say. It's professionally done, but it's like you don't give a fuck about the tiger right now, correct? Need more coffee, bro. I'm starting to get into research at my university, and I wanted to know how I could tap into my creativity. Stop right there. Everything you tap into is an inner image. If you focus on that inner image, it's going to adjust and focus. It's going to go from blurred to, it's like you're adding paint strokes to your canvas. The more you see of that image, the more your hand's going to start doing this as you're researching. The more you're going to start doing this. Without that image, I don't think you should even get out of bed. I really think most humans get out of bed without an inner image. And I'm talking about something that you actively go to, right? I think most of us are raped by technology where 10 different fake images pop up and none of them stimulate us, but always see it like this. Here's a Rosicrucian practice. You see with your thinking a rose that is beautiful. That beauty that you're thinking about invokes a feeling, the feeling of beautiful. And that feeling from thought rises the feeling. That feeling wills you to pick it up, the thinking, feeling, willing. Correct? So you see an image, you think, all is mind, of an image. It does nothing for you until the certain image, raises a feeling. That feeling is the supercharger. That's a bad example. It's the engine that the gears start turning like this when you're getting out of bed. As you're moving towards it, showering, getting ready to go towards that image. And it keeps doing this. And after 1 p.m., it's rotating a bit, the engine, right? Let's say it's going like this. And you keep going closer and closer to it, and it starts doing this. And by 6 p.m., let's say you're trying to be like some fitness influencer or whatever, it starts to roll faster because you've got your workout now, and the image has more color. And then boom, 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 boom. And then all of those steps, as you become better at whatever you're actively going towards, it's going to have superchargers and flares of feeling going boom, right? And that's the first 10,000 subscribers you have. And then boom, 100,000 subscribers, right? But every morning, it's going to go like this. You have to start it again, like that. It's never going to. There are people who they do drugs, right? And then it goes vroom, and then the engine breaks, and they go to jail and stuff like that. There are people like XUC who do Adderall for their grind face, but it's actually, there's no neurogenesis. They're damaging their brain for a short term kind of energy. Dopamine signaling, right? Oh, well, I have a week, whatever, right? But you should always see success as this engine, right? And every morning it's frozen. And remember, the more it spins, the more creative you get. So that's why you're up at 3 a.m. making the best fucking music. The engine's spinning all day on that image. There are going to be periods in your life that are so awesome that you don't want to sleep because your life's going so great. And that's a crazy feeling because you wake up and the engine's not spinning, but it's just already rotating. It's just rotating. And so you go, oh shit, look, 3 p.m. and we're going this fast. And by 6 p.m. and but without that inner image, there is no, yeah, you're gonna have external images distracting you. You're gonna have social media, you're gonna find a way to rape your own mind. Yeah. And remember, everything I'm saying to you is, these channels that want to help you, I think they love to say, yo, I believe in you guys. Bro, you're fighting social media with what I told you. I'm pretty sure all your apps are stronger than what I said because you know how addicting social media is? So if you resonate with what I'm saying, if you go, this esoteric development is finally for the first time not a scam, this is actually how humans operate. Zerka's a saint. And then boom, it closes and you get distracted scrolling. If what I said to you resonates with you, motherfucker, delete the apps as I'm speaking right now. Delete, delete. Don't even say delete, delete, delete. My phone is empty, so I focus on that image, bro. Which I'm horrible because I don't even respond to people in my life until the image is like rolling of the thing I want to do, you know? Like when I'm at confident level of what I'm trying to do, that's when I hit the world up. And hey, we can go for beers now. But if I got nothing going for me, you will never be my friend, bro. I don't want your image in my head. I don't want your image you watched on SNL in my head. I don't want nothing you learned from Andrew Tate in my head. Um, or sometimes I don't even want your greed in my head. I've got a lot of buddies who are like, I've got a lot of people who said, if you did this, you make fast cash, but you could do 10 times the money you're making right now if you just did this. But it involves 45% of your esoteric development part of your day that you need to breathe. We have to take that for work. And I'm like, fuck no, bro. That's not how you could give me so much more money. And if I take the experience part of my mind and I have to play catch up with reading all that and try and do it in a different way, then there is nothing for me once I make that extra money. I just sit there and I go, okay, I have more. What the fuck changed? But if I do it my way, I could even see myself being on the news like Jordan Peterson, especially like 55 years old, and I could see myself making 100 million by then. Correct? In the correct way to do it. I think Peterson did it in a correct way. I know he's a Zionist, but you hear what I'm saying? Like nothing stung more than when he called agitated digital pimp. So I'm like, bro, that's our red pill side. Like we gotta promote that Peterson. But it stung because it's like, bro, you don't want to be. There's certain things that will block your soul development, and life gets weird after that. I think, yeah, like, weird is not a bad thing, but I could just see Andrew Tate sitting down with his team saying, "Let's go for that 100 million right now, 2022. Let's go over it." And that is, yeah, like totally missed the point of why he's even successful. Like when you become pointless, things get hard, bro. You can't enjoy shit. You have to have a point to you, like a sharp point. And some people it's football, basketball, and I do believe, as crazy as it sounds, it's a form of esoteric development. I don't care that it's just my opinion, but tied to what Kobe Bryant did in the world, huge one, because everything in matter is just condensated. Matter's condensed spirit. And so basketball, holding matter and playing basketball is downstream from that. They're connected, which is insane because it's like no one wants to connect it to the material world, but there's a lot that connects, a shit ton. A lot of innocuous stuff too is connected, but I don't think we should focus on that because I don't want someone saying, "Okay, Beyblading is a spiritual activity. I want to Beyblade all day," and you know, it's got to move you. Remember, if the teaching throughout the ages has always been feeling is the secret as the bridge from thinking and willing, then you got to feel more for your Beyblade, bro. Your spinning top, your dreidel. Yeah. And it's interesting because a lot of humans who know feeling is the secret, like let's say some great musical artists and stuff like that. Have you noticed they drown in feeling? The waters can get you to kill yourself. Have you noticed that? That the secret of everything you want to do in this world can literally drown and kill you? Is that you better show some respect to how you move throughout the day because yeah, there's been a lot of artists who was it Linkin Park guy? I love that guy. That's my favorite conspiracy of all time, by the way. If you know, you know. That Chester conspiracy is still to this day my favorite conspiracy that I believe in that I don't have full evidence for. What esoteric advice would you give a day trader? Honestly, I know I'm being a bad teacher when I say this, but there's nothing in this world for you, bro. Like nothing. Like, there's nothing in this world for a human being who asks that kind of question. You might as well say, what's the esoteric advice you give me for uh, making $50? It's probably the word I'm talking about is feeling being the secret, and you're trying to connect feeling. What do you feel for day trading? Do you feel something? Good traders are usually guys who have a feeling of, I want to provide for my family member. That feeling is linked to their trading. They do great and they become providers, they become good people in their tribe. But you just wanting to make money and pretending that there's a feeling to that, there is no, I can't think of a more bland fucking question than that. That's the worst thing. That is the that is the worst question I've ever read in my life, dude. What did you think I was gonna say? That's crazy, bro. What's funny is you can get more deep about doing push-ups. There's a feeling to that. But trading? You don't even if he worded the question like I'm trying to get out the trenches, and if it was connected to an inner image like that, it could go very far for you, right? Like this world has a lot for you. A lot of angels will follow you. But just to make money for what? Like there's no depth to your question. It's like you're a robot, dude. It's like, damn, man. You are the Andrew Tate of our group. You're done, bro. You're out of here. You're out of here. Thoughts on dating during the come up? Yeah, a lot of red pill guys will lie to you and say don't do that. But I think if you're a balanced, mature person like my brothers, I'm glad they did that during their come up. They're dating. If you're anything like me, fuck no. Fuck no, bro. If you're anything like me, fuck no. It's like people who can party and be successful at the same time. They have a balance. They go to bed on time still, somehow. And then you say to Zerka, show me success while you party. And it's like, you don't party like I party. I party like, bro, I'm on that Diddy party. No, hold on. Mixing it up. I'm on that Jeffrey party, bro. You know what I mean? If you said, Zerk, I want you to be successful by partying hard, it's like you don't know the definition of party, dude. You don't know what party means. To a lot of people, party means a weekend. And then to me, party means let's actually die together. And it sounds like I'm being dramatic, but that's exactly the direction it always goes. So for most people, have a girlfriend on during your come up, unless she's burning out your emotional body. If she's doing that, because remember, feeling creates every success. It brings every success in your life that's already everything's already finished in creation. Read the Bible, but you can attract these kind of like hologram images, make them real only through feeling. Correct? But if she's burning out your emotional body, your feeling center, let me tell you this, your moving center, your thinking center, every other center is going to be at whack, dude, because it's all connected. So, but I know that majority of people I listen to are average. I don't mean average in like you're dumb or whatever. I'm saying, or average in thinking. I'm saying most people I know can just party. They don't party. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Now, if you ask me right now, I do have a girl. I think I can do the balancing thing, not the partying thing. If you said, Zirka, let's party, I'll be like, let's wait a bit. But if you asked me during my grind phase, could I sustain a girlfriend? And I've never in my life made $1 having a girlfriend. Ever in my life done that. Now I could do that, but I'm talking about like the good old days. You know what I mean? The grind phase, which is so emotionally draining when you think of yeah, I remember having a speech with Destiny after like years of 14-hour streams for every freaking subscription I could get to get my life oriented the right way, which is so weird. I could have done so much more if I just worked way less, but smarter and more creative. The fuck? Like a lot of, I'm sure Dead Hex, a lot of people were probably shocked that I didn't really need to grind. I just needed camera crews to follow me around, like some Doherty house, some fresh fit, and that's it. I didn't really have to go, but in my head, I had to do the grind phase, right? Because everyone's telling me, why don't you just go on those podcasts? You're going to take all the followers anyway. And yeah, I had to do it, though I was psychically locked into that, right? And you won't get it until you're locked. You know, some of you guys are going to get locked in grinding, and some of you guys who are really like wounded in the world in a certain specific pattern, you're not going to get locked in. You're going to get locked up, being locked in, and it's an attractive look. I'm not going to lie. This is the most chicks I ever had. Is they're all DMing me, and I was just making donations, subscriptions, and just rizzing up chicks for the views and just consume like USA, just take over the world. Um, and then you start looking like a fucking carnivore because people are like, damn, this guy has not had a human interaction. Is my only interaction was Dead Hex and some mindless conversations I have with my brothers. And then when I'd get banned, because obviously I was burning myself out, the bans would fucking destroy me because I'm poor. I was a different kind of poor, because a lot of you guys have been working 20 to 25. I was very different. I was doing other things. And yeah, my brothers took me fishing and I became human again. And I got unbanned the same day, as soon as I just let go of that locked up phase. And then as soon as I was unbanned, I would lock in again. And within a few days to a week, I would be locked up where I can't do anything but that task, which I know very few humans on Earth do that. People who are usually locked in and locked up, they at least have some kind of family energy to their day. Whereas mine was like I'd be at a fucking barbecue like this, thinking about what's the next move after like how many cigarettes did I smoke in those days? I'd fucking chew these fingernails till they bleed. I punch glass. and 500 cigarettes. Just when am I gonna make it? When am I gonna make it? When am I? It was fucking dark, bro. Holy shit! If you felt my insides like black smoke and lungs and genuine hate. I had genuine hate for I don't even know what. When I got over the liberal stuff, there's like this genuine hate I had. And it's crazy because how great would the streams be if it was just a 4 hour stream, like a banger? But it was always 15 hours of give me everything. And my chat loved it, right? Not only would they like donate and subscribe and gift subs, but they'd say consume. Can force her to host you, and I'd go in her chat and be like, "You better host me." Give me this, give me that. It was like the most evil energy of like a come up, and not that I did anything like Tate or anything, but I'm saying when you neglect everything that's human to just get on your come up, that's insanity, bro. And it was during lockdown, so. But I think lockdown was an excuse for me. I really think I would have locked myself up. Like, I think I only spoke to the Uber Eats guys for like 2 years, 3 years. Like, my grind phase has been like 5 years, but I'm talking about genuine zero contact with the world. And, looking back, I think if someone copied me and did that, I think they'd actually have an aneurysm and die. The only reason I felt that was healthy is because I've done way worse shit in different kind of ways. But you live and you learn, and it still leaves a bitter feeling. It leaves such a nasty. Bro, I don't smoke cigarettes. Sometimes here and there, but not like that. I'll have this little fucking fruity vape just to like wake me up so I can talk. But man, there was like 20 cigarettes a day, and it was intense, bro. It was like, because in my head I was like, oh, I'm just doing calls like Wolf of Wall Street. Let's go. And the only thing I had to sell was like my truth, being as honest as I can until I get banned every single time again and again. And bro, that's exhausting when you sell your pretty much everything you're feeling on the internet. It's crazy that most of these streams are not even available to watch anymore. I used to hate that. I love that because I have some of them I'm gonna post, but geez, man, lockdown. No one talks about how bad lockdown actually was if you were poor. Anyone else poor during lockdown? When I say poor, I mean like you can't do anything. And if you do something, you get too involved with it, so you can't stream. I would identify too much with things. So I'd work my ass off, and then for 1 month, I'd party hard. And that's no way to live because you're always looking forward to that part of the year. You know what I mean? Nasty work, bro. Izerga, how do you find out what you really want in life? Oh boy. I find myself questioning this all the time. I'm envious of the state of winners like I Show Speed, Ronaldo, Kobe, Michael Jackson. Oh, people who work their ass off? Yeah, you're jealous of them. The megastar energy, but I don't know what I wish to be successful in. How do you find your passion or create it? Oh, you're just 19. Oh, this is gonna take, bro. You're just 19. Yeah, like I said before, bro. This inner image you have, it's gonna be reflected in the people you watch. The people you watch most, the people. There's this genuine respect you have for certain channels you watch, you channel yourself into, and they have something you want, whatever it is. And a good rule of thumb that everyone does is they do what that channel does. You know, like someone who's really into football, they're looking at Ronaldo, they're going to football. It could get weird though. Like I know people follow me just because they want to go deeper. They love philosophy, but not just like what they've read, developing their own unique philosophy in life, right? Taking all the stuff they like and forming themselves around that. And then there's people who like the chick stuff. Like, "Oh, I want to be like Zerka because I like the idea of like a poor man who has no money getting the chicks on the camera, and then he makes something of himself, and now he's just cheat coding with a fucking Corvette, and like it's just I'm doing it the lazy way now. I love that thing. How long does it take to establish a strong identity? Yeah, I always say that the biggest transformations are 7-year processes. And this is also from Steiner's work, but it'll make sense to a lot of you. The interesting part of this transformation you're going through is the first 4 years, you're going to be working towards something that's not actually the real target, but those skills are going to, when you change targets, it's going to, all the momentum just, it goes with you. Correct? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying right now? Does that make sense? Like you have to be going towards something, building up all the skill set energy around it. And then when you pivot and you go, this is the actual thing, finally it makes sense. After 4 or 5 years of working, it finally makes sense. All that momentum rushes in there and then boom, 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 everything happens. Yeah. Make sure you're also balanced too. You don't want to be eating 20 bands like me and, running through walls and shit. But it's like the only time I ever got a treasure chest in my life was running through walls. So obviously that's all I'm going to do, you know? And then around 28, 29, 30, a full Saturn rotation, you start to balance your nature. This is why most prisoners, if they can make it to 28 years old without doing a crime, usually they go their whole lives without ever doing a crime, right? So it feels very like there's big lessons 28, 29, 30 in balance. Huge lessons. But before that, you're grinding. You're going hard. Thoughts on long distance relationships? Uh, you're not in a relationship, bro. I'm telling you right now, you're in something else. Never seen it work, not even on the TV. I had many, and God, I think they were my worst ones, yeah. Even if she does nothing wrong, your mind will go there. It's pointless, yeah. It's now if you got a good chick, I do recommend spend a bit of extra money, more face-to-face time, right? But no one has a good chick. Like I don't think that's gonna be most people. No, don't cheat. When you cheat, you're gonna go from standing up like this to standing up like this. And then you become less attractive to your friends, family, her, everyone. It weakens your magnet. Huge, right? Like if you're gonna do anything assholey, don't be afraid. There's nothing to hide. This is why I say I'm like, dude, manipulation is not manipulating someone's mind. Yeah, you can do that. A lot of great salesmen are like that. And it's so funny. They get away with it because they say it's sales. How many of these fucking finance guys get away with murder by saying, um, I'm negotiating. This is just sales. And it's like, no, dude, this is evil. What the fuck? But no, when I talk about manipulating, I'm not talking about their mind. I'm saying manipulate the energy in the room with the truth. The truth, if you don't think the truth is attractive, bro, I didn't hold back anything I wanted to say to the chicks on the Rod show, and they thought I was a freak for an hour. And then you saw what happened, and people were shocked at TwitchCon. They're like, why are they all following him? I thought he's a creep. And it's like, bro, the truth is magnetic. If you're just speaking like a well, don't be me, but speak your truth, bro. So you're saying to find your passion, everyone that you're tuning into, you have to figure out why you like them, then do what they do. I don't think you have to figure out. You're spending all the time watching them because there's an inner version of you that wants to come out. There's an inner Zerka. There's an inner Z's. There's an inner Rich Piana. Rest in peace to all of them. But yeah, if you ever watch someone a lot, there's an inner version of yourself that's like saying, yo, let me out, let me out. And you can only feed that version by doing stuff that that version likes. And that version has like my kind of nature, maybe. When you meditate, do you focus on nothing or do you focus on your dream? No, it's a non-thinking state. You're not supposed to be thinking, right? But this is the passive reception, and you always end a session after passive meditation with active meditation. That mobilizes you into the world, right? But it's really hard to get active in your thinking when you're cluttered in the morning, right? Like you're kind of like, where the fuck am I? And remember, the non-thinking state, the deeper you go into that, you're gonna notice your dreams are gonna start really. They're gonna pituitary, if you know. They're going to gush. They're gonna be very different. They're gonna be very not just memorable. You're gonna walk around your whole day with them. It's strange. It's like, yeah, it's probably the most mind-boggling thing you'll ever experience is when you get good at that non-thinking state, that it translates to when you're sleeping, which is the non-thinking state, right? It's a different kind of. Is it good if my visualizations are appearing in my dreams and I'm happy crying in my successful state? Oh yeah. Dude, I even, if you ask any shaman throughout history, even negative dreams are the dreams, right? But no, that sounds great, right? 'Cause let me tell you this, what happens to a lot of people, and I'm not promoting the use, it's not like I do this, right? Because the mind does it by itself, but what happens in dreams where let's say you have an angelic type of dream is you are shown the version of yourself you can be if you put in work, and that is nothing like motivation. That is nothing like anything you'll ever experience when you see that version, not through that eyes, you're seeing it in third person, like you're seeing yourself in third person in that version, and you feel everything they experience in that moment, but in third person, which is what a lot of shamanistic experience are about. These are the highest level angelic patterns you'll go through in life where you're not even going to remember what you saw, but it's going to come to you in a feeling of this is what I'm supposed to be doing to bring that image. And the most beautiful part is when you hit that image and you hit that whatever you saw, you're living it. You're gonna be, uh, you're gonna be, how do I say this? You're gonna be, let's say, in a social setting where you are that version, but this time you're not seeing it third person. You're seeing it through the eyeballs. You're seeing your hands. You're seeing all of that. And all your friends and everyone around you that's talking to you, they won't even notice that you are not listening to them anymore. You're just noticing that, holy shit, it's real. I'm here, and it's going to hit you like a wave. Not a scary thing, not an emotional thing. It's going to hit you like a synchronicity of total, utter certainty. And you're going to notice you're just going to be smiling. When everyone's talking to you and stuff, you're just going to nonstop smiling and be like, whoa, it makes more sense that it took time to get here than getting it right away. Because it's like this whole adventure mode. It's like you went through this whole adventure. It's gnarly, dude. It's a bit spooky when you get away from your friends and you're like, let's say you're TwitchCon going back to the hotel and you're thinking, okay, if I did that and it took years, but then in 1 week everything came at once, like what the fuck? You're gonna be like, okay, what am I building next? And that can be dangerous, bro. Right? As soon as the student knows what the mind is capable of, you start going, okay, what's next? And the first thing you see on your feed is like Andrew Tate or some stupid materialistic shit. And you go, okay, I'm putting my mind towards that, but it doesn't align with any inner feeling. And, it could go 10 different ways, good, bad, whatever, but you're not going to be happy in even the good versions because it's not aligned, right? It's kind of like if Bradley Martin got into cold call sales and high ticket sales, he would be tormented because his inner image is about being jacked and it's a different adventure, right? So yeah. Can you explain the I am, okay, state of being? And as a new student here, what do you suggest I work on? I don't know anything about you, dude. Um, I would say number one thing you should focus on is don't see this as religiously correct, right? Because a lot of stuff talks about, I don't know if these characters in the Bible existed and all that. And that stuff has been proven to be wrong, but it's still going to tremendously help you if you understand the basics of how the feeling is the secret and how the mind works. And if you're ever like little doubtful of this, just remember that every single tradition agreed on this. Like every single one, right? I'm not just saying alchemists, I'm saying every single tradition agreed on this. The most simple, basic version of how the mind works is nothing I can teach you or help you. It's been categorized much better in Neville Goddard's work. And I know a lot of salespeople use that as kind of like a cop out, right? To just be successful in the world. But I'm telling you, it'll work if it's aligned to your inner image. It's very different if you just want to make a bunch of money for, I don't know why. I just want to have nice things. It has no feeling to it, no depth. It's, God forbid it works and you jump off a bridge. It's not going to work though. But once you read Feeling is the Secret, Awakened Imagination, you'll start to fiend for other studies, scientific studies that back this up. And hopefully you go my way. When you realize the science is 2,000 years late, hopefully you go into the kinds of stuff that I read, and then you go, oh, there's a posture to being in the world. There's a way you walk in this world that for everything you're trying to do, it'll make sense. Not the ultimate goal, but for everything you're trying to do, not trying to just be, but do, it's going to make sense. And then the deeper question is the being, the stuff that you want to, who you want to be without doing anything, which is an even deeper, self question to the self, not yourself, but the self. And I really think the basics are 99% of the game. I think all the extra stuff is just to replenish you so you go back to the basics, right? That's why I throw in other stuff. But yeah, a lot of people think like, man, this is too complicated and stuff. And it's never been easier. And remember, I hate to attack Goddard, but fuck, I forgot who wrote this book. Something Subconscious. I have the book, but it's basically every 50 years, someone else revamps scripture in some kind of book that helps people. So the best version for me was Goddard's, right? I like the mystical side of it, but he developed this from Abdullah, his esoteric teacher, and other books he read. It's not just ancient stuff, right? And I think it was called The Subconscious, or I forgot what, I have the book somewhere here, but you're going to notice a pattern of every 50 years, this secret, it's like an open secret, it keeps getting revamped in different books. Some YouTube channels get it wrong, they try, or now it's being revamped in my channel to like dedicate my whole life to it. Every ounce of my being, every cell in my body, this is it. This is the relief. But you're going to notice that the basics is more like when people say Circle, I'm reading all the books you read. I go, dude, you should master the basics of Goddard's work first. You should master Neville Goddard's work first. Okay? And then all things will be added onto you because he really interprets scripture. He gets some things wrong. Like he goes, I don't know if these people ever existed, but then the psychological process he has is identical to what Steiner teaches. Except Steiner, talks about Jesus as the initiate and, you know, everything being real. And like Steiner would say, Neville, you're wrong that you don't believe in these characters existing, but you're correct on exactly how to use scripture to engineer your life. You're 100% correct on that. He'll even Steiner will talk about some deeper stuff like concepts and precepts. The concept of a tree versus percepting that one tree in the field, right? But what is a tree? Is it a forest tree, a deciduous tree? Is it a palm tree? It could be many different things that adhere to one mind concept, right? So he goes into the deeper stuff. I do not like you guys getting into the deeper stuff until you have social life, girlfriend, high income, or what you consider high income. Once you have these three, the basics, they're rolling. They're never going to change. And then you're going to have big tests after that, huge tests. But yeah, the basics should be you're trying to just become a whole person, right? And as you become a whole person, people are going to follow you. You're going to help them, and it's going to deepen your wholeness. But everything else I talk about, I really think is a little too advanced for a lot of people. And when I say that, I mean for myself too, where even if I understand it, Zerka should go back to the basics. Everyone should stick around. Well, you have a mastery of the basics. I don't think anyone has a mastery of the basics. Every day you refresh, A master of the basics will focus on the basics. Doesn't have time for the advanced stuff, right? But, you do get exhausted with that. So I get that the advanced stuff is like inspirational. It's kind of like cookie treats, right? How to ask God for help to become your goal self. Well, you just said self, correct? So it's not ever about asking for help. If the kingdom is within, you're going to do it yourself, and all will be added on to you in that state of being. But if you're asking, I don't think it's really ever worked for anyone in the correct way. I mean, like, I have asked for stuff and it's worked, but man, it's so much better when you get down and dirty, doing the work and having the faith that you just get a nudge, a push. That is way more effective process than asking like a little helpless child. Like, and I've done that too. You know what I mean? But I really worry about people seeing the divine as like some genie, when scripture even tells you how to pray. And it scripture doesn't focus on saying anything you want, you ask for. Scripture says, believe you already have it and it's talking about that level of enthusiasm. Believe you already have it and it's coming your way. Piece by piece, eventually the whole tower, right? Now, a lot of pieces are left on the ground, like people are always generating more and more and more their way, but they leave everything in half projects. I'm saying if you complete one thing that's tough in your life, every other thing you do, you're going to approach it with this attitude of, I know I can do this. And that's a scary place to be in because you might say, now that I know how to operate in the world, I know I can do this next business, but I don't really feel like it. You know what I mean? I don't really feel like doing that. And then people disintegrate right there, right? Some of the more cavemen people who just focus on the basics, build, next building, next, this, I want this, I want that, I want this. And for certain people, it'll be a fitness level at 20 years old. For other people, it'll be chicks. You know what I mean? So one guy might go through the business path to get chicks, and the other guy will go through the fitness path. And then usually they want what each other has, right? Okay, let's see. Coffee. Well, coffee. When you don't take coffee for a few days, hits you like a truck. What does this say? I met a girl abroad, did 6 vacations. Hold on. 6 vacations in 7 months. Am I digging a hole here? Yes. The fun period, first 7 days to the first month, really. I mean, month if you're vacationing and stuff, but you should start to make it more realistic financially, where she's in your life, but you're not paying this much. Now, if you spent good money in the beginning, that's like a pro tip. I think every single guy I've ever watched, studied in the real world, not Hustlers University, I'm saying out there, everyone I've ever studied, their first week to the first month is awesome, and everything after that is regular life. You guys are making peanut butter jelly sandwiches in your place. You know what I mean? I had the influencer kind of job, so for me, I could justify it more. But I think it's really stupid. You know, like at 28 years old, I had almost like $320,000 to my name just from grinding, and I started like at zero. And I blew most of that. And I blew most of that off camera. I said I was streaming, I just didn't stream. I was in La La Land and I needed it because I was starving myself alone in a room for so long, which is so bad. You know, if you starve your soul like that, you'll lose a shit ton of money. No, not at 18. I said at 27, 28. I didn't say 18, did I? What the fucking 300,000 at 18? I didn't say that, did I? No. Okay, I said 28, yeah. So yeah, but that was from grinding, right? That was from grinding, and I'm not gonna say how much I spent, but it's first started with traveling with Haas. Started liking the luxurious hotels and the fancy wagyu. Then with Jill, and then with Mike, and then it's a lot of money I spent, and you can't even stop it when you start spending it because all you think about is I'm not going back to that room after COVID. I need to feel human for at least a few more weeks, and you know what I mean. And it came, that shadow built and came and fucking spanked me, and blew all the money and made it back without even working that much after I got the system down because I was being honest to myself. Right? A lot of people understand what to do and then they're lying to themselves, so they stop making money and all that. But man, that was insanity. All I had to do was live a little more balanced of a life, not even that much more balanced, but just something to nourish me, something to make me feel human. And I wouldn't have to blow that money within like 4 months, right? And it's weird. It's like the best money ever spent. As stupid as that sounds, those are like some really, it felt like I got out of prison. COVID was rough for me. Like, yeah, really rough. It was, yeah, it cost me a lot. But anyone else in my shoes would have done way better with that. And in a weird way, though, I'm glad I burnt it up because that's immediately when I'm at $0. Um, that's when I, went back to my methods and you know, waited for it. I knew it happened. I've already been successful once. I can do it again. Same methods, lock in, locked up, unfortunately, and boom, random email. Do you want to be on the No Jumper podcast? And this is one podcast in the whole year. What could it do for me? But one podcast opened 50 podcast doors, right? And my phone starts going do 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 do, and from no one texting me, no one, just broke up with the girl and everything's no money, all that shit. To 1 million friends and 1 million different podcast invites, and yeah, and I still remember sitting down on Fresh Fit, and I'm like, man, I've been doing this in my mind for so long that Fresh and Myron are already my best friends. And they sat down and, not to talk shit, but as much as they liked me and thought I was funny and stuff, even before meeting me, they just saw clips of me and Sneeko. They had no idea. Myron had no idea I was his best friend, but I knew. Like I've never had a problem with that guy once, right? So Myron was more like from a police standpoint, like, what did this guy's like a crook? Like, what the fuck? So he's looking at me like with one eyebrow raised, but he liked the Red Pill stuff, so he's just gonna treat it like a regular interview. And in my mind, I saw 500,000 views, 600,000, 1 million clips, all that. And I'll wake up every single morning back into my meditations, and I'd be like this: YouTube, my name. And then it would be millions and millions of views my phone blowing up. And this time I was not pumped. There's no tears of joy, not excited, none of that wasted energy. It was just like, this is happening because I willed it. I willed it because the kingdom is within, and it was like the most powerful experience. And it was, if you were in my shoes, it was the most mind bending time of my life where I was doing some things that I'm not gonna lie, dude, I was doing some things with my mind that actually felt like Neo from the Matrix, right? I was doing some intense, I've never in my life been that desperate to get my life back on track. And everything was happy. The exact dreams I was having at night, and I'd sleep for like 6 hours, 7 hours, and it was deep sleep, which is so rare for a short sleep, right? And I'd wake up and I go, okay, now that I'm done these podcasts, I have nothing to do in Miami. Book this luxury hotel for another 2 weeks. I'm not leaving, and I'll just go back to my practice. And random opportunities kept messaging me, and well, I'll come to you in Miami if you can't come to me. I'm like, what the fuck? And that was the first time I opened my heart to a friend. I was like, I should have a friend this time. I shouldn't burn myself out like last time with some mean girl, mean girlfriend or whatever. And yeah, and I knew, like, they just started floating around me, the Sneakos, the Yassines, and they all had this smile when we were alone together. This smile, like, we've met before, something really strange that I can't explain. And they all had the same energy, this weird energy of, I want to help you, Zerko, with nothing in return. They didn't say it out loud, but that's what everyone was just doing everything for me. It was wild. It was insanity. It was like, it was a place where it's like, I can benefit a lot from Jack Doherty, but I want to see $11,000 every time I'm at your house. No, you got to transfer it now. And he didn't even know who I was, and he's like, all right, fine. It was insanity, bro. It was like, and it got really dark too. It was like three chicks a night, and pretty much years of not doing anything to 1 year with a girlfriend to prove I'm a good person. I can have a normal life. My chat's all proud. They're like, you're a trad con finally. Yeah, it's a Negro, but Circa's not a hoe right now. That went to shit, and not gonna lie, that went to shit because it came up to career versus her. And my mind just said, get out. Like, it was evil. She was like tormented and crying. Yeah, I became so fucking, it was like a hedgehog. Like, spikes came out of me. Like, everyone move. I'm going broke, and I have to transform now because I'm 28 and I cannot hit 30 without being internationally known, famous, having all doors open for me. Always can return to YouTube, whatever. And yeah, it was the most intense shit ever. And I took out the toxic people out of my life in a soaring way, like where I'm just skyrocketing to the top, where they're like, what the fuck is going on with that guy? He's actually everywhere. Like, my face was everywhere. And then it went from, I was being rewarded for, not being too rotten. But when it started turning into like fucking I think it was like, it's gonna sound like low, like maybe 15 chicks, but that's a lot for me because I would talk and touch 50, but I wouldn't actually do anything because they weren't hot enough. And so it was like a chick every other weekend, and then sometimes even like you two better get along because you guys would be hotter together. And it started becoming a, it was money, fame, and my mind going like, what's next? Oh, I finished that goal too fast. I never really had a goal to have like 1 million subs on YouTube because you have to be very civilized for that. You can't get banned. You can't say certain words and stuff. So I never had that all the way in my mind. But the weird part is, I wanted the same level of fame, like being known for my craft, without the work, which is strange because that's exactly what happened. You know what I mean? Like I put in the work, but if you think about it, I didn't upload YouTube that much. I was mostly doing other channels. And like I've never seen someone blow up so hard on the internet from not doing their own channels. You know what I mean by that? Like when people are like, "Yo, you had your own era as a streamer," I mean, it sounds so fucking weird, but when you're from literally the mud, you don't think of having 10 million followers on YouTube, which is horrible. That's what you should focus on. That's the thing that lasts the most. Like that's the thing you can always build off of. But in my mind, I said I want all cameras, iPhones, everything on me from every single angle. And I want the whole world to know my name without me being like, hey guys, make sure you smash that. You know, have you ever watched a YouTuber and they're like trying hard to get the views and all that? And then there's some dude with black shades, just the whole world wants to interview him. And that's tough to do. Usually you have to have like $10 million to be on that level of interest in the world, right? It was fucking gnarly, but it was like stabbing myself in the foot because if you saw what's in my mind, it wasn't, it should have been YouTuber, something, like that. It shouldn't have been famous for being an outlaw, rebel, saying whatever he wants, fuck sponsorships, I'll make my own money. This whole badass energy, so poisonous when you think about it, because well, you can't have it. You cannot be a YouTuber and have the outlaw archetype fulfilled, which has tormented me since I was like a nerd as a kid. I don't know why. I just really wanted to be remembered as like cowboy or badass or some anime character that's wild and he doesn't even know what's going to happen next. It's just more event after event and wild shit. And then, I started getting the guilt of I'm climbing too fast without homies. So as mad as I was that he wasn't doing much, I was like, I have to give back when I'm climbing. I brought heel Mike and I start climbing even more. But that's not good because I did much better with Yassine than heel Mike. But really, where I was extinguished, it's my inner image was fulfilled in every angle. But if it was you guys, your inner image would be Zerka's YouTube channel, not uh, not my image, you know. And why I was so locked and obsessed with that image is I really wanted to have an internet punctuation that is different from other people, where it's like no one can really say Zerka's a streamer and they don't know what he is. Some people say philosopher or whatever, but no one, like I was never Sneeko. You know what I mean? I was never Logan Paul or any of that. I was something that like came as a storm in different angles and channels and cameras. And Yassine would work his ass off with Dead Hex to try and, hey, Zerka, don't forget about your YouTube. Oh, we'll just clip their stuff. And which is stupid. When the whole world's coming at you, you should put it on your channel so you get all the views and the subscribers and stuff. But there's this level of like shackles to being a YouTuber, or you know what I mean? It's like you're not saying faggot anymore. You're not saying what you want to say. Yeah, there's like a lot of that. And I was really afraid that if I'm telling you, I couldn't consciously understand this, but I know for a fact I was terrified that if I'm this satisfied and fulfilled with this current level, what the fuck would I do at 1 million subs on YouTube and have sponsors roll out and the ads and act normal and stuff like that? You have to kind of tone it down to stay in the partnership program and all that. And to me, it's like winning the lottery with $10 million. I would be terrified. Like, what the fuck do I do with my life? So the self-sabotage starts coming in hard. And it's interesting because I had more chances to slow down than any human on earth. And yeah, I just remember a shit ton of money in my account, shit ton of fame, shit ton of women, and YouTubers telling me that never happened. Like when Neon popped off, it took him like a couple of years to even have one chick. Like no one popped off and got the rock star experience. The last I saw was, I don't know who, but no one really fulfilled that negative role. Like most people who pop off are like, for example, Speed kills it, but he didn't really have a rock star phase. Even though he's a fucking rock star, he's still a YouTuber. It's not like he's got 10 bitches, cigarettes, and all this inner child fulfilled. He's got a way better system. His mind focuses on what's supposed to be focused on. But when you're a destructive type of person, the first thing you think of is, now what? I really got everything I wanted within 2 months. My first few weeks of living in America, moving, taking my stuff, I got kicked out. You know, I got kicked out because my twin brother is like, look, man, you're turning 28. You've had some success, but you're not international. That's all you ever want, right? And not to sustain, but you want to hit it once as a lick, right? I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about like the name, the lick. Boom, put the name out there, and then just have all doors open for me forever, even if I decide to slow down. And so my twin brother just like booked me a flight. He saw that like I broke up with her and get back together with her a million times, and she'd call him crying and like Zuka's not listening to me, and but I'm really acting out because I was wasting my fucking year with her. Well, dead hex, and people are telling me all that. I'm not listening though, because all I want to do is be a tradcon from to show my audience that I'm not a degenerate. I can do one chick and loyal and all that. And because the fame thing wasn't fulfilled, just I couldn't stand her. I was getting really abusive in weird ways. And yeah, it was cruel. I was getting really cruel because she would remind me that I'm having fun without my dreams being fulfilled, and she was the only obstacle. But at least I'm not a degenerate. Like when I'm single, I'm kind of degenerating hard and stuff. And yeah, it was like when I showed my chat, you can quit cigarettes for a year easy. Here, I'm 14-hour stream a day, and it's like to prove to myself that I'm a grown up. And it wasn't tough at all, but I was becoming civilized in a weird way. And that's when I started lashing out and getting more primal and aggressive and all that. And yeah, my twin brother booked the flight. He had my luggage packed, and I'm like, "What's this?" And he's like, "Dude, I'm telling you right now, you keep getting back together with her. You've proven everything you need to prove, but you two are not good together. She was in jail for you. She lied for you. She did all that stuff, but she's a good girl. Just enough, right? She's done what she needed to do. You guys have proven whatever you're trying to prove with that relationship." And because the alternative is like moving to Utah and living with her and then going to Texas to stream because Vancouver was shit. So he said he booked me a ticket. He's like, "You're going to be in Texas." And yeah, it's sink or swim. You lost your money on stupid shit. I went to Texas, the darkest period of my life. I start entering the worst parts of poverty. And I go back to my practices and I'm like, this is my snapping point. And you guys know my story about slipping into a mild form of dream psychosis or sleep deprivation and sleep paralysis. And yeah, I had that dream that I talked about and locked in. And I knew it's every time I did good in my life, it was high risk, high reward. So I'm like, dude, if I say too much shit, they're never gonna, because I got banned on Twitch. So I'm dead broke, different country, banned off everything, no family, no friends, no nothing. Just that ex I'll talk to from there. And yeah, something snapped. It was Super Saiyan. It was insanity. It was, I was trying to be deliberate with, my methods, but at some point when it's not working, you get frustrated. It was different. And I start exploding. And I still remember the beginning. I'm with two chicks. It was Mindy and Megan. We're all just like in bed like this. And they're like wiping my sweat and paying $20,000 hotels for me and doing everything for me. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And I'm super happy that I just got off the Fresh and Fit. And I start watching the Fresh and Fit, and both their eyes light up because they thought I'm just some broke guy, right? And they're like, that's you? And I'm like, what? You guys are treating me this good? All nude and stuff? And you didn't know that as of yesterday, I started popping, like big time popping? And they were kind of like embarrassed because we thought we just like Zerka, but because he's like an older brother or whatever, but they were shocked that things, they were shocked that I'm not angry anymore. They thought it's because maybe they did me a million favors and stuff, because I kicked them out of Mike's house. And when I saw them in Miami, I was like, I needed someone, right? I just finished that podcast. And that was the first experience I had that was not red pill. It was the first time where, you can tell they're shocked that they're someone they know is popping off, which kind of hurt too, because I'm like, didn't they think I have some kind of potential? Or would they think I'm just Mike's friend or whatever? But when I saw that, it was the first chamber of my heart unlocking of being a good guy because I was so red pill after that breakup, right? Like, well, I wasted my time and money with this shit, just to prove to myself that I could be a bit of trad and stuff. But when my heart started unlocking because they were treating me like a god, I was like, they were doing that without knowing that I just started popping. And they get hooked and they're high. They're like hooked to watching the podcast and they start laughing at what I'm saying. But really, they're in a state of shock because they thought they're just partying with some like stud, right? And yo, that was the first time I was like, yo, you don't have to be that angry. I became way funnier on the podcasts. I wasn't hating on the chicks. And I spent 2 weeks with these chicks, right? I go podcast there, boom, boom, boom. Million podcasts, you get that digital footprint done, and then within like legit 3-4 months of awesome, the summer starts turning into fall and I start falling fast, just like many people do. Because I'm like, I couldn't say it to Deadhex, couldn't say it to Eden, couldn't say it to anyone. But the only thing I could think of is, and this is so embarrassing to say because a lot of people be like, you haven't done enough. But the only thing that was in my mind was, I finished the video game. I panicked that I'm turning 30 28. I have to do it now, 28, boom. But everything I wanted to do, I checked off, right? Now, someone like Neon, he got everything without living like a rock star. So technically, he's missing something. So, like a boy's dreams, like, superficial, stupid dreams that we have. Or stuff, I guess, stuff that was missing in high school or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And yeah, this is the first time when I stopped having an image in my head. I was like, I don't have an image. I usually have an image of what I'm becoming, and now I became, and I don't want to change. I want to identify with this, which is bad because you have to evolve still. With every season, this is like astrological, right? And there was huge fear there, man. I'm not gonna lie. There was like some huge fear of I could go on podcasts and kill it and build but what's another 100,000 followers? Because I didn't really care about followers. It's more like the hundreds of millions of views on TikTok. That shit I like the most because there's a lot of big YouTube channels who are not spread out on the internet. They're just on their YouTube box. I felt really spread out, especially comparing myself to Action Man and Mike and everyone, all these fucking guys. Um, and getting paid to everywhere I go, everything I do, and getting every meal free and every restaurant knowing me and shit like that. It was way too much too soon for immature mind. Way too much. Because when YouTubers pop off, there are no bitches, bro. There are no party lifestyle. There's none of that. That's why we love Z so much, right? Because there was that kind of shadow to it. It felt like this guy's actually, there's something there that's cartoony and Wolf of Wall Street like. You know what I mean? And yeah, uh, yeah, I said I'll go for one last hoorah with Mike and try out a podcast with a homie, right? Which I was really into it. A lot of people think that podcast wasn't the greatest, but I think it's something I would want to watch. I think that's something I would actually want to watch when I want to watch something to make me laugh, right? But I knew it would go nowhere deep down because I was thinking like it felt like a carry. People telling me it's like a carry, like you're carrying the team, and that's not good because you're gonna get exhausted a bit. And yeah, bro, I felt really like blocked out there because I'm like, the only friends I made in this fucking industry that I can stand are people who get bitches. Those are like the fucking worst people to be around, right? And Sneeko try and pull me his way, but I never want to be a Sneeko either. I don't know why. He looks like a dog chasing his own tail. Not like to be disrespectful. I'm a dog chasing my own tail for most of that year, for the fall at least, and winter. And bro, I'm telling you right now, the greatest thing I ever did was take a break from all that because man, if it isn't you, it's not you. Like that's all me. But a lot of it was just my shadow, bro. You know what I mean? There's other parts to you that have to be on the internet, right? It has to be. And yeah, when my fucking shoulder dislocated for the second time last year at the ending of the year, which is like brutal, man, did I resent the path I'm on because it just felt like fuck this numerology shit, but goddamn, that year sucked, right? Beginning of the year, first 6 months trying to heal, and then snaps again on the eighth month, and or whatever the fuck it was, and nasty shit. Got my health in check, corrected everything with the family, got the business tight, focused on money just to prove, and now we're at the money part, and we finished all of that. And bro, it's the same feeling. It's like you can say go to the next level, Zerka, but I checked my boxes. There's nothing else I want superficially done, which is so bad because anyone else would say, why don't you just keep going? And that's what we're doing, right? Like a big part of this call today is to tell you guys that I am back. I don't care the speed I go at, but I have to be back. Some health issues and stuff. We fixed all that. The money issue, well, it wasn't money issues. It's more like I want to prove to myself I can be a businessman without grinding. Because real businessmen don't actually grind after their grind phase. Like there's no such thing as perpetual grind. You burn out, right? And then there's another thing to check off my boxes, like I need a motorbike or an engine or something. I even talked to Dead Hex about needing a cat. I need a cat. There's an esoteric reason why, but stuff that I've never done, I need to do this normal stuff, right? Uh, and the cat is like the wisest master to study for. If you're studying being, you can look at a cat and how they live, and it's like it's deep. You look at a dog. Dogs are like humans. They're I need, I need, I need. It's not good. You're supposed to be like a cat, right? It's funny. Esoteric teachers used to even talk about the cats at the temples and stuff. I got into that. And then there's like some real serious issues where I can't get my life started because I harmed my internals that I'm finally working to fix. So all that behind the scenes stuff I never talk about because it's so fucking gay and it sounds like just past mistakes haunting you. They're karmically linked, right? But yeah, I'm finally at this new horizon where it's like, god damn, as much as I love driving for 5, 8 hours a day, I love building. We're men. We're meant to build. And I have an inner image of me actually running a strong podcast, and I can easily see that popping off. Like, the only issue is a podcast is not a one person. I'm telling you, it's a team, especially if you don't want to do it the long way. You want to do it the right way. The right way is the medium speed. Medium speed. I'm telling you, if you're already someone on the internet, there's no slow starts. It's medium starts only because you already got your start. And that killed me that I'm like, fuck, I can't see myself having a team for that podcast. There's a lot of low talent people around me that are talented at what they do, but they're not talented at podcasting. And I'm not an idiot who wants high overhead and want to pay for all these things like Fresh and Fit. The best part of my life is that I have low overhead, so I can pay dead hex thousands of dollars to do literally nothing for the whole year, right? You're loving this phase, Hex. I know you're loving this. But I love that loyalty part too, because I've been talking about it a while. I love that Hex is loyal, I'm loyal, and all that. And I like the idea that I really love the idea that Hex is wondering what the fuck is happening in his life. He's like, I'm getting paid to do literally nothing. I like the idea that that feeling I have, he has the same one. That way, even when I'm not on YouTube and stuff, which is weird, he wants to work. He's like me, we're better off working. But no, that's a good feeling. That's an awesome feeling. Although, yeah, we're better at building, but that's an awesome feeling that I've never even once wondered why I'm paying this guy for the last 8 months for free. But I've never talked to myself and said that's a bad idea because it's tribe, it's tribe. And yeah, yeah. But now that I'm talking about it right now, it is weird. Like, bro, if it was in person, I said, okay, Hex, here's a stack of money. I'm going home now. See you in tomorrow or next week, and we do this for like a year. At some point, Hex has to feel bad and go, yo, stop coming to my house. Yeah, at some point, you're the bad guy, bro. But no, I would feel weird karmically, cosmically, through my esoteric methods. I would feel really offended if Hex didn't accept the money because the system I have is perfect. It's always been perfect like this. And it's more like you finally get to be the man you said you were. When you become the things you say you will be, that shit is the nectar of life, right? But I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like, this is a rough period too, because if you think about if you were me, what would you do if you were me? Hey, start a podcast with these guys. I'm telling you right now, when the last time you said that, I did it with Mike. And we all know that's stupid. And if you tell me to start it with some guys who have no followers, that's even dumber. And if you tell me to do a podcast with no guests, that's even dumber. You know what I mean? If you tell me to work with Sneeko, I love Sneeko like a brother, but I swear to God, he is not 1% on my level of intellect. It's a bad trade for me. I'll always do shit with him, but holy shit, is it a bad trade for me to do that kind of stuff? You know? You know what I'm saying about that? I'll set it to his face. I don't give a fuck, man. I I couldn't do it. I just this fucking Muslim audience just fucking nitpicking is so fucking annoying. I think you should do another interview circuit. That's the thing, though. You want me to do a circuit without building my channel. People who love me, Hex, my brothers and stuff, they hate people like you. They said don't even go on one podcast until your shit is posted. Then go on and do it the correct way. If you're not posting and you're feeding these guys, all you're doing is making some extra money. We don't need fucking money, bro. We need network. And bro, it's harder than it looks because name one YouTuber you know on a come up that actually pulled off a podcast correctly. You know what I mean? Besides, that's why I really like Ryan. I'm like, damn. But I'll never be Myron where I put my own money and overhead into a podcast. I think that's stupid as fuck. Podcast is one camera, one guest, one co-host, and chicks rotated. That would be perfect. And everyone who DMs me and they want to build with me, there's so many big channels who want to build with me. Bro, I'm telling you right now, I make way too much money to even be tempted because it's like if I sat next to them and they sound like a YouTuber influencer, I look bad. They have to sound a bit like me, a little like Sneeko. It has to make sense a little so I don't get itchy legs. I gotta get out of here and shit. It's gotta make sense for us. That shit pisses me off, bro. That shit really pisses me off that it's like, first of all, I have to go live somewhere else in a studio, do it the correct way. And I need people with the same kind of fire, but can't be like cookie cutter people where, you know, because if I know the podcast isn't going to be that successful, I might as well keep doing what I'm doing and get rich. Why the fuck would I spend energy like that? But if I know for a fact this is the team, oh man, you know what I mean? Think about it. If Heel Mike never drank alcohol, it would have been very easy climbing in views because we would have had 1 year of a shitty podcast until we met everyone in Miami. Everyone became a guest. And then on their second time on our show, we'd go through 100 guests again. We'd be so connected. It would have been building up so much faster the second year. But yeah, man, it's fucking the party life is fucking demonic, bro. It gives you everything you want and then takes everything. Yeah, I love a haunted house, man. More than a family, more than anything at this age. The problem is, I've never had that. I've always had party houses. And here's the truth, there's no one to blame because I'm a good guy until you live with me. Then I'm a party guy. I become, if there's people around me, we're either partying or we're not talking. That's how fucking weird I am, you know? Because I've always been that guy to like, let's bring the joy. It's not good, bro. I want a work house. I want a house that works. And you know what's funny is, if you guys were in my shoes, could you name any YouTuber, even if we've never met them? Could you even name a YouTuber you could see me not getting frustrated with? Like my own best friend Mike would piss me off. You'd piss you guys off too, right? It's really tough in influencer world to find people you mesh with that don't just damage your intellect. Yeah, I do. It seems like anytime I'm around influencers, it's like the only time I drink alcohol. You know what I mean? Like if I let's say it's been like a year, no drugs and stuff like that. If I'm around influencers and someone says, Zerka, take an Adderall, my first thought is, will that make you sound more interesting? I don't say it out loud, but I'm thinking like, damn, this is how drugs get in your system? Like, what the fuck? Why did I even talk about popping off? I'm talking about the esoteric methods I used, right? They were all over the place and they were methodical. It was like a mixture of both, which it's gonna take you by surprise. I've gotten a lot of DMs saying that happened to me for like 2 months straight and then it stopped. And I'm like, bro, you should probably understand your machine so it doesn't stop when you turn it on. And what's funny is you do get exhausted. When you turn it on and everything comes to you, there's a big um what's that called? Dragonite. He uses all his skills. Cooldown. There's a big cooldown time. Well, it's like a month cooldown, but for me, it's like keep me around some better people because I'm a good guy until I'm around people. And then it's like, what? You're boring as fuck? Okay, give me that Adderall. You know what's funny? It never fixed the problem either, right? We don't have Adderall? Okay, pass the Coke. It never fixes the problem. They're still boring. By boring, I mean they don't speak any truth. I don't know anything about them. Like sometimes I felt like Mike would go off scripts in his head, and then he'd have genuine moments of trying to impress me that were actually funny. And I'd be like, finally, we got a real moment out of this guy. A lot of it was WWE to him. And I hate people who don't treat it as theater. It should be like theater. It should be fun and entertaining. But it felt a little like mask on for him. I'm so glad he's back to doing content, but I was kind of like shook that it's the same kind of content. You know what I mean? Like, where can you go with that kind of content? How far can you actually go? Has there ever been a guy who takes it to 10 million views doing that? I'm pretty sure you have to do variety and he'll make listens well though. When I first started living with him, well, I was supposed to fly back, but he was like, he was going through it. I said, "Yo, do me a favor, bro. I'm better than you at this." It's so cocky what I said. I said, "Bro, I love you, but I'm better than you at this. For the next week, every chick that we have here, let's you and I both farm content and then ignore them, do our own thing." And he's like, "Are you gonna stay if I do that?" I'm like, "Yeah." And we did that. And after the first week, we had 20 chicks arguing who's going to live with us. And then we start smashing all of them when they start coming to our rooms and stuff. It was fucking evil. My game plan was so. He's never seen a game plan like that in his life. And then he became more of a troll because he saw how much like that kind of style works, right? That style works for everyone, but if you're two influencers, it's way more powerful, or whatever you call it, social media channel. But I'm not gonna lie to you. Before the fame was some of the best days of my life. That Devonshire, living in LA, those some of the best days of my life, bro. Because it was like I had nothing, no big international name yet, but I felt it. You know when you feel things percolate, it's bubbling, it's going up. Yeah, that's the coolest part of success. It's like a wash. It's like an aura that starts lifting you, and then but it is insane if you think about it, bro. Everyone who did it went through what I went through. Everyone says, "Wait, we have to post first, and then we can go on these podcasts." So that all the views traffic the correct way. So you look at my internet. I guess in my head I was making a resume. It's like you put me in a reality show or whatever. I have the best resume spread out like that. But it should have been just my channel, which not gonna lie, bro, I don't like enjoy it at all, the YouTube stuff. It's like if there's a camera on a group of people, I can kill it. If it's just me on my own, just feels like I'm away from my family and friends. It kind of feels very different. I want a team to operate in, and it's rough, bro. It's like, fuck, man. I have 1,000 people saying I'll do this with you, and I can't even hit them back because I'm thinking like, who the fuck are you, bro? Who the fuck are you? I don't know anything about you. You've done 1,000 YouTube videos. I don't even know anything about you. I could see mild success with some of these people, but it's like it's not that. It doesn't make me feel like Alex Jones, and it doesn't make them feel like Joe Rogan. I need that feeling which Mike didn't fulfill either. Bro, it is rough when you don't have friends, man. It is like friends are people in your industry, bro. Because when I talk to my regular friends, they're like, I get what you're going through. And I'm like, really? You wanted to start a podcast? And they're like, yeah, when I'm coked out. I'm like, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up, bitch. And we have a bunch of people here. Most people like the dating stuff, but I think we're killing it this stream, bro. Like, I love this inner community because it's like no one has an answer of what I should do. I'm literally asking you guys, if you were in my shoes, would you just trust a random channel that's got some 500K followers? Would you build with some random? Oh, yes, for the content, but no, I'm saying like move somewhere and do it correct. Yeah, no, it would be awesome until he tells me something like, "Oh, I can't come out today. I have the girlfriend." And anytime I get that energy, I go, "Oh shit, you're in a different phase of your life." I'm in the Joe Rogan phase where we're trying to make the business smart now. You're in a I need a family phase. Like, whoa, we're not ever gonna do this correct. And if they're anything like me, it's destructive. If they're in my, you know what I mean? And if it's in Miami, you know what's interesting is I don't even think Heel Mike is a bad guy. I don't think I'm a bad guy, but I think us being around Miami people all day What do you think is gonna happen when they're all pissing you, all those girls on those yachts talking that stupid shit? You're going to start becoming a villain fast. It's like you're meshing minds with these idiots. Jack Doherty messaging me every day. I'm like, bro, if this guy wasn't an Adderall crack fiend, it would be actually pretty good to build with him. But I don't want to get karmically tied with this guy. Like, this guy has like a very weird life. I do love the idea that he's a kid, though. This is a really funny dynamic for me. Like Zerka Doherty, Sneeko, Neon. I really think that's way more entertaining than Heel Mike and Zerka. I don't know why. Just it's funnier. It's like, but man, you can't build with any of these people. All they do is talk about money. Like, yo, can you flirt with my chick so I make some money? You're gonna make a lot of money too, and I'm gonna pay you. And I'm like, if you give me $1 million right now, nothing changes. I know that sounds stupid, but for my inner image, nothing shifts. You know, it's like an empty feeling. You know what I mean? But if you give me a million energy points of potential on a Joe Rogan level podcast with no money, but just infinite potential and imagination, I will love that. You know, not saying I won't take the million, pass it over. Yeah, it is strange. And here's the worst part is I'm not social. You know, that's why I preach it so much because, you know, I preach stuff that you have to do, but I could never do, I don't know why, but most people who take a break from the internet like that, they spend a lot of time networking behind the scenes and then they, you know what I mean? For me, I can't shake hands, bro. Myron's the only hand I've ever enjoyed shaking. Every other hand felt like, you know, they grip my hand slowly and they feel like, you know, like they're like injecting weaker confidence in me. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Are you asking us how to come back right now? No, no, I'm asking you guys if you were me, kind of. I'm asking you guys if you were me and you could see a good podcast, who the fuck? It could be anyone. Who the fuck would you build it with? Let's say there's no such thing as money, just podcasting for free for app. Be good for me, but I don't think it would be good for the world, right? What about Pearl? None of these people live around here, bro. They would have to fly in and you know, she's got woman issues about getting married, and like you got to think about lifestyle, man. Myron, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it would be tough because I have no overhead. I take all my money, put it in the pocket. Myron and Fresh pay money for that kind of a setup, you know. So it wouldn't even make sense for Myron. He'd be like, you know, like you start a business, you got to throw in your money. You can't just be driving Corvettes and shit like that, right? So it wouldn't even make sense if you think about it. You know, like Sneeko and I don't do big production like that. Now the podcast with Mike sucked, bro. Let's be real. This shit sucked. I still think it would have benefited both of us if we did it for a year and got to know everyone in Miami slowly because there's a lot of fucking funny shit to milk there, and it's got to be funny, bro. I feel like if anything I do is not involved with some kind of comedic energy, I feel like my soul will explode. It's got to be something, you know, like God made the world funny for a reason. Bradley Martin, because your mind never left the bodybuilding community. Yeah, that's a shadow of mine, bro. That's like unfinished business in my head. Uh, yeah, see, all the names you mentioned, it's good content, but have you noticed it's not podcast trajectory? Like, none of those people even want to be podcasters. Tough, man. You know, they want to be YouTubers, they want to be. And Bradley's wouldn't make sense because people who pay all of their own money to start a podcast don't want to split it in half like that. You know, I think Fresh paid half, right? Something like that. That's why he deserves to be in it. So You know, it's the only answer that makes sense. Do the podcast yourself, grow, and then collabs come and find you. That's always the answer every single time. Every single time. Like, it just would be so awesome if it was a real podcast where it's like there's guests. I think that's way better than just me and a camera. You know what I mean? George Jenko would bang. No, dude, that guy is a fucking snake, man. Like that guy was begging me to be on his podcast when he needed views. Soon as he got the views and his life corrected and Jesus answered his prayers, he started cutting out, oh, these people are too toxic. I've got sponsors. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he just forgot about me. But bro, you can't message me 10 times and then not respond when I get back at you. Like, what the fuck? Just because you popped off? You go back to the date when you weren't popping, you know what I mean? It's like he was in Greece at the time, so we couldn't do it. But I hate when people switch up like that. Like, bro, and he's making great money. His podcast is kicking ass. I think it's great. I don't watch it, but it's great. Yeah. So like Christian nerds kind of piss me off. Like they have the right message, but they're not that genuine for that kind of stuff. You know, it's like, yeah. I don't know. Or you could say that my toxic behavior maybe turned him off from that, but I still think that's like, you got to hear me out, bro. You a Christian or not? Yeah, I always think I could easily kill YouTube if I did travel content, but Yassine always texts me, do not. He said, you are not that guy. He's like, as great as it would be, that scheduling, that kind of stuff, the whole breaking even for money, lowering how much money you're making now to do that kind of stuff, to build all of that is going to drag on you. So, and it's really weird to go away from podcasting when that's what we're known for, you know, like, and another reason is podcasting pays the most. Like, if long term, podcasting is like $100 million deals, bro. That should be the one because uh, not only is it information that helps people, but we should get paid at the end of this, right? Especially if I take a break from my personal kind of or these calls and the one-on-ones I have. Yeah, what's it, bro? All the names you're saying, we got to remember, like, would they do a content house? Like most YouTubers will do 2 weeks, and then if I leave another podcast in half like that, it'll kill me. I'll be so pissed. You know what I mean? That's why the only real answer is to podcast yourself and other people who podcast by themselves start aligning, and then you go meet them and you guys live together for 2 months, kill it, get all the views, shit like that. But I'm not gonna lie, I feel like we could skip that phase and just, you know what I mean? Yeah, like a Joey Diaz and the Chinese guy. Yeah, shit like that. And it would be great because with this chat, the podcast topics could never get boring, right? Because you guys, I force you guys into the topics that are, uh, I feel like every single topic on a podcast should blow people away, right? It should blow you away and blow people away. And people are like, "Whoa, you like OCD about that?" I'm like, "Yeah." That's why it's kind of hard to listen to Heel Mike. It's like we're talking about tits again. You know what's interesting? My biggest transformations is when I'm at $0. Money is the worst thing if you're about to transform. It's we don't have to do that. We're not in a rush. No Sneeko, no this, no bro, what the fuck? If I was broke, I'd be like, I need to eat food. The fuck? Yeah. Yeah, there is no hunger for teamwork, bro. It's like Mike left a bad taste, man. No homo. No pause, pause, pause. But you know what I'm saying, right? Oh, I always forget Eddie Bravo knows who I am. The fuck? He follows one of those channels that are about me. He thought that's my channel. I was shocked. I was like, what the fuck? This is like 2 years ago almost. Holy shit, it's been a long time. I would have been back 6 months ago if I didn't snap this fucking shoulder in my fucking waking up. Which people are saying now that it hasn't happened for a while, it's never going to happen again. You just don't push anything to the limits. And nah, who am I kidding, bro? I'm living in comfort. Like it's different now. It's not good. Get a crib in Austin? Okay, enough about me, bro. I fucking hate Austin too. It's got to be either LA, Miami, or New York. Something that stimulates depression. There's something really depressing about this city, bro. When it starts, how's it raining in the summer? Like, what the fuck? No, fuck peptides, man. Rod reunion. Nah, I'm way too, bro. I already passed the gates of ultimate free speech, so I can't go. I can't do that because that's bad for them, right? And you never want to be somewhere unwanted, right? And I don't trust liberals like that, like living with them and shit. Yeah, two paths: lifestyle content, podcasting, and then all of our topics should bleed into some of that. The worst path would be streaming. That's like a lot of kicks, a lot of fun, a lot of clips, but a lot of going nowhere too. Because, bro, boy, would you guys want to build a Rumble channel? Like, what the fuck? And I want to complain that I'm not on Kick, but I was never even streaming on there. Like, it was like once every 2 months. So I don't even blame Kick that much because it's like, bro, that's my fault. And in my head, I knew they're gonna fucking snake me. So I was like, I'm not going to 100,000 followers here. What the fuck? Yeah, I do feel like an old man. I'm not gonna lie. Driving a Corvette like an old guy. Like, what the fuck am I doing, man? Yeah. All right. Enough about me. What's up, guys? What's the questions? Yeah, good friends in this industry is, bro. You want to hear how weird, how rare this is? Well, I guess Nico has Aiden, but he doesn't even want to be around Aiden now because of the EA thing. Maybe he wants to chill with the EA, but I'm telling you this right now, bro. Sneeko got no homies either. I don't think Myron does either. He has Fresh. You know what I mean? This industry is weird, bro. Like I'm asking you guys, who the fuck is supposed to chill with each other in this industry? Like it's wild. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're supposed to be solo, exactly. It's a big middle finger too. When I'm solo, I'm depriving people of a lot of fun. When I'm around people, it's a lot of good content fast. You know what I mean? When I'm solo, I can get a little bored, bro. If I get bored, it's game over, bro. The problem is you live away from the action. I don't really think so, bro. If I was in California, it would be the same idiots around me. If I was in Miami, the first thing I'd think if I was in Miami right now is who the fuck to build with. I don't want to be around Jack Doherty. Like a streamer, not a streamer house, a YouTube house that does YouTube content, bro. That would be awesome. Just me and two people, good cameraman. That's it. And some other person who knows what they're doing. Jack's girl leaving him. It's weird. She says so much nice things about me, especially recently, that I kind of love that girl, bro. Like she never said a bad thing about me. Why would you even want to associate your name with me, McKinley? Like, are you? But maybe she's being super nice because she wants me to take her side on the Jack thing. I like Jack, but I'm gonna be real. McKinley's nicer to me. Like, I know I take Jack's money, but Jack feels like doesn't he feel like he'll use you and ditch? Whereas McKinley has nothing to benefit, and she'll randomly say on some phase guy's stream how great I am. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, and Jack does that when he needs content, I think. I think he's a little different. Yeah, exactly. One thing I do like about Jack is I shouldn't say just content, right? This little faggot gets excited when I take his chicks off camera, when he calls me off camera. You know what I mean? Like he just kind of wants that energy in his house. Even if I said turn the cameras off, he'll still follow me like a dog and shit like that. Because people like that older brother energy, I guess. So, no, I never touched McKinley. I never thought she was hot back in those days. Now I kind of think she looks good. Yeah, something changed. Do you believe you have to have some sort of deficit to become successful? Well, I'm talking about for my type. Yeah, a lot of people don't need that. You mentioned you had the worst period of your life before you popped off. Is success necessary without suffering, or am I off track and can actually do it perfectly? Bro, there's a lot of people who go up without too many bumps. It's not as fast. In my opinion, I don't know. It's kind of like that bodybuilding example. She breaks up with him and he becomes like Mr. Olympia. But yeah, most of the most intense shit a human does is when everything falls apart. And you're not supposed to like encourage that to happen. It'll just, naturally happen. And I think I got like 1 million DMs over the years, like 6 years, of people saying that happened to me. Like 45-year-olds, 32-year-olds, 25-year-olds. Like everyone agrees there's like skyrocket points. And it really depends on your karma too. Some people have like angelic karma they have to access to go viral. They're all blessings. And then we pervert them after. We ruin it. Everyone. Tate ruined his. Like he worked hard for that good karma. He was like boxing, doing all that shit. He busted ass and then he wanted it. He had a game plan. And then, when you pervert it, it becomes something like a seven-headed dragon. How can you reduce the swings in your life, highs and lows? Yeah, follow. Listen, it's either from your moral code weakening or unfinished business from years ago. Some people even say lifetimes ago, whatever you can remember up to, or not even remember. You don't have to, but um, cannot avoid it. Saints couldn't avoid it. They were getting, some of them were getting killed. So you cannot avoid it. You should welcome the cartoony stuff swings in your life, but the deeper swings that really get you, you should be prepared like a soldier for that. What happens after death? Go to my Twitter. I post about that. It's a long answer. All right, what's your questions, guys? My bad. This became about me. What I really thought someone would have something to say about like if you were in my shoes, who would you be inspired to work with? And that's tough, bro. I'm in a weird fucking industry, but every industry is weird, bro. Where should I go to cold approach? Look, I'll always be a bar guy, dude. I'm telling you, bars should be on your priority list if you want to meet more chicks, including dating apps. You should designate a certain amount of time for these things. Only if you've become someone, or else you could be just getting a lot of tail and losing a lot. A lot, like my best student, he's losing a lot, right? And I remember even warning him, I'm like, it's not, I don't care. I get that you're rich, but it's not, um, that's not what she's going to take from you when she leaves, right? It's not just a dip in money, it's something way different, you know? But I was smiling the whole time. I was like, I can't wait till it happens to you. And then when it happened, Yeah, I can't wait. I kind of feel bad. I see like that look of like that Sneeko look. Like, what do I do now, John? So now you get older, you get wiser. Now you become my age. You said maintain a girl, become the father figure. What if they don't like rules? If they don't like rules, then clearly you are not that archetype in her eyes. You failed. Never really about her. You know what I mean? She's a reflection. Her behavior is a reflection of how much turmoil you got in your mind, right? And don't be like me where you just start pushing it. Like you start pushing chaos for shits and giggles because that you don't need that, bro. You know. But I'm telling you that chick's not yours. If she does not like rules, that chick is not yours. Because check this out, dude. Humans love rules. Everyone loves. If you said, Zerko, you follow my rules right now. No partying in this house, but you're gonna do 10 days in a row with Joe Rogan. And you're gonna podcast in this house, and you get the benefit from this. We're taking the money, but you can have the exposure. I'd say, okay, no partying in this house. Those are your rules. I, as Genghis Khan, agree to your terms of service. I'm not gonna fuck up this house. Humans love rules when there's something in it for them, right? So, what's in it for her dating you? Like, you just like a cool guy. This is why I fucking hate players, bro. I was like, have you ever noticed that every dude who agrees with my philosophies on women dating and this the phase of modernity we're in, have you noticed that everyone who agrees with what I say, they have this bitter look in their face like some girl hurt them? Have you noticed that? It's like, what the fuck? I've been hurt too, but it's not it doesn't last forever, does it? Also, if your chick doesn't like boundaries and rules, would she follow those rules if you were Drake? Fuck are you talking about? Of course she would. You know what I mean? It's like you're just like outing yourself that there's no magnetism to your lifestyle, right? Why the fuck would she enter that? It's not all the way your fault because if you think about it, most chicks nowadays, you cannot, even if you teach them to follow your rules, for some reason, you're still not happy. You're still just like bothered or. Bro, at one point, I had so many chicks following my rules that all I could think about is my ex, who was like, fuck that. I was like, she was a badass, bro. She was challenging it a bit. You know what I mean? She was like, she was worth the beer. Like, you drink a beer and yell at her. I was like, yo, she's like Bulma. This one is like a fucking pussy bitch, bro. I spent so much time saying they should be submissive, so I stick around and I pick the bitchiest one on the internet, and I'm like, wow, this is great. Yo, people are busted, man. Humans are busted. I don't mind if a human's busted and thinks the wrong way as long as he's aware. If you say, Zerka, here's your problems, I go, I'm aware. Actually, these are deeper rooted issues from childhood. You'd be like, oh, he's aware. It's not that bad. But if you're unaware, you're unconscious, that's bad. You'll go to jail. Yeah. By the way, they test boundaries as a sport. That's like them kicking the soccer ball at you. So when she's testing your boundaries, she's seeing like, can I trust you or are you a pussy? Can I trust you or are you a pussy? Can I trust you or are you a coward? Can I? Oh, you're a fucking coward. You know what I mean? Then they panic. They go, am I going to die? Am I absorbing the intellect of a coward? follows the rules, but asks dumb shit like, "Will you be mad if I go to a bar?" Yikes, bro. This is how she should talk to you. This is how mine would talk to me when we were like doing the trad con shit. She'd be like this: "You're not going to a bar, are you?" And I'd be like, "No, I'm traditional. Actually, we're cool." And she goes, "Yeah, because we're not degenerates like Dan Dangler and Mike, right?" I'm like, "No, we're not." And she knew like my insecurities about being a degenerate, so she would like use that against me. And I liked that she was thinking like that, so I encouraged it. So it should be her talking about you leaving. Like, are you gonna go somewhere? And I always teach people if you don't enjoy going to the bar, that's heaven on earth. You should not go. Some red pill guys go, I go anyway to scare her. I could be leaving you, bitch. I could be leaving you. It's like, what the fuck kind of logic is that? What? You go to a bar somewhere you don't enjoy staying to get her to be afraid? Like, what the? Is that the manipulation you teach? Now, that would be effective if you loved going to bars. If you love going to a bar, that would be the most effective tool ever. It's like when you go to a roller coaster without her. But if you hate going to a bar, you just sit there, bro. This is like you're living in an illusion, and your magnet is just weakening. The magnet is the truth. It's got to be the truth. If you're faking anything, you're always going to be exposed. And if you don't get exposed by her, you will expose yourself. Kind of like how criminals cough. If you ask them, "Are you guilty?" They go, "No." Because the unconscious needs to tell the truth, and it'll push at you, right? You know what I'm saying, guys? So, you're supposed to be a father at what point? Trump was 65, right? To Barron. Well, I'm not a billionaire, so 80? I'd be that guy. We all had that one friend that their dad was like 90, and we were like, for some reason, we felt more bad for him than anyone else on earth because that is rough, man. Wow. That is horrible. That is like, I want to hug that guy. You know what I mean? Now, I'll probably become a dad like 55, which so maybe like 50. When I'm done, the half of my life that isn't involved with my mom, dad, and brothers. You know, that other half of your life where people start, things get very. I hate how they get, but that second half where it's now. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that, but yeah, I got a duty to my family, bro. I'm like, we're from a war zone, dude. We're refugees. I got a duty to them. I don't have a duty to not be another divorce statistic, or even worse, be a happily married guy that has no primal energy for his followers. Genghis Khan, will you get married and would you guys even keep paying money here if you ended Genghis Khan and made him a married dude? Nah, you want me to be a rapist? No, hold on. You get what I'm saying, right? It's like, bro, careful what you're paying for. So I don't think if Nick got married right now, it would be really hard for me to watch the channel. I'd be like, what crusade are we on? Are we team white people? You want to hear the sad truth about Nick's crusade? Like, I love the kid to death and I'm all for it, but it's a losing battle. Like, the world will be multiracial within 10 years, 50. They say 50, it's not. They always lie about that. I'm saying the good guys don't know what they're talking about. Like, the world will be multi-ethnic within 15 years everywhere. It's there's never been a big there'll be like enclaves in certain areas of like white identity that we can gravitate towards because we like Donald Trump energy. But for the most part, even the esoteric teachers all said that the future is going to be mixed race, which I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is kind of disgusting that culture is going to turn into pop culture instead of like, this is Chinese food, this is Japanese food. Now it's going to be like, this is, have you ever been to an Indian Japanese restaurant at the same time? It's like a combined restaurant. It's, I mean, it's awesome. You get to eat like the best kind of foods, but in your heart, you're going like, something is off, bro. Who's behind the kitchen? Oh, it's a fucking white guy behind the kitchen. This is fucking wrong. You know what I mean? Everything's gonna start doing this pop culture style, like in the movie Akira, right? In Neo Tokyo, where everyone looks mixed race. It's like if Dead Hexer was Turkish, Chinese, and Japanese mix. I wouldn't want his opinion on any of their cultures. But if he's just Turkish, I go, what are Turkish people like? You know what I mean? But if he was three things, I'd be like, at least be, if you're half Japanese, if you got Japanese, Chinese, Italian, all this stuff, the coolest thing you can do is be obsessed with one of those cultures. Tap into that DNA. So if you're 25% Japanese, which would be so cool, you better be super into samurai shit. And then everyone will love your magnet. They'll be like, this guy's so cool to be around. I get you. You know what I mean? It's like Nick. He's got a bit of Mexican in him, but he's like, no, no, I'm tapping into the other side. And people are like, this is actually good energy, you know? But if you're like everything at the same time, that shit's so fucking boring. Like Sneeko. What the fuck is Sneeko really? I remember saying to Sneeko's face, I'm like, bro, I love everything about you, but I can't get over the fact that you're mixed race. He's like, what? You don't even think about that. I'm like, bro, I'm telling you, it's weird when you start hanging out with Muslims and Arabs, and then you hang out with Yay, and then it's cool to hang out with all those people, but it's like, where is your interest in history? Shouldn't you have one? It's like when I meet a black guy who's all for black power. I have like the most respect for them. I go, bro, if I was a black guy, that's what I would do. You know, Malcolm X is like one of the most badass dudes in history. That's what I would do. You know, if I meet a white guy and he's all into white power, I think that's badass as fuck. If I meet a Japanese dude, he's all into samurai shit. It's so attractive. I can't explain why. It's super attractive energy. Mine got fucked up. I'm into Albanian stuff, but really can't. I'm too obsessed with the America thing. You know, you get your life saved by America. America doesn't. You know, it's like a giant phoenix that saves you, but it saved you by accident. It didn't give a fuck about you. And then for the rest of your life, you go, that is my phoenix. You know what I mean? Shit like that. So, which is weird. A lot of people are like, you talk about America more than Albania. Are you like a traitor? And I'm like, what the fuck? What the, I guess I might sound like a traitor because I once said in a group, in a room filled with the mafios of all Albanians, I said the greatest thing that could happen to Albania is if it was run by uh, Adolf, like a German. Like that's how it was in World War II, right? And everyone looked at me like, but he's not Albanian. I'm like, I know, I know, bro. I just thought that part of World War II is so badass. Like everyone growing up would make fun of me. They're like, you Albanians were with Adolf during World War II, and as a kid, I'd be like, yeah. I didn't know that. That's different. That's really, because everyone's grandparents and stuff would teach their kids that they were against the Nazis, and everyone would make fun of me, and I would be like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I'm with the stormtroopers too. Like, the fuck? I can't tell you why I love them. You know, I know they went after Steiner's family. We love Steiner here, but if you love something, I love German energy. I can't explain it. When I see German engineers make a car, I don't even care if I don't like the car. I go, oh, okay, well, it's probably worth the money. And, you know, everyone has that thing. Everyone has that thing. And a lot of people are like to me, well, isn't that the America? 70% of America is German DNA, bro. That's why we love America. You think we give a fuck about America for Italians? And well, I like Italians, but yeah, I like the German. I like the German thing because it fulfills my shadow. A German is very fucking different. A German is Zerka when he's on a mission. You notice when I'm focused and lasered in on a mission, on a war path, that's a German, but they're more uh technical. They're more like read data and stuff. That's the part of me that really made me a lot of money when I started reading books and becoming more of that German nature, that energy, right? Because being like a reckless Albanian is like second nature. Is fucking easy, right? Yeah. It's spiritually, if I had to tell you which races I am, American, German, and Japanese mostly. Probably mostly percent Japanese. And if you ask me why, I don't even know why. People are like change it to Italy so it could be the axis. I'm like, no, no, no. I'm talking about from my heart. You know in your heart what countries you're like. And you can't explain why you're so attached to them, but what the stuff that I mentioned is pretty much like, well, I grew up with Dragon Ball. That adds a lot of Japanese energy into me. This is the first country I ever visit with my money. Um, and they're so Japanese people are so unlike me that I love them. When someone's like very different, I was like, oh, let me look at how you guys live life. And usually I make fun of people when they're different from me, but and they're hardcore. Like they jump in front of trains, and if they have a bad day, they jump in front of a train, which I understand that feeling of trapped, like city life. I get it. Not that I'd do it, but I get it. The German thing, I think it's just history. History Channel always said Germans are the bad guys, so I always loved them. Like, oh, and the aura. People say white people don't have aura, but if you watch World War II in color, you're seeing Aura the movie. Like, what are you talking about? And not the Merkel stuff, not the dead hexes German faggot ass now. Talking about like World War II. It's pure aura. I genuinely think if we all teleported to World War II right now, I don't think rappers would rap anymore. You know how rappers try and win over Trump and they try and act different and they like lick Trump's ass because he's got German blood in him? You know what I'm saying? Like the respect levels there. I really think Hitler would turn black people into Nazis. You know what I mean? Like Nazis would be like, that's the new swag. Do you get it? Like Kanye can't help but be gravitated towards it, right? A lot of my favorite people in life have fuck you energy, like philosophy of freedom. And yeah, and Hitler's if it's true that he was a meth head, that's very relatable. Yeah. And I like the idea that he had like no chicks, like no, which, some people are saying that's a little sus. But I like the idea that he had like there was nothing his movement was not with bitches and stuff. Like a lot of people throughout history who had bitches are very James Bond. And Hitler's like, I want to make it German where there's no chicks. There's just hard work and machinery. I really like that because that's different from me. And the American thing, I think part of the whole world hating America, which is kind of true. I really like that. I don't know why. I really think I gravitate towards that. And another thing, the only place on earth that you're allowed to own a gun is America. So to me, it might sound like a smaller thing to you, but really think about it. These are the only humans who said police are reactive, they're not proactive. Someone, black guy walks in your house, you're dead, and then the police come. So here's what we're going to do. Don't even bother calling the police and just kill anyone on your lawn with any caliber weapon you want. And if it's not big enough for you, go to a different state and you get, bro, what the fuck? That's got to be the most badass shit in history, dude. That's got to be the most freedom you could have in history. And I like the whole idea that, for like a tax increase of like 5% or 1%, whatever the fuck, they went to a civil war. That's so badass, man. That's like, who the fuck in history has done shit like that? Really love American energy. And the only reason I was Sneako's friend in the beginning is I said to him, I'm like, you have Americana energy. So when he started becoming an Arab, I said, this shit's gay as fuck, bro. You're like morphing in front of my eyes. What to do if the girl's family don't like you? I'm too controlling. Well, you can't do much, but I think the answer is always the same. they'll only ever be attracted to you if you don't give a fuck about them. You know, a lot of people try and suck up and talk to the family, and bro, families only want the guy who's like does not give a fuck about the family. Now, if there's good moments, you should milk those, enjoy those, you know, be human still. But you got to remember, all respect on earth comes from zero neediness. Anyone who tries to like like butter up her parents comes off as a creep to people, right? This is, and I'm telling you like this, a lot of parents will tell their daughters to keep dating a guy if he's high value. Like, well, he doesn't want to come see you guys to the parents, and the parents would be like, why not? We're great people. Well, no, he says he's busy and stuff. And then you go see them and you go, my bad, I was busy, but I'm glad I came for Thanksgiving. And I think I think we should say grace now. And ha ha ha, everyone laughs and they do all that. But the most attractive thing ever would be him not sucking up to the parents. You know, parents hate fakeness, right? They've gone their whole lives enduring fakeness in the world. So yeah, yeah, yeah. And don't be a piece of shit. You know, a lot of times if the parents don't like you, you're just a piece of shit. Let's be real. Right. I've had that once in my life. She had to manipulate them a lot for them to finally not like me, but I still remember having a conversation with dad, and he like puts it on speaker, I guess, because she's like all upset. And I remember being fed up. And yeah, this is the worst thing I've ever done to someone. Is I said to her dad, honestly, sir, with all due respect, I don't give a fuck. And you know when you say with all due respect, you're charming them. Brought it down, and then she dated me for like another 6 months, obsessed with me for saying that, like obsessed because well they were teaming up on me, and I sensed it. I was like, you know, and when I did get cool with the parents because they realized they're being kind of bullies, like on FaceTime when I did get cool with them, um, instead of apologizing, I said I think we got off on the wrong foot. And it was so awkward because I wasn't smiling. I didn't want to be smug, but I had nothing else to say after that because they're waiting for an apology. And they both start laughing out of how awkward that, because that's like the weakest apology on earth. I think we got off on the wrong foot. That is the most smug shit I've ever done. And but then they started liking me when I started saying stuff like when she's like acting out and being emotional and they're calling her crazy and they're kind of like yelling at her through the phone, right? And then they're kind of using me as saying stuff like, "Oh, he has to listen to that," you know, because she's like arguing with them, as in I have to endure that. And I was like, "No, I like her crazy. You know, be respectful to your parents, but I like her crazy, and it's fine. I'm used to people teaming up on me. You know, like as in like your whole family teamed up against me, and they'd always find me like really funny after that. But I never met them in person because there's a bit of shame in my game. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I talk that disrespectful to older people, I don't want to actually meet them because in a weird way, I've always had immense respect for people older than me. Like, bro, if you think about my channel, I've always defended boomers. Fuck boomers. They ruined the whole world. When my dad told me boomers ruined the whole world, I was like, you know, you're kind of right. I'm only defending them because I want to defend my parents, but boomers fucking suck, man. What the hell? Yeah. And so, yeah, you're right. But yeah, my most hated videos is when I see boomers getting bullied by the youth. You ever see those on Twitter? Really rubs me the wrong way because that's not a civilization. Never in history has that happened where a civilization, the youth are like ruining the Airbnb guy's day. Never in history has it been this one sided. Like, what the fuck? Like, the youth are pieces of shit. And I have to watch out for my hatred. Like, I can get really hateful. Like, if the boomer just picked up an Uzi and just all the people disrupting his Airbnb, I think I would smile. You know, I'm really twisted when it comes to vengeance. Really, I can get, it's like a huge flaw of mine. You know what I'm saying? Her parents don't like me because I make her cry if we argue. I mean, are you just ask yourself honestly, are you a piece of shit to her? Are you just doing red pill shit to be a piece of shit? Or is it like you're a good guy having some troubles? You know, if your answer, if your first instinct is I am a piece of shit around her, then clearly you're in the wrong. You can be in the wrong, bro. It's possible. Also, bro, you gotta know how to bring people back into your magnet. You can't just argue with them and leave them in that state, right? I don't think you should use words though. I don't think words ever help. I think more this kind of action and watch TV with them. I think that's kind of like a cheetah. You have a cheetah in the house and it bit you by accident. Like it was just playing and it hurt you. And then and then it fucks off somewhere and then it comes and lays down like in that Twitter video. It lays down on you and just goes to sleep. The cheetah doesn't even need to talk. You just grab the cheetah like this and you go, I forgive you. You know what I mean? Like a non-verbal energy is the only thing you should focus on when being attractive to people. You know, it's huge. And you'd want it too. You'd want, bro, anytime I've picked up a homie that I was beefing with from a party where he's gonna get jumped, he would look at me like in such disbelief that I came right away because like I saw in the group chat or whatever, and I wouldn't say anything. Like I'd drive home, he'd be high as fuck, and he'd be shocked. He'd be waiting for me to yell at him. And I would never yell at him, right? I would never say anything. As soon as he got out of my car and he wants to dab me up, I'll just drive away, and then we'd be homies for the rest of our lives and shit like that. Because words mean nothing when you're in modern society where we over talk, we over yap. This is one of my favorite lessons in yoga. In yoga, they teach you to develop real power, throat chakra power, is you don't waste talking. The more you yap, weaker you become. And if you're in sales or in YouTube, that's terrifying. That's fucking. You ever seen Andrew Tate lose all respect because he just keeps yapping? Like, bro, shut the fuck up. What? There's no way you want another $1 million. You have 100 million, whatever. There's no way you need another $1 million. Like, what the? What is this shit? Yeah. Although on the other side of the coin, as evil as this sounds, I genuinely think every guru channel on YouTube is a scammer because if you watch their calls like this, bro, I this guy's done nothing to me. But do you guys know this guy who everyone kept telling me to look at? I finally caught up to like those car ride videos I watch, the Amazing Downfall or whatever playlist. And it was this guy named Hamza. And if you watch him speak, he's not a bad guy. He's got no ill intentions, but I couldn't understand anything he's saying. It sounded like Word Salad, the movie. A very successful guy, but it's like I'm really I love to be the fortune cookie channel. Like, here's your fortune cookie, and you guys say why, and I dissect why. But there's people who just drop fortune cookies like they're spending time on Instagram, like Hamza. And I don't dare say he didn't help anyone because when you pop off, you've helped someone, right? That's how the rules of blessings work. But goddamn, I was just listening to the guy talk. I'm like, I have no reason to dislike this guy. I don't think I was even disagreeing. I just could not get over the fact that everything sounds like when it sounds like the exact same episode every single time, that shit terrifies me. I'm like, there's no way you have a course. There's no way you have a course. Uh, and I know some scam courses actually can benefit people because they have step-by-step processes for a skill set. Okay, fine, whatever. A little overpriced, but whatever. And I don't think people should be, I don't even think I'm a good speaker. I think I go deep. I go deep. I go, okay, you sound like you sound very surface level right now. Let's go this way until I start looking weaker, right? I start looking more vulnerable. I start looking more I've been somewhere that someone has to have been through, and this is As soon as you go this way, people lean forward and they go, this Bradley Martin interview is like nonstop truth. I'm not saying total truth, whatever the fuck this guy's been through, and people start really liking you, like a lot. And then they start calling you a liar because you troll. Like when I said women are like dogs and stuff like that, people are like, bro, what the fuck? I'm like, okay, there's a comedic aspect here. You have to like see through some of this shit. You Are you joking me, bro? Like, and they are like dogs. Okay, I had multiple girlfriends already. I met a really good one in college. We had a fallout because I stopped being in frame. Trauma. And did things that lowered me to her level? No, way lower than her level, actually. I don't think she consciously knows it, but I believe it's a big reason why we broke up. Usually, most of the time, you're right. If you're this self aware, right? If you're this vulnerable, you're probably telling the truth. Because this is the bitter pill to swallow, right? What do you think about men marrying early on? Yeah, if it's a psychic marriage, if it's a spiritual marriage, 100% for that. If it's anything written in paper, this channel will never support it. Never, not once. It's satanic, it's evil. I'm telling you right now, if I'm responsible for one person feeling suicidal because after their divorce they lost everything, if I'm responsible for one, and I've talked to enough lawyers, I've seen enough shit, anecdotal, all that. It's never in your favor like that. And I think you guys just have to wait until you see how I do things, and then you're gonna be like, oh shit, this guy doesn't know how to lose. Like he set up his life to where he cannot financially lose. Like Zerka can go away and make money and never have a chick separate him and his. I'll just say it. Your money is still your tribe. Your status level is still a part of your tribe. As weird as that sounds, you should see it as a living entity that gets things done in your life, right? Like if you see your money as a dragon that you don't give the rights to, it could be a dragon used for a lot of good, bro. I'm telling you. And a lot of times you don't even use it. It's just there and she respects you for taming a dragon, right? But if you give anyone the keys to your dragon, bro, the dragon splits into three different serpents and they go in three different directions. And you know what's funny is when a woman wins all the money from a divorce settlement, she's not even happy. So that's fucking demonic that you could win $1 million and be even more. That's unreal levels of evil, bro. I will never promote any of that. And if you're a good little Christian, bro, maybe you're in the right. But statistically, I never want to leave Earth fucking up someone's life. You know? Never, never. Yeah. Thoughts on birth control? I'm against it, but the number one correlating factor to a man becoming a loser is an early child. But here's the interesting part: the richest, most successful whole people on earth, they all have kids and just make more money afterwards. So, double-edged sword with that opinion. You can go either which way. I just think the wanting it energy of wanting to be successful detours when you have a kid. I've seen it happen to a lot of people. And it was like a big reason for my ED. It was like 70% of the reason. It wasn't even biological or what I've done to myself. It's mental barriers of I know what you're trying to do and I'm flattered, but no. What are the biggest things I should do to stay in my winning state? I think the number one thing I always talk about is if you monitor winning in your life and it reflects other people's lives of when they're winning, you start to see that everyone has a different system that works for them. For example, there's certain friends you're around when you're winning. and for some reason you don't want to be around them that much. You want to be around everyone else. No, no, those people should be in your rotation. If anything, they're getting you to think different thoughts. You know, like monitor luck, dude. Luck is different. Remember, like blessings are locked up like this. They're trying to get to you, but you're blocking them. And then you're around certain people and it starts flowing again because you have like this state of gratitude around certain people that just opens channels, right? I mean, you'll never know your faith in the divine and how much power you have inside of you until you do something as crazy like me. I moved to a different country, dead broke, banned on Twitch, same week. Within 2 weeks, internationally famous and relatively rich at that time, especially compared to like average Joe. I had someone shit on me because I said 300K a year is not a lot. Yeah, it's not, bro. What the fuck? It's really not. It's a lot to someone who's not into making money, but if you're into it, if that's like, hey, I'm into having a bigger castle than the regular guy, then it's really not a lot, right? Like here, check this. If you make 500,000 a year, it's a lot of money if you have no overhead. If you have huge, I have to pay fresh fit studio and stuff, that's not a lot of, that's fucking no way, bro. But you got to see it like how your how your life's set up. There's only one way that that looks like a lot of money, right? Yeah. What is the reason, esoteric reason behind why a girl cuts herself? Oof. It's always childhood. My ex would do it too and would send me pictures. Oh, I've been here, bro. And blame me for it. Well, it's not you, but in a weird way, it is you because you're being initiated into helping someone, right? And you're failing because I was low key traumatized from it. Yeah, bro, this was me in 2022. Yeah. Then I found you with a similar story. Yeah, no, I was going through like my biggest. I was being initiated into the Christian mysteries at this time. So when she sent me those pictures, it was not just guilt. It was like, no, it's not on me. That's what they say. Red pill guys said it's not on me. The blue pill guys said the same thing. Destiny's people said it's not on me. But I see it cosmically as tests, right? So I always put it on me. But yeah, I felt like, whoa, I can't get involved in this religion because I'm failing bad. But I was being tested hard, you know? And she's still, it's a human soul. You got to be there for them, you know? Like one of the greatest quotes that changed my life was my twin brother. He said, even if someone's faking their pain and their struggle and their suffering, and everyone in the room knows they're faking it, and they're coming to you to vent that out, even if it's all fake, it's still real because the normal person wouldn't go fake it. They would be busy doing normal shit. I was like, what the? So in play, in ritual, and what you fake slowly starts to turn and it becomes very real. You could be getting manipulated too by it, but there's still a deeper psychological process that you're being chosen to, to save a soul. This is like a Christian initiation. And, I'm not saying she's going to kill herself, but I'm saying humans in distress search their own physicians. If you get chosen to be someone's physician, you should treat that as more important than all the money in the world. Why? It's the everything in existence is a moral test. Okay? But the big tests humans fail at more than the small ones. Have you noticed that? Like we're all moral people until there's a big test, you know? Or some of the most moral people I know, they always tell the world what they did when they were a good guy. I feel like those people are such fucking nasty faggots, bro. Like 90% of your, I gotta stop putting percentages on shit. That'll confuse people. But majority of you being an angel to the world should not be something you tell people. It can corrupt you. They can even add an opinion that weakens your instinct to, morally progress, right? Like for example, a lot of red pill channels would say she's just doing that to manipulate you. That's true. That can be true too. It doesn't change anything. What the fuck? Should I take a Russian girl that is cheating on her husband? She only has one body and is clingy and submissive. Her husband's 5'3", balding, I'm 6'5", and have the Trinity. Oh, status, network, looks. Yeah, but you know the age-old question. Look, man, they're clearly gonna break up and stuff. I get it, what you're going through, but the age-old question is, you can she can ditch your ass too. You know, like there's a moral degeneration happening that she's not getting something fulfilled in her inner image, and so it's up to you. But I mean, you're meeting her as a piece of shit. She's a piece of shit, right? She's being a piece of shit. So would it be dangerous for you to fall for a piece of shit? Yeah, potentially. Has people lived happily ever after something like that? Many have, yeah. Not many. I say majority, no, but there has been many. You know, I'll never discount a Chad. They can bend the laws of nature sometimes for this kind of stuff. But if you ever feel like I'm pumping you up and filling you up with too much hope, you're fucked. If you feel like it's realistic and certain things line up, it could work. I just think it's in a lower percentage because the way you framed that question sounds like you don't even respect the bitch at all. You know what I mean? As soon as your mind starts becoming one, you're going to start respecting yourself less and you're going to start seeing her as a drag. You're not going to know why. It's going to be very weird. You know what I mean? Now, she has some kind of like some religious awakening and transformation. That's different. Now, that's rare. You know, most people's religious transformations are around like 55, 45, which is terrifying if you think about it. Like most of the people working in society never even think of is there any moral test to breathing on earth? And it's like, why don't you read anything worth its salt and you'll see that it's super accurate too. You know, you get that scripture of where your treasure is, there your heart will be. Dude, that is the heaviest part of the Bible for most people because you're immediately going to be winning in life and tested as you're winning. And from what it looks like, 9 out of 10 people, even good people, fail that test. Have you noticed that? What's that about? So making me think that people aren't as good as they seem on the internet and shit. Yeah. Can you go more into detail of the practices and rituals we're doing when you popped off that you mentioned earlier? Yeah, this is a deeper process of I've always had a passive meditative state in the morning, and this non-thinking state's the most important one, even though the active thinking states the active practice is always going to be what people focus on, which is very stupid because you're cluttered. And even in the morning, especially in the morning, bro, it's got to be on an empty stomach too. But when you go clear and you change it into what you're supposed to see, believe it or not, dude, the biggest frustration is going to come from you not being able to be Myron's friend before you've even met him. And for me, that's the easier part. I've done that my whole life. I'm like, these are my guys. These guys are saying all the right stuff. And you know, this one has to click. Our minds have to mesh in a different way. And yeah, if you can't ever see yourself being him, oh my God, will you get frustrated? You're gonna be like, I can't get the hang of this. Yeah. And if you ever want to test if it's working, ask yourself, are you attractive right now? You know? Like Myron should be laughing his ass off. You should be very attractive. He should be dying laughing more than any other person you've collabed with when you sit down in front of him, because you know he's got the keys. He's got the keys to what you're trying to do. Right? Now, if you look at it through the reincarnation lens, you could just see Myron laughing because he finally met someone from a previous life he's very linked with karmically. You could go that deep with it. That's why when you guys see me sit with Myron, it doesn't look like strangers in the day one. Even Sneeko, yeah. But everyone before I was 27, 28 kind of felt like I'm just meeting new people, you know? Or even Dead Hex, you know? We're just like tied like this, and the guy lives in billion light years away. Which I hate. You know, if you live far away from me, it's like you're dead to me. It's like, why? What are you doing with your fucking life, bro? Like, I don't get that. Now, Hex, if we had a content house, bro, we would kill it, bro. You would come out here because you'd have no choice. I'd be like, getting paid for nothing. You take some of that money and live here. Circle why are women seeming? What the fuck? Hex, I believe that's actually gonna happen because I have so much leverage over you now. Like this chat heard it all. They're gonna be like, you have to go live there. I don't give a fuck what you're going through. So wouldn't that be cool, Hex? When I say to you, yo, the house is designed. We got 2 players involved. Book a flight. Your life is going to be completely different. All that gaming you do in that room is gonna happen in this room. Nothing. You just see me run around doing fucking whatever, but nothing changes for you. And then I'd just be like, let's at least do this 2 months, get it out of our system. And then we'd start going up in views and money and all this shit. Everything would get better. And then you'd miss home. So we'd all go home at the same time and meet back up in a different penthouse and keep building like that. And you'd see how easy it is to work with me when it's like in person. Because in person, you can actually shame me. You can like turn to me, look at me like this, like, yo, you didn't do anything today. I'm like, what? I did my call. And you'd be like, no, you literally didn't do anything for the podcast, though. I'd be like, oh shit, you can shame me now. This hurts. Yeah. Yeah. And Eden loves you to death, bro. Like it's strange, but Eden loves you to death, bro. Like he's like I don't know what you guys talked about. I've never even seen you guys talk, but it's strange. It's very strange. I think why Eden loves you so much is, and this would hurt his feelings if we told him, but you know me better than he does. Because, you know, when we grew up, he had his own things to do, and you were on the fucking Twitch with me. So he knows the old me better than you do, but the new me, you know way better. So we gotta lock in, Hex, bro. If you want to waste this summer, we gotta lock in. We gotta find it. We gotta make this house happen, you know. And I would pay for you. Don't worry. You can save your money. Yeah, it's 6 years because of drugs and alcohol and all the distractions and stuff. Hex, there's a lot of partying distractions. Like, yeah, I wish when I started, someone would tell me like, "Yo, Zerka, you have a lot of that party energy that killed Z's in you. That stuff has to go somewhere else." But in my head, I'm like, "Well, we're not partying that much. We're not, bro. We were fucking going to die. I was going to die. Like, that's not good, bro." Shout out Z's, you know. As I, you know, what's interesting philosophically, and this people attack me so hard when I say this. Philosophically, I really think partying is spiritual. Getting lost in it is not. It turns into something else. But some of the craziest moments in your life will be at a party where you go. You either say, "I don't want to be here," or "I want to extend this by becoming more successful." It's like one of the two. Could be, yeah. I don't think any human has ever started partying and not ruined themselves, though. If humans had that ability to enjoy but not identify, adapt instead of identify, is different. But yeah, well, we're talking about like a perfect party. That's easy to recover from. But if it's annoying people, you start to cope. You start to do other things, right? Have a good balance of the Trinity, but not maxed out yet. I thought we just say that to look cool. I don't think any human maxes it out. Don't we just say that to look cool? What do you mean? Like what? Well, I guess there are some people who max it out. You're right. My girl listens to me, but also tests my boundaries many times. I've threatened to leave her, but it's getting draining. I just want peace of mind with her. What do I do? Yeah, you're gonna have to have an honest conversation, bro, because threatening and all this weak shit is, first of all, if you threaten someone, clearly you don't have power, right? Humans should be afraid of an action, not words. Like, oh, he left me, right? But I think you should have a deep, honest conversation and be like, without the emotions, just say, where are you going, Stephanie? And she'd be like, what? And you're like, where are you going? Is it is it going to be somewhere that I enjoy, or am I going to be always arguing with you in this? Where is your soul even headed? And she might find it funny and stuff, but when you talk to a human like this, they always start spilling a lot, even if it's comedic at first. And then you should really not be manipulative or anything. You should genuinely absorb what she says and ask yourself, is it the right answer or is it the wrong answer? Right? And you shouldn't be like attracted to her when you do it. You should just see her as a soul coming to a soul. And then you're gonna have like a tough choice to make. But that separation will help you, right? Now if she goes and becomes a hoe after the separation, that was gonna happen anyway. Everyone knows that. Right? But usually if they're mature enough, you can go to the next level. You guys can start she can start playing support better. I don't want to say team. I want to say you're assault, she's support class. I have these images in my head of my dream home in LA and I'm from New York. Would it make sense to just go there to live in the end goal just for the feeling? And if so, what should I do there? I don't even know anything about you. What the fuck should you do? What the heck? You just dreaming about being in a house? That's like the fakest dream I've ever heard. I'm dreaming of being someone, so I'm in that house. You know? That's very different. Okay. I met a legit 10 Portuguese chick on vacation. No one's a 10. You're a simp. You already lost. She won. She senses it. She's leaving you. In Spain, and she's been living rent free in my mind now that I'm back home. Is it possible to make a relationship last even once we are back home, or is that a suicide mission? If it's something that you have to do, whether you listen to me or not, explore it, dude. You're on earth to explore things and experience things and, find more about your machine. Even if it's not totally worth it, maybe she's not that great of a person and stuff. If it feels like you're gonna go your life wondering, nigga, go spend 2 weeks there, chill there 2 weeks. I'm all for people unraveling their unconscious. This is not a red pill channel that says, no, that'll never work. Long distance, no, fuck it, block the bitch. No, fuck that. You meet humans for a reason. Could be a short reason, could be a medium reason, could be a lesson, could be whatever. You explore this to deepen your experience in the world. And it's fun. This is the best part of life is fun, having fun with a curiosity. Having fun. Why am I so curious about her looks? You should explore it as if like it's Indiana Jones finding a nice artifact for your collection, right? And I'm telling you this, man, anything you're doing right now can wait. Now, if you're a fucking deadbeat bum, still do it. Still go spend 2 weeks there. See what happens. See if you ignite a flame. That flame might turn you into, a lot of people turn into their heaviest grind modes when they have a crush on someone. So if it deepens your crush and you go, damn, I need money to fucking have this bitch around, that'll start a flame in you like no other, right? That's transmutation right there. Again, you're always going to come back to the position of I should have been someone before I met her. Which, I know that's the dull, hardcore answer, and everyone wants like the quick, fun answer. But if I were you, what I would do, I mean, you use the language like a 10. Holy shit. But if I were you, I would not listen to any of these red pill guys who just fucking browbeat you and push you down and you're not ready, you're not a millionaire, you're fuck all that shit. Here's what I do. I go spend 3 weeks out there with her, right? I'd let it all go burn into ashes. I don't give a fuck. I get closure and move on with my fucking life. Closure is everything, you know? And you're really asking me, Zerka, is there a lesson here? Bro, you said she's a 10. There's a real nasty lesson right here. I wouldn't skip this side quest. Other side quests are way more boring, bro. You're not doing shit anyway, right? You're not doing shit anyway, are you? You didn't tell me what you're doing. But yeah, I'm all for getting the chick. That's the only reason I'm breathing on Earth is I want people to experience what I experience. You know, I want people to experience the vacancy of not having her and then being the guy that gets all of them. So yeah, then you'll overcome everything once you start unraveling your unconscious. Your unconscious will actually say to the next 10 you meet, yeah, whatever, I already done this mission, right? Unless you're on drugs and alcohol, then you'll say, oh, what if this time it's better? Like, that's stupid. That's always stupid. So, okay, you've been to Colombia? Man, if I had good people to go with, I'd go right now this week. But all you need is someone that speaks the language and you're good. I would love that because that's the one place they don't actually speak the languages. So I was thinking either Mexico City, Colombia. I'm going to spend a couple weeks there for the summer, and I have to go to San Diego for that chick. I've been depriving myself of like international chicks to be with national chicks. Is national's always less hot than international. So I'm gonna go see Sabrina a bit, and hopefully she's not boring, man. I'm not gonna lie. That Twitch streamer could. They always end up being not worth it. But I do kind of want to dog on some, maybe Argentina, maybe Colombia. I want to dog on some third world chicks. I've never really done that to a full extent. Like I've done it many times, but most men, that's like their whole portfolio. And they're bad as hell, right? That's what everyone says. You guys send me that shit all the time. And if I like the home base, like Mexico City, a bunch of chicks, all that, having fun, can live like a billionaire on less money, but we're still spending more money. That's the best position. Then, if I really enjoy it and I say, "Hey, you guys hooked it up. This was actually a good destination," then I'll just open house and be like, "Every one of you followers, come meet me there. Let's party in a way where we don't go to jail. Uh, if you do drugs or anything, we kick you out. Shit like that." And then we all have fun. We all pick up because my magnet really amplifies other men. Like when I'm attractive around women, all my homies are. Everyone's getting something. It's weird. It's because I can be confident enough to where it's contagious, and then I can chill out. Everyone else starts winning and makes my life easier too. And that's synergy. So yeah, we got to find a place within the next week and we got to just go there without a reason. We just got to be in a different place doing the same content but just in a different setting. And the only friends I want is like chicks. Really, I want to know some locals that are fucking babes, right? And I don't want to riz at all on camera. I want to establish bond with all of them and then turn the camera on when it's less technical and less Google Translate what I'm trying to say, bitch. Even though I'm very nonverbal, so I can get away with murder. And then people are saying Thailand, but I'm not into that kind of stuff at all. I've never been there. That's the only place on earth I haven't been. But Mexico City, I'm down for that. Like penthouse there and make it the spot. And I'll tell you guys where to get your Airbnbs and hotels. And then we could have all summer there with the boys. And yeah, we could have a bunch of fun. The only thing I hesitate is if one of you buys coke in an illegal country and get us all in trouble. Because a lot of people become a little too primal around me, and then I don't need that. I'm paranoid of that. That's why I'd rather do that one solo. But if everyone's on their best behavior and just have some fucking margaritas and whatever pina colada, that's just gonna be awesome. And the best part is, if we're a big group, we can just chill at a bar for 5 hours until nothing happens, right? But in 5 hours, 10 of us will meet 500 people. You know how much 10, if you're talking to four dudes at a bar, it's so easy to meet people already. I'm telling you right now, especially if you're foreigners. You go with two people, you kind of have to like start pushing, right? Why do you treat pure girls nicer than hoes? Do you ever switch the frame with them and talk to them like hoes? Yeah, when they feel safe with me, I do. But I mean, archetypally, if we look at the father role, the hoes immediately smile when I'm that guy to them because they go, "Oh, I've experienced this with my dad." Or sometimes they even think they have. Their dad's not even in the picture, right? So immediately it's home to them. Whereas a nice person, home isn't a toxic environment at all. It's not anything like that. So with a nice person, you start off backwards, right? There's different sides to you. You can show different sides to people, right? So like, what is her dad like? Yeah. But the funny part is I always am toxic to both eventually, right? Or I don't know how you want to, not toxic, fair. I'm fair, you know? I'm so fair that no one even catches this. Have you ever noticed, like, let's say Dakota Tyler is right here. Have you ever noticed that when I genuinely appreciate her, you can see me not bullshitting anymore? You know, I might be joking around stuff, but you can actually think, whoa, there's love in the air for Dakota. This guy actually enjoys this soul around him. You know, have you ever seen that? That deepening of bond is more powerful than anything red pill people do. When I talk about hot and cold, I'm really talking about how you could be as soft as a teddy bear, but don't change Zerka's nature. Keep acting that way, and he's like a teddy. It's perfect. Change a bit, and he's throwing your luggage out with Mindy, Megan, get the fuck out of Mike's house. You know what I mean? And they dish Mike for me. I was like, what the fuck? It's because I'm fair with people. And I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. When you see me talk to a bitch, you're seeing honest game, like honesty. You know, there's very few times. I think sometimes I say I'm a doctor. That's I don't. Of course, that's a lie. But I don't know if I consider that like. I don't think anyone believes that Zerga's a fucking doctor. But most of the game you see is you smiling because you're like, whoa, he just told the truth. That's exact. You know how I know Zerka told the truth? When he said that to her on that stream, that's exactly what I thought of her. That's why I'm laughing, right? So it is a marketing thing. When I'm talking about manipulating energy, I'm saying you fucking drop your balls, lay the truth, and the energy manipulates around you. I have talked about getting in someone's mind before, and karmically, I don't think that's ever worth it. Sometimes they can piss you off through where you want to do it, and I don't know if I want to teach that stuff. You know, I mean, let's be real. The dark arts work even better. I'm not saying better long term, but I'm saying for if you ever want to feel like a sniper, the dark arts are way faster. You know, if you ever seen me do slow game, you're like, oh man, Zerka's taking forever. I mean, have you ever seen me do dark arts? You're like, whoa, this is how is she already that close to him? This is, you know what I mean? And sometimes it's very vampiric because have you noticed I have to be invited first, like a vampire? Have you ever noticed that I have to be invited by her for me to enter her mind? Yeah. A lot of guys mess that part up. They think they could just go in and that's how all alarms start sounding, right? And if you noticed, I get a little more dark if she's already her nature's dark herself. It's not a good thing. I'm not promoting that. But if she's darker, if she's manipulative herself, I was like, oh, you've initiated the chess game? Okay. And it always ends in fucking horrific ways when, because sometimes I treat it like a contest. It's like, I have to win this. And I think that also ruins my life. You know, it made some good success in life, but it's, have you ever looked at me and said, this guy treats this pickup shit way too much like he's like that tennis guy? You know, like Roger, you know, I got treated too much like a sport. That's how much I'm afraid of cringe in the world. I feel like people who don't treat pickup like a sport, they always look like the mascot. You know what I mean? They always look like, or they takes them like 15 years to stop sounding cringe, like Andrew Tate. And because Andrew Tate's 15 years of just lying to a bitch, and finally he gets some money and starts telling the fucking truth, and it's like, there it is. That's the energy we want, right? When they like him, when they like someone high value, they're usually spewing truth bombs, right? Remember, truth is rewarded. Truth is rewarded by a lot of things, bro. Like it's demons reward. It's not all just demons lashing out, bro. If she's demonic, she'll still reward you. Humans reward the truth. Okay, I can start charging fucking thousands of dollars. A lot of people are still gonna stay because they're gonna be like, I like this kind of conversation. This sounds like he's skipping all the fluff, right? Which is so bad. To be a YouTuber, fluff is, look at Hamza. He's got so much fluff. That does really well. I think karmically that's he's gonna have like a huge identity crisis. You know what I mean? Karmically, you don't want to be fluffy. People are paying money, so let's go into your chambers, right? And you know what's interesting is when men open up to men, it's never cringe. Have you noticed that? Have you ever noticed that? That's why I think there should be a gun to influencers' heads. And it's like, oh, you don't want to open up. You want to sound cool. You want to say words like W's and L's. Bang! Right? So the only problem why I hate saying this is like when I teach men to be vulnerable, a lot of people become doormats and faggots. Have you noticed I gain power when I'm vulnerable? Like everyone starts fucking with it. Yeah, that's how I know people go when people say deep shit, they go right here. They don't go all the way in, so it always sounds cringe. It's like, bro, hey, you could talk to your brother and you could be right here. You know what I mean? But talk to your brother when you're in distress and you can go like that way, right? And men get addicted to being vulnerable. Let's be real. It's like dangerous game. I really think carnivores who are vulnerable, they have the strongest magnets easily. They're so relatable. But if you're like a herbivore bitch and you're not free, you don't feel free in anything you do, I think that's a really dangerous spot in life. You know, it's like becoming a doormat. Yeah. And it's interesting. Some people build walls and it works for them in the beginning, for sure, for the first few years. And you feel like a badass. But again, cannot run from what you are feeling, bro. It's gonna come out in any way. You can bottle it out. You can do drugs and it'll fucking pop. You teach to leave after, but is it okay to sleep over after the deed? Don't you want to build bond faster and cuddling? 100% cuddling is more important than anything I'll ever talk about. Building bond. However, I don't think I've ever seen a channel, person, anything I've seen in the world. I don't think I've ever seen men cuddle correctly. It looks fake. It looks weird. It looks kind of like they're like they want the they want like the milk or whatever. They look weak. And I think the best example of building bond cuddling will be, you guys remember when I did a very obscure stream that I knew I'm going to refer to later? I was cuddling with some chicks in a 24-hour stream that was just garbage. We're just sleeping. And I want to show people the energy of what play looks like in the house. And it looks very similar to what we'd be like if we had a couple beers or whatever the fuck and we're just chilling. Well, we're not cuddling, but it was just me laughing and them following and copying the laugh and me encouraging them to be funny and even giving them rewards like, yeah, she is being funny. And as soon as they're encouraged up, they would say something that's not that funny. And I would be very honest and say, that's not that funny. And they'd laugh even more. That kind of cuddling is so casual, so perfect. That's how you build a bond. But the cuddling you're talking about is not casual. That is the gayest shit you could do. That's why I say a lot of times if you're having trouble being a badass is probably because you're not one. You should probably go home, right? If you know for a fact it increases your value, go home. She's doing the same shit to you. If you know for a fact it's going to offend her, do not do it. But staying till morning makes you look like a faggot, bro. Actually, like the best thing you could have is a job that you could work at any hour. So when you leave, you actually go to that job and you actually have proof you were at that job and you actually did something at that job. There's the highest level of that's the reason he left. And careful about being a phony with that because I've had a lot of guys have success being phonies, but they always start talking with like less confidence over time with me because you could tell it's the jig is up, bro. And I genuinely feel like when you're hitting it from the black, I genuinely feel like you cannot enjoy it if you're a phony. That's not just my experience. I feel like everyone understands what I'm saying about that. That's why if I do a late night tweet that you get no likes on it, I still knew that tweet would get 1,500 likes, even though I posted at like 1 a.m. or whatever, right? Or 11 or whatever the fuck. So yeah, the more real you are, the more it's gonna be like, whoa, this is actually worth it, the experience for once, you know? And you wake up like Superman. How to get the friends of a girl? I'm not gonna lie to you, Alexander, that is brutal, but we've talked about it since day one. This one was free too. We always talk to we always talk to them the exact same way as the target. You have a target, you talk to all the friends the same way, you make them laugh the same amount. You are sensitive to how much fun you're sharing. You're sensitive to this one got 50%, this one got 20%. No, they should all get 10%, bam, 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 like that, especially the fatties. And do not be fake. Look, just like what I do. I look for what I have in common with anyone on earth, and I legit grab that and I stick to that because every human can relate to another human. It's like a huge Christian message here, right? And then you're a good person because that's the better side of you coming out, right? So I think the biggest mistake is what Heel Mike does. He talks to the target and not the friends, and they all start shielding up. It's fucking legit. It shocks me how bad Mike is for how much experience he has, And then he sometimes blows me out of the water. Sometimes he's so good with it, like very weird. I'm talking about off camera. We're constantly using hot and cold on the chick you're talking but everyone but her, will she notice? And oh, bro, if you're not real, if you're not telling the truth, and your hot and cold is just with one target, dude, no, never. You've never seen Zerka do that ever in his life. You'll always see someone on my lap, and me talking to someone else. Have you ever noticed that? Someone on my lap, no attention here, because we've got nonverbal attention, and talking to the other person, charming them, not being fake, trying to find a genuine connection on some Christianity, right? You know what I mean? So, have you ever noticed that energy? It's almost like my mind spider webs everyone and pulls them like that. Yeah, that's a lot of years in the nightclub. I was obsessed with saving time. I want to talk through the room. I want to save time. A lot of people think it's just arrows on one target, choo, 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 but it's more like 5 arrows, 5 different ways. That's what it looks like. Or if one of them's laughing, you focus on that target and hit it with a bunch of arrows. That laugh will get the other ones laughing, right? And then that's when I'd focus on the target. Whichever one's laughing the hardest, more attention there. That way everyone is convinced. If I find him funny, I get attention next. And people want attention from it, even ugly people. Everyone wants attention, right? It's energy, right? That's why you'll see me like rapid fire at the person who's connecting with my mind the best. The only time you'll see me back off the group and focus on one is the one that dared laugh first, right? That one gets rewarded hard, just like in nature, right? Like if we're lions. That makes no sense, but you know what I'm saying? Madagascar. Please clip that up, what I said. That's probably the best detail I've given. I love when I update the same stuff I repeat in a better way. That's good shit. And I swear to God, when you explain it with arrows, you don't forget, right? Isn't it? Isn't that, you know what I mean? Isn't that like something every human should do? I run jealous game whenever I meet new chick, but when I do, turn it off and be dismissive, or do you ever turn it off? Well, is it real? Like, are you actually jealous? Because I'm weird, I'll say it. Like I'm not just thinking it. I'm actually jealous. Like if a Lambo drives by, I legit say on the date, I am jealous that he has a Lamborghini and that you're into that. And she goes, who? And looks on the street and starts laughing. And she goes, what the fuck was that? And it's like, really, the truth is so much funnier than you think, bro. Truth is, truth bombs are hilarious, bro. And what's weird is you're gonna notice that you don't really give a fuck if that guy has a Lambo, especially if you say it out loud. Like your biggest fear is accomplished. Your mini traumas. Like the Lambo just comes, takes your bitch, roars a V12. If you're ever worried about losing frame, you already lost it. You should write that down, bro. Frame is connected to worry. You know, like have you ever noticed Sneeko trying to adjust frame, but his voice sounds a little shaky and fearful, so it just doesn't work. That's why I say, hey, Sneeko, you have a dismissive side. I've seen it in the elevator with people. I know you have it in you. Embrace that side and you'll understand frame. Most of the frame is shit rolling off your back, right? By the way, this is not even the Data IQ update. I have a bunch of footage I want to drop, like hours and hours and hours. But and I have this thing that like, do I want to finish reading everything and give you guys a call? I'd rather finish reading, make my notes. I don't practice what I'm going to say, but if I have point form, I can go everywhere. The days I don't have point form, I like it, but it feels like there's less examples. I feel like this is better. You know what I mean? And honestly, I want to charge you up. I want to charge you guys up. Like Hex, do you know how to do that? Not even joking right now. There's no comedy here. I want to charge up. What do you think? What do you think is fair, guys? That way I do even more hours, and it doesn't feel like it's just me being an angel. I feel like I want to be like Robin Hood. Hex, is it okay if we charge up for anyone that's new and then keep these guys at whatever they're at? Is that possible? I just feel like it's so slimy if someone like increases as we're talking. Feels I know people do people do that? What's that? That's not upsell. That's something. Well, that is upsell. That is, yeah, that's a little Jewish, right? I don't even need more money, but I love charging bigger dollars so there's more guilt. And that guilt turns into I have to give more. I have to read more. I have to analyze more and you know what I mean? I like it to get sharper. Like Julius Caesar conquering the world. I like having a reason like, oh shit. Like imagine if I charged 10,000 a call. Bro, I spend fucking 9, 10 days in a row, 5 hours a day preparing for everything I'm going to say in point form that makes no sense. And then when I start speaking, it all comes together. And I genuinely think you post a bit of those highlights, that would be like 10 million views if you took it more serious like that, right? Do you do one-on-one calls? I have a couple millionaires that I just like legit milk the fuck out of them. Bro, I don't even charge until legit change the life. As soon as I see it in their eyes, they can't hide it. I fucking increase so much. Like I go scammer mode, right? I literally tell them, what changed in your life? And they go, nothing. But I want to talk about what we talked about last time. I'm like, yeah, yeah, we can't do that anymore. We can't. Oh, you're generating 5 million You didn't even tell me. I had to research you, bro. You're generating $5 million a year. You're clearly at an area where you can get built hard, and I will be your fucking tax write-off. You know what I mean? That's a great area to be in. I even go harder on the dudes that don't tell me how much they make. Like legit, I go, oh, are you threatening me, Master Jedi? Like, what the fuck? Anyone who hides how much they make, they're making way more than you think. Bro, I had an uncle. He'd never say how much he makes until I found out he fucking created herbal magic. I want to punch him in the face, man. Like distant. There's nothing more stupid than getting rich off something as dumb as like, what is herbal magic even like something random? Oh, I invented the Pez dispenser. Like, shut the or the gumball, or like, bro, that's who you are, the gumball machine guy. Like, that's got to be the worst position to be in. Like, why do you have a Ferrari? I sell stamps. What the fuck? In a esoteric blessings point of view, the guy who made sticky notes, he genuinely changed billions of people's lives. Like when people started getting more, you know, more organized with their sticky note. That's what's crazy about business is that it's not material. It's linked to spirit. It's fucking wild, you know? So if you ever want to be a good businessman, legit help someone, right? You legit help someone, you go, I can charge anything. You know what I mean? You can legit charge. If you've got a service you would pay for, you pick the market, right? You set the market. I think the hardest thing for a human is to make a product that they would buy themselves because that's how phony the world is. People love hustling. And you know, a lot of hustling does work. You know what's crazy? Hustling works, bro. Like, look at drug dealers. What the fuck are they providing? And, you know, some of them make a lot of money, right? Karmically, it goes sour for them every time, though. And you know what's funny? If nothing goes wrong if, for being a drug dealer your whole life, you one day look back in your life and you go, I spent 70 years paranoid. That's worse than prison. Right? That's what the fuck? You're playing football on the field and I just can't kick the ball. I don't know. I feel weird. That's torture. What was that tweet you deleted about the meditation to do before sleep? Yeah, if I'm spamming, I delete stuff. But no, it's all here on this website, guys. Everything I talk about, the mother's chamber, scripture, all of that stuff is here. All of it. Okay. And if you want more detail, I think Goddard's, you know, a scammer would do it, they would just repackage it. But I think it's more useful if you go to Neville Goddard's books and then everything I say is going to start. You'll put, how many of you start predicting what I'm about to say because you already read the book? How many of you actually go, I know exactly where this is going? You know what I mean? And I really don't think it's that much work. Like, for example, if you ever want to get hooked into a book, I want you guys to chat GBT it. You know, you'll find something you really fucking need, and you're gonna be like, okay, that book's worth it. There's we've never had more information for free. It's just we have information overload, so people don't know where to start. And it's like, this is why when you pop off, if you know the recipe and what you did and what worked for you, that has to be shared with the world, or you legit go into hell. So, do females compliment your teeth often? No, but when I first got them, which is so weird, this was the first time I was stopped randomly on the street. They would run up to me to talk about their teeth, and never after. When I got bored of them, like I forgot about them, never again. Like very rare. But when I first got them, I'm like, this is a supercharger. And you know, looking back, I guess I say too much stuff to distract them and stuff like that. I guess they're thinking of other things. But I don't think there's a bigger supercharger than veneers, because it's not that teeth look better or whatever. That's not the reason. It's that everyone thinks you're going to be on Fox News. Have you ever noticed that? They think you're going somewhere without them. It's not really about the aesthetic. They're like the only reason a human would have veneers is if they're on Fox News yapping. They're going somewhere in life. It's somewhere TV oriented. People have this fantasy of being on a stream for 5 seconds and popping off. Some people have done that, right? So people love the media, like media energy, right? Circa skincare. My skin's not that good, bro. I don't have shit. I don't have a routine. I'm oily, bro. You gotta look into some other stuff. What I hate most about skin is it's just like a lot of things. There'll be five remedies that work, and legit, four of them will not work for you. You have to find what works for you. Uh, it's gonna sound crazy, but I think oxygen is a big one. I'm huge into you look better if you do cardio, not cardio on a machine. Like cardio in sunlight that you never call it cardio. You never think it's cardio. It's never exhausting you to the point where you hate it. You're just smiling and walking or on an uphill or a hike. I think that cleans your cells because we're as hunter and gatherers, humans are meant to be like chasing their prey for like 8 hours. So you should at least be good on 1 hour, and that hour is thinking time. That's when you're going to have what did Nietzsche say? That's no great idea comes from being indoors. Your greatest ideas are going to be on top of something. Yeah. Now I go even more intense, if I'm entering intense thinking states, and I get restless, let's say during the podcast days, I would choose to crank that to 3.5, 4 hours hiking. And as wild as it sounds, I was dropping so much muscle, so much just wasting away, exhausting myself to the peak, and then at the peak, when everything's like cooked, new ideas would come out and I would see different imaging for the podcast that's going to be tomorrow. Right. And a lot of people are like, and then you had good sleep and went to the podcast. Right. And I don't like teaching this part, but no, no. I wake up, I do it again, I get exhausted as fuck, and then I go on the podcast, crack a Red Bull, and really see what the fuck comes out. Like when I'm vulnerable, damaged, fucked up, and I'm too exhausted to put up any sort of a fucking gay ass front, You know what I mean? Like when you're hella exhausted, you can't have a fake conversation. Yeah, for me, it's been a blood flowing thing always. Something about circulating in the brain and all that. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Obviously, I don't teach that because I don't want you guys going exhausted on a podcast and saying I flopped, right? Some of you guys get into the best thinking states wherever, doing whatever. The active stuff is very different. Non-thinking states the same for everyone, but the active stuff is different for some people. Do also, I don't want to put things out there in your head, but everyone's different. And for me, it's always been the thing I always lacked the most. Like I've always throughout my whole life, uh, I've lacked healthy behavior like hiking and stuff. So as soon as I got a chance to do, internet full time, I was like, oh, I have to balance this out. You know, something about the oxygen, and I can't explain it, but esoterically, if you know that spirit, what does Pike call it, is oxygen, it'll make a lot more sense to you. I don't think you should get that exhausted because I could just see a bunch of you texting me where I'm too tired to even think. But I have a different kind of mind. Yeah. Like I genuinely think most streamers listening to the getting exhausted thing, I think they would say the N word and get banned. I think it would go very bad for them, But if you're on your truth march, you could say anything you want, no sponsorships and shit. I would crack that vessel, bro. I would get fucking exhausted, and it's funny. There's a euphoria to it on podcast, a high to being that exhausted, and especially if you had no caffeine and it's your first caffeine, and you waking up on the podcast. That's the most amazing. A lot of people think I'm getting cracked on caffeine and then hiking. No, no. No caffeine. Just hiking until I'm exhausted. First drop of caffeine will be on the podcast. And all I'm trying to do is simulate an empty or the most fasted state you can be in. A fasted state would work. I just don't think I don't think I would ever change my recipe. You know, for the longest time, I've always been like that. And yeah, just notice yourself after you're done a hike with your friends. Notice how you sound and stuff. And if you're active, if you're mobilized, if you're feeling energized in a weird way, in a brain there, right? Because I've noticed when humans are very comfortable, it can kind of like you can kind of do this on a podcast, like lean back, and that's the thing I was most terrified because I was like, oh, I'm not rich yet, so I can't waste 1 minute on this podcast. I gotta pull everything. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, and a lot of people don't realize I'm talking about sunlight. You're loading this eye with sunlight. And that's real. It's not just vitamin D. Like I said before, the beaver, how it learns to build a dam, according to Steiner, it comes out of the water, absorbs the information. Information is coded in sun rays. That's why you have your best ideas in sunlight. And if you think this is mind blowing, people messaged me last time, wow, that was fucking life changing. No, it's not. That's not life changing. You're just inside a lot. You've been fucking up a lot. I think the second worst thing people do is they'll regiment being outside without enjoying it. And I'm like, where's the fruits in that? You think that's a good idea? It's like some people will be hiking just because I told them, right? It's like, oh, I'm gonna be a healthy person, and I'm gonna get to new break these plateaus. And it's like, I'm talking about enjoying being healthy. So it turns into the correct pattern. If you're being healthy as a grind, bro, you're gonna snap into an alcoholic. You know, you should be as excited to be healthy, go for a nice hike in the sun as you are to have some beers with the bros. Like it should be the same exact yearning. And it's not hard to do. I don't think I know any human that hikes for a couple hours in sunlight in the forest and regrets it. You know, I really don't think those humans exist. You got to be a bitch. Yeah. And why I chose cardio is because I've always been into weights, and I've always wondered. I've never been a cardio guy, and I I always wondered. I always wondered about weightlifting before a podcast and how stupid it is. Like, imagine you're fucking going to failure. And when you start slurring your words and stuff, and then you go on a podcast, like you stress your central nervous system and like everything. I could just imagine that everything going wrong that way. Huge, you know. A pump would be good, but it's like I don't think that's enough blood circulation. We're trying to get new oxygen in the blood stream. Yeah, a lot of people think being healthy is just like to feel good and stuff like that, and it's like, bro, be healthy so your life goes correct. You know what I mean? And you can still destroy yourself. Like a lot of people destroy themselves still, but they're still healthy for half their day. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of young people who do half the job. They'll still have beers and stuff, but the first part of their day is extremely taxing in cardiovascular health and, neurogenesis, new brain cells, bro. Did I get did I get that right? Yeah. Now, lifting is more important than cardio, though. Trust me, you want to be jacked. You want to have a good confidence to you. But if you're speaking, public speaking, you're going to notice that oxygen's a huge part of it. Massive. But, yeah. And remember, guys, I think 1/3 of your problems in life, I've always said this, can be solved by getting jacked. I don't have those problems, but if I ever felt like in fear, I'd just get really fucking jacked. I think that's 1/3 of the puzzle. Like when you first get really jacked, nothing can happen. No one can talk to you. And you just feel good. So everyone should be jacked for at least 5 to 7 years of their life. You know? And then it'll become like second nature. You can tap into it if you ever got to get ready or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Strain your biceps, strain your brain with books, and then strain your soul with honesty. And it's like, and it'll feel like a strain. You know, truth hurts too. So my fitness VOD channel, yeah, that was some of the most, that advice was so strong. Because I still remember that was after 7 years of trial and error. 'Cause it always took me like fucking so long to get jacked, lean, all that shit. And then when I started doing it really quick, with obviously less muscle, because if you do it quick, you're sacrificing a lot, glycogen, all that stuff. But when I started doing quick, I'm like, what the fuck? You don't even have to count macros. There's just certain foods that are treated in the stomach differently. Like a green apple, a high fibrous food, and a black coffee in the morning takes you like miles ahead of your fat loss journey because of the effect it has. The stimulant, the fiber, it's huge. And I'm like, oh shit, there's tools. Because counting macros was fucking annoying, man. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? That's why I used to love gear. Because gearheads would be like, you don't have to count macros, but now you have to hit 350 grams, 300 grams to 320 grams of protein a day for your taller stature. And I'm like, I don't have to count macros. I could just fucking eat steak all day. And then that was fucking intense, bro. Within a couple of months, I was hella, bro, like 60 pounds bigger, water buffalo. And then I started one day, AI got me pissing out everything. And I just saw the stomach go, like I pissed off all the body fat in one session. Obviously, that didn't happen. But when you're flushing, especially on gear, and yeah, I like made all my gains in like 4 weeks, and all the rest of the time I wasted my time. And yeah, and then my coach was like, You should start getting into cheat meals." I was like, "Why? I'm jacked." He's like, "You're not jacked, bro." I was like, "What?" He's like, "You're on so much shit that you're always like flat." And I'm like, "So what? You want me to lower the protein?" And he's like, "I want you to just do cheat meals." I was like, "What do you mean? That's stupid." He's like, "Bro, you've raped your DNA. You've been depleted for weeks." I'm like, "No, look at this pump." And they're like, "That's not a pump, bro. For the shit you're on, you're supposed to look different." I'm like, "No, chicks like it," and da da da. And then I thought he was joking in the beginning. And then he said, "No, go to McDonald's." I was like, "What?" And then when I started adding the junk food, it was like I was starving the whole time. And then he got me off a bunch of shit. He's like, all this stuff's making you go flat. You want high IGF-1 levels, you want to stimulate growth in your body, right? And that was fucking terrifying. That was the first time I said I want to quit bodybuilding. I was like, you could do this on junk food. And he's like, yeah, if you're dying starved, you'll fill the fuck out. The food couldn't even catch up to the drugs. It made me hate the sport because I'm like, wait, so how do you just go to the next level now that I'm 60 pounds up? And he said, now it's pay to play. I was like, what do you mean by that? He said, well, you buy gear, you're broke, you buy gear. Now it's pay to play, as in, do you have money? I'm like, what are you trying to sell me shit? And he's like, no, no, now you pay to play. Like you spend thousands and thousands on not steroids, but on growth. Split more cells that can be filled up by the roids. I'm like, what? And that's the first time I said I hate this sport. Because as soon as I cracked the code and started looking somewhat the part, I said, how do you go to like, the freak levels? And he said, well, your genetics are not that good. You're not soaking up the drugs like some 5'6" dude or whatever the fuck. So he's like, you can play catch up by I'm pretty much dying, bro. And I'm like, oh, the trinity of like the slim, the growth, the roids. I'm not into this. I'm not into this at all because I'm broke. I was broke at the time. I was like, fuck that shit. Uh, yeah, and that's the first time I realized in life like there's heavy cheat codes. Like up until that point, I was genuinely convinced that bodybuilders ate clean. And I was convinced. And then this guy who was training me, this guy's like a homie too. He's like, no, no, the reason why they have pizzas and stuff is if they don't, they die. I'm like, what do you mean by that? He's like, they go hypoglycemic. They're on so much shit that their blood sugar is always dropping. They need food to not die. And I'm like, what? He said, yeah, when bodybuilders get hungry, they have to eat or they die. Once you have six packs and you're like 240, 260, once you have relatively lean with some tissue on you, you go hypo fat, you break into sweats, and what's happened to me. And yeah, that was the first time I realized I'm like, oh shit. So everything they say on like podcasts where they eat clean is not true. And he's like, no, none of us do that unless it's to flush water because we're already lean enough. We're just bloated a bit from the water, but we can flush within 4, 6 weeks. And we have something that's uh, puts downrange on our E2 estrogen, which would be like DHT drugs and drying compounds. And that blew me away. And then when I found out that some people get dry even on wet anabolics, that blew me away. The highest, the best genetic people like Phil Heath, they can get shredded on D-ball. And you Caucasians, we can't do that. What the fuck? But yeah, that's the first time I realized, oh, that sport is 80% genetics, right? And then 20% how you respond to the gear, which is your genetics. It's like, blew me away. Yeah, blew me away. Now, if I had money at the time, I would continue going because I'm so stubborn. But thank God that my money was like 23 years old. I was dead broke, and that's that was wild. But that was crazy. You know, that was some heavy lesson. That was the first time I was like, you can make 5 years of gain, and you can make 5 years of gains, not even natural gains. Like if you did everything perfect, you can make 5 years of gains in 6 weeks. Well, you guys can't, but if anyone here has a strong appetite, it's very possible. The problem is a lot of people get toxic on the drugs and they don't eat as much. Uh, yeah, yeah. And none of it is free. You'll pay for it in every single way. Like everything you get out of gear will rape your life in the future. I cannot tell you enough how I've never even had normal problems. Every problem I've ever had that lasted me 5 to 7 years was from going the fast route. You know, fucking. But it's my favorite topic though. It's my favorite topic. Like you don't know how weird it is when people talk about hard work all the time, and Canute is eating a pizza in front of me, and he's getting more shredded eating the pizza. Like that shit was. I already knew about that, but seeing it in person again just reminded me that I'm like, bro, I love this sport, but holy shit, bro. Holy shit. You know, it's fucking insanity. It's insanity, bro. But it's one of the best sports in the world because if you think about it, you know how humans always transform? There's nothing cooler than transforming the body, right? Yeah. But it comes with demons, bro. You know, that comes body dysmorphia and all that stuff. Like as confident as I was looking back, bro, I never got to enjoy the physique. I was way too regimented, scheduled. And then, when you find out that, hey, you want to go to the next level, now it's how much money you got. I'm like, I'm dead broke. It's like, oh, you can't play. I'm like, why? Well, that guy's on 15 units. Of what? Of growth? What the fuck? And it's like, who the fuck wants to pin that much? And you must feel like a fucking junkie doing this shit all day. Because I always got my friends to pin me and stuff like that, right? But did I ever deal with body dysmorphia? Well, 100%. I think anyone who does gear has that. That's why you're like killing yourself to go to that level. But the interesting part is when I finally snapped out of it, it was like the post show blues. When you're not doing a show, you get very depressed, or whatever you call it. I had this thing where I'm like, okay, if I'm not doing this It was like training 3 hours a day, heavy, like Torian Yates, an hour of cardio, and pretty much like slaving away for no money, no nothing. Super dedicated, um, especially on the diet. Like I think I'm the only human who's actually eating that much protein. Too bad I was always toxic. I was always dying. But the interesting part is, uh, when I got it all out of my system, I was dead broke. I spent all my money on one day for a hotel, so I don't have to be around roommates or any of that shit. And I still remember I opened that hotel door and I walked back and forth in that tiny hotel for up until sunrise. And I kept saying, think, what now? Think. If I'm not going to do this with my life, what now? It must have been like 7 hours, but it felt like it flew by in a torturous way. And I never got an answer, and I just started crying. I got a hotel just to cry. Dead piece of shit Ramada hotel. That's why I always got luxury hotels, because bro, that shit was fucking heartbreaking. You know, the first thing I did after that, I said, I look down, I see 260 pounds with abs, and I'm like, okay, it's been years of no chicks. Let's see what this body can do. And I went right into the club jobs. And I was like, actually, I'm going from 3 days a week. Let's go 7 nights a week. I need to do something. I need money and spend all my money on this stupid gear, you know. And then I start smashing. Like it was, bro. I just all that energy on chicks. 50% of them I couldn't even smash because of ED, right? Gyno, mood flares, anger, uh, randomly getting teary eyed, progesterone issues, estrogen issues. Um, then I started really starving. Like I started really slimming down from not training because the weird part is you never lose the muscle when you're on. Nobody ever tells you that, but when you're on, if you blast it and you just stop working out, you lose size, but it's not what you think. You just have it. So for like another year, I was staying on like a tiny dose, and I just kept all the size. I was like, what the fuck? And then some tragedies happened and stuff like that. And then I got really slim, and I was really into just halo testing and fighting people. And I was very different. I felt so confident and not fat, not hurt, not breaking apart, because all this stuff is not free. It's going to tear your body limb from limb, bro. It's the devil contract. I think it's the devil contract. You know what I mean? I think like most people who did what I did, if you look in the fitness industry, they're dead. I haven't looked in the fitness industry since I don't know, in like 6 years. I've been focusing on other shit, which is no easy. That's not easy for me because that's all my interest, right? And then everyone I searched up that I used to like follow on social media, I'd be like, yo, these guys are inspirational. They're all fucking dead. The rich pianos that everyone's dead. One guy jumped off, or they switched to meth, and I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Like, if we knew this back then, none of us would cycle like that. You know what I mean? I'll do another hour. I'm almost done. What do you think of Togi? I like Togi. He just kept randomly messaging or mentioning me on podcasts, and people have done that before. But I'm like, I don't know who this guy is. People would tag me, and he would talk like he knows me and stuff, and I was like, whoa, that's genuinely a good person, because it seems like he had a conversation with me in his head. I love people like that. That's very rare. So I was like, oh, that's a genuine dude. And but I could tell when people talk about me over and over again in podcasts, they're really reaching out for help. I can tell that it's a cry for help, right? It's not like let's be homies, right? It's not like he's a party guy with chicks. He parties, he gambles, he does other things. So I talked to him and I was like, you know, I said you're gonna go down hard, and then we stopped talking for a bit, and he appreciated what I said, and then he had a heart attack, and then I was really rude. I was like really fucking rude, and but he loved it. Togi's a great guy, and I think you can see it in his eyes too. But there is like this boy energy to him. Doesn't anyone feel like I have boy energy where I feel like youthful and stuff, but he feels like a kid, you know, and Yeah, I really love that story. I understand the OD thing more than anyone, especially with mixing recreationals and PEDs. So when he said his first OD felt like knock on wood, but it felt like he said there's no religious experience. I didn't feel anything. I didn't see my ancestors, nothing. I just felt intense pain like 1,000 hells. You remember when he said that? And I remember thinking to myself, like, bro, that's so relatable. But I'd done it twice. That's why I was really pissed. I was like, shit, his next one isn't gonna be. He's not gonna make it out of the next one, bro. Because when I did this, it wasn't really on social media like that. He has the pressure of looking like that for social media, right? And which is interesting if you think about it. He was getting away with murder. All he had to do is not take this fake Adderall pill in Thailand, right? You can't do stims and gear, and you end up fucking crazy, right? It's like me when I was fixing this, I was taking Percocet, and everyone's trying to beef me in Miami, and I'm like, only a pussy backs down, right? And it's like, no, bro, you're on what are you, fucking Adderall, Percocet? You're just fucking dying, bro. I mean, it worked in the beginning, it helped the pain and stuff, but goddamn, it was like terrifying, and and then you feel your limits, and you're like, holy shit, bro, OD in Thailand, what the fuck? And yeah, yeah. There's a lot of shortcuts in the world that kill you, like a shit ton. That's why I talk about karmic ties so much. That when you're doing something you know you shouldn't be doing, when you focus on the karma of it, you hesitate way more, right? All those bad decisions, you go, I'm not listening to Zerka, and then you think of your karmic ties with these decisions, and you go, oh shit, if there's even 1% truth to that, this next move might be my last, right? Even crazier when you think that most people's karma isn't even that good. Like most people on earth, actually not. Some of the nastiest places, like Southeast Asia, will get a big hurricane. There's a lot of corruption in that city. That's why, the mind affects the weather, and then the hurricane, they get a million chances, and then eventually the hurricane wipes them out and kills everyone, right? So the mind, think of it as like ocean water, right? You can make it still, you can make it, but a lot of corrupt places on earth go down hard, right? That's why Americans were the least corrupt. That's why they took power. Now they're decaying and they're fragmenting. Now it's going to get very bad for a lot of people, right? Unless you can convince billions of people on earth to be positive and moral, then you can save billions of lives. Yeah. But you'll notice the most corrupt nations, they get hit hard with a bunch of natural disasters. I'm not saying they deserved it. I'm saying they signed up for it. And I'm from a war zone, so I'm talking about my own people, right? I'm talking about everyone. Everyone has the same fucking karmic issues. That's why they're here. Tesla was celebrate use. Yeah, we'll talk about getting in the right state of mind. You know, the interesting part of the mind, if you ever want to know what you're made of, if you want to skip the bullshit, if you ever want something that no one can take from you, is you don't even have to do what I'm saying. Just spend the morning time without technology alone somewhere very quiet. And you're going to see shit bubble up. You're going to get defensive. For a lot of you, it's going to be some lustful images. You're going to see what you're cluttered with. And you're going to get in a routine of clearing all that stuff, kind of like garbage. But I don't like wording it like that because nothing spiritual should sound like material. Like you know what I mean? But you're going to notice that your ocean, your mind, goes like this and things pop out. And then over time, you get better. Or I've known guys that I just knew would be good at it, and their mind goes like this, like that. And it's mind blowing, you know? And then when they're a lot older, they can even do that in a room with someone, right? But yeah, you're going to notice that the hardest thing you'll ever do, especially if you have zerking mind, is sit still. You're gonna be traumatized. You're gonna be like, I don't like this channel. I don't want to do what Zerka is saying. This is torture. It's not doing anything. I don't have 10 minutes of my day for this. I don't have 20 minutes of my day for this. I have other things to do. I'm unemployed and play video games all day, but I can never do. This is something I should do when I'm 50, which you are kind of right about that. That that's when the real game starts. But yeah, you're gonna notice like if you're ever running through walls, and that if you're ever a winner that has to hurt himself and run through walls, you're gonna notice that holy shit, there are no breaks. You could run into knives. You could do it. You could beat gangsters on the street and get your head cut off, right? So you're gonna notice that before breakfast, before anything, you check your waters. Check your waters, and then start your day. And you're going to feel so much better when your day gets chaotic after this. After your spiritual practice that's just for you, has nothing to do with anyone, you're going to be like, well, at least for the morning time, I was still. And it's going to translate throughout the day, right? You're going to even notice more clarity when you are on Red Bull in the evening and whatever. No caffeine after 8 p.m., but you know what I'm saying. Um, unless you're really raking in that bread, I want you guys to win. But yeah, you're gonna notice that the way you have a workout, something's always missing. And I wish I had it when I was very, very young, which is the hardest time to get into this practice, right? But humans are supposed to have 50 years of this minimum, right? And in the olden times, they start way earlier. Now people start like when they're 45 and they have like some gay ayahuasca trip or some shit. But yeah, you're gonna notice how much deeper everything gets. Your dream states get deeper. You remember your dreams because spending 10, even 20 minutes on a non-thinking state translates to when you're sleeping. You're gonna be shocked, right? You're gonna be shocked. Um, for most people, the benefits are great, but it feels like a ladder, right? And they get scared, so they stop doing it. Tragedy happens, they return to it. But there's some, not just Steve Jobs, some of the biggest, greatest geniuses throughout history, they go to zero. That's their brain workout. They get active of what they want to do, the second piece, and then they go do it with the feeling of doing it, right? They will it. And then that's their workout and then their job, right? And it's like checking the engine light. In the beginning, that's what it's going to feel like. It's like, how cluttered am I? Obviously, the biggest gains, and I know no esoteric teacher would ever even say this because they don't believe in this, but this is my opinion. This is my ego talking. This is me. I genuinely think the people who have the most badass psychic development here are the most fucked up people. Like, if you can never stop your mind, that is the most potential. If you're baseline and just a cool guy, I think that's a longer process. Even though for spiritual benefits, the cluttered mind takes longer to do things, right? I'm saying he has a much harder time, much more psychic blocks. I still think this dude can transform in a intense. He could wear a suit and tie and just change the fucking world, right? It takes a real disciplined mind to get his morning correct, right? It's not coffee, different. It's the only thing ever talked about. And it's interesting because you'll master the art of being boring to yourself, and it'll never feel boring. That's the interesting part because some things can come out of you that are very in there. And that's terrifying for some people. That's not even boring, right? But yeah, the better you get at this, the more you can handle being in a bored situation, like a date with a chick, right? And it translates to every kind of benefit in your life. Like, no one actually does it for those things. Everyone actually does it for spiritual enlightenment, and even for pieces of it, even for like a fraction of a percentage. That's the real reason. why anyone goes inward, right? Now, most people who get good at this, they never go outward. They never go to their job. They never, again, this will destroy your life. You got to have one foot on earth, right? And you're going to notice the greatest contradiction when you go very inward, you might become a doormat. So when you go outward in the world, people start treating you like a vegan almost. You can get a little sensitive. But if you're firm and you feel like everything you're doing is contradicting, because I'm doing, I'm going to a bar with friends, superficial shit, right? But everyone does this. That's why you're in this timeline to do this, right? You're supposed to be social. That balanced with an inward practice is going to actually transform your mind in a way where you say, "No, no beer for me," and you'll smile when you say it. You won't look at that beer like, "Should I?" You know what I mean? You're going to be in a place where it's like, I can get cluttered easy. I don't think the beer is gonna. I'm gonna wake up even more cluttered with shit in my mind, right? But when you calm your own waters, that's the first time you'll ever feel powerful, right? If you really want to get esoteric with it and destroy your life, do it on. No, don't do it on drugs. But most people who destroy their lives, they go inward in a rapid pace. Some people do psychedelics and all of that, and up until now, I'm against all that. You know, I might change my mind in the future. Seriously doubt it. You know, I think you should be doing the work. And again, for a lot of people who just live in the world, none of this makes sense to you. But if you had that mind that's always thinking about afterlife, death, scripture, different religions, yeah, that needs to be, you have to fulfill whatever that fucking nourishment you have to give it. And books are going to point you to what you're supposed to be doing, but bro, it's from the practice. Like the sport of spirituality is so much more different than being religious. It's I guess the difference would be the difference from Zerka and Sneeko. Like you can choose, both ways are good, a religious way or something that's I would say it involves ego, because when you look at every genius that goes inward with non-thinking states, the cocky thing to do would be to say, well, I have Zerko's brain, so there's a lot of potential there. You know, like I look at all these geniuses and I go, you know what? I could be on that list. Whereas the normal mind would never say that. They'd say that's what geniuses do. And so, in my way, it was egotistical and stuff, you know, but how you are is a benefit to the world, even the flaws, you know, they all transform anyway. But yeah, like you ever see a extremely spiritual person, they're always a weak pussy bitch. If you ever see an extremely religious person, they're saying literally nothing, like a parrot. But then you see someone like Carl Gustav Jung changing the world, there's this balance of the world and inner world. There's this perfect balance. And remember, this guy snapped into psychosis later in life, you know? Just because you're doing the right things doesn't mean some people have intense tests, right? What are the most important acts of active imagination before you sleep? I don't preach active imagination. I actually will guarantee you it'll drive you into psychosis, especially in a young age. I've never taught that. I just, the things I've preached have never been self harm. Remember, active imagination is the highest level of self harm for the highest reward. Many people snap into psychosis forever. You know what I'm saying? This is like this is a practice for a 55-year-old, 65-year-old wise mystic, not a young person, right? That's why even in Jewish circles, they won't explain what it is until you're 45 with kids. And if you think that's what I do, you're wrong. I would never, dude, there's entering higher levels of consciousness that's healthy, correct? And then there's something that mystics don't actually do. Very few of them went this way. Like Jung's curiosity took him this way. He went all the way into the collective unconscious as deep as he could until he was sleeping with a gun next to his pillow ready to blow his fucking brains out because the visions get really strong, right? He pushed himself to the limit as like someone in modern history who is he got the title of the mystic, he pushed it to the fucking limit, right? But if you look at most of his life, it's just a healthy spiritual practice that gets him point A, B, C, D. You know what I'm saying? But the advanced stuff, like bro, active imagination can lead you to the highest level of schizophrenia, worse than LSD, right? It's very different from a non-thinking meditation state and an active meditation state. These things you already do. Like when you're waking up from bed, like you've already been in these states. These are you're comfortable with, right? It's just a period of time that kind of bothers you when you start. Because you're like, oh, this is longer than I'm used to, especially if you have an iPhone addiction. But active imagination is very different. It's not about ascending. It's about descending as far as you can. Yeah. I wouldn't ever recommend that to anyone. Like there's professionals. People do it with professionals. And if you don't know what I'm saying, watch the movie Inception. It's about an active imagination. It's you can get lost in the dream, right? Jung said this too. Everyone said this. And in ancient times, it would be called Kabbalah with a C for the Christians, or Kabbalah with a K, or Kabbalah with the Q, which is also some energy work too. And the interesting part about all these practices, they're not demonic, but when you do it, you're gonna go somewhere fucked up every single time. That's why they say the mystic floats on the waters that the schizophrenic drowns in, right? The schizophrenic people are not crazy. They're just seeing everything in spirit realm. And a lot can be illusions too, right? That's why the greatest thing to do is to progress slowly up and just monitor your psychic development. Be like, can I go clear easier? Oh, yeah, I can. Can I enter a state where I am who I want to be easier? Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. And these practices are so simple, right? I think the only tip is does I really think the best tip is does it feel good when you do it? I really think that's the best tip. And it should for me it's like a warm shower, right? For me it can be more intense not in a negative way, but I want to be ahead of schedule. Most people start at like 45, 55, whatever the fuck when they're done with their kids and stuff. And most noobs start at an early age and then they get lost in the world, right? I enjoy starting like 25 years early because I don't see an answer um, in anything I've never met a human and had an answer from them. Every answer I've ever had was like a deep cut an experience or a deep visionary state, a dream, especially dreams. And yeah, yeah. And a lot of you guys think it's very deep, like when you're doing this. It's not. You get up and you're done. It's not that deep, bro. You'll know you're doing wrong if you enter states of melancholy, and that's huge for a bunch of people. Like everyone goes through it different. It's like taking gear. Everyone responds differently, but everyone goes to the same place. Uh, yeah, yeah. You just treat it like a workout for your brain, right? Like, can I do 15 minutes of no thinking, right? No timer, just no thinking. As soon as the mind is still, some people do 10 minutes. Some people, I think that's pussy shit, really. I have like higher standards on adults. Like, you're an adult, bro. And it's humbling experience when you can do everything. Status network looks, bitches. This shit's a real challenge. It's like, all right, I'm sinning with this bitch. Can I even enjoy this bitch? Oh yeah, I can. And get my mind to zero. I'm calm. I'm happy. I'm good. And that's really not the best way to frame it. The best way to frame it is when you start having dreams and they start making sense. Like that's for everyone's different, but I guarantee you within a month, you're gonna be like, whoa, 20 minutes got me a lot out of one, you know, 12 hours sleep, excuse me, 8 hours sleep. It's huge, right? And it'll always be the dream right before you wake up, obviously. It's the most important. Yeah. Now, the problem is if you get into this stuff and you don't have a job, that's not good. Because then everything that comes up in the world, you're not going to understand if it's a test or not. You're going to be like, everything's a test, so that means nothing's a test. Like, what? And there is the law of accident. Accidents happen. There's the law of cosmic accident, right? Makes everything fun too, makes everything scary too. That part no one can explain. But if you're out in the world, you have a job, you have a life, and you're going inward, you're going to start noticing shit you're supposed to notice. Yeah, that's the best way to explain it. And sin isn't going to feel as fun to you. It's going to feel more like, not that you don't want to do it. You're going to have this feeling of, I'll just do that later. You know, all your big vices and your big sins, you're going to keep having this thought that comes up like, bro, I need some bitches right now. I'll do that later. And then weeks and months pass and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm really transformed. You know what I mean? It's wild. I'll add my own thing to it too. If you're a fucking dumbass, don't even do it. If you feel like you've got a diamond in the dirt, although, everyone's always, for all of human history, they've said everyone should. Like in ancient times, everyone would do it together, which is so unfair. There'd be like 500 people sitting down doing it together. So unfair. Like, I wonder what the energy was in that world, you know? I wonder what the impulses were too. Because the sin impulses were different. Like, now, sin is like electric, it's quick. It's back then, it was like, you had to like not that many people were like that wealthy to sin. Now it's like, bro, you can sin a lot faster. Like in the olden times, if you were taking care of like a donkey and you were broke, it's like all you had to do was go inward. That's where the interest is in the world. The world's like one donkey to you. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up here. Smaller questions, bro. That's like a big one. Sir, when you meditate, are your eyes open or closed? How the fuck would you meditate with your eyes open? I'd be like, dust particle, what is this? It's a message. Like, what the fuck? No, you're replicating sleep. That's all you're doing. Wakeful sleep. So you get something out of your sleep, right? It's a training the muscle for when you're asleep. Because if you just read scripture, you'll know that all spirituality comes at you through dreams, even daydreams, but especially when you're asleep. Visions, fragrances, uh, or gentle nudges, right? I believe profound religious transformation happens when you are still in the world. Like, oh, I'm sinning a bunch. I might as well balance this behavior. And then you start noticing things. Start. I saw people do it quick on LSD shrooms and then they kill themselves. That shit's retarded. That's like, whoa, don't do it that way. I've never done it that way. I've been through some intense shit, but no, the slow way is the best way. For sure. I mean, your whole life's going to be fast anyway, let's be real. Like in the day and age we're in today, you guys that's what my channel is about. Like, let's get there faster, but there should be a slow waking to your day, you know? There should be an inner confidence before you have gym confidence, and it's just like stacking in a video game. And you shouldn't be that guy that's like, what does this dream mean? That's not the point at all, right? You're going to be put in scenarios where the blocks connect in your brain. Like, you're going to be like, oh, the dream I had is happening right now in a transformed experience. Oh shit. Oh shit. In the dream, I failed at this part. Oh shit, I was precognition. I saw a bit into the future to prepare me for this. And then the guy goes to you, you want the bag or not? This one's free. And you say, I don't take bags from narcs. And he'll do this. Okay. And you just avoided going to jail because that guy was a cop. And in your dream, he wasn't a cop in your dream, but he was not trustworthy in your dream. There was like a shade, a darkness to him. You know what I mean? And you're gonna be like, huh, that was fucking strange. Yeah. Nietzsche talks about this. I think so, yes. Where are you thinking? I mean, every great mind has talked about this. Like every single quote has always been about going inward. Uh, and where people lose this, if you look in the spiritual community and these yogis and yogas, have you noticed they're very luciferic? They'll go inward and stay inward until they lose their minds. And it's like, dude, you're going inward so you can go outward. You're not going inward to give up on life. Like what? I actually think living life and not going inward is more important, way more important, because the second half of life is going inward. A lot of people do that with grandchildren. They have nothing to do all day, right? But if you've got a mission on Earth, I think you should start early. It'd be nice to have something that no one else has, like a 10-year master's degree, a black belt in a energy no one can stand. That would be great. That's such a good trade-off for 20 minutes of the morning. That's huge, you know? And the secret is you really start enjoying your nice car, right? When you can enjoy being alone, sitting still for 20 minutes, yeah, think everything tastes sweeter, everything tastes better. If you sit down, you're just thinking about the car and driving, you've got a lot of work to do. I have that like maybe twice a week now, which is really bad if you think about it from where I'm at. It should be zero. I'm not even being strict. I'm saying on some old man experience shit, it should be zero. Not zero as in never, but I'm saying like no, it shouldn't be in minutes form. Like sometimes I'll have really bogged mind and nothing bogged it. It's just something back there, right? What are the best practical steps to get better at manipulation in general, like for jobs and power farming? I think the greatest manipulation will always be your energy of actually doing that job. When you sit down, if they cannot see you already doing that job, you've already lost, right? That's why I tell a lot of people if you cannot see yourself winning the chick over, why the fuck would you ever approach? I'll have that image animated in my head before I approach, you know? Or sometimes I'll quickly make it up as soon as I nudge her. Like, hey, June, she's laughing. I'll say something, doesn't laugh. And then I'll be like, you're a fucking pussy. And then they'll laugh and I'll be like, oh, okay, there it was. Yeah, a good way to remember this is your thought forms shoot arrows. Well, either negative or positive or neutral, right? No one ever talks about neutral, but yeah, neutral is the best because it's not shooting anything. It's more like radiating everyone. Come get neutral with me. He's gonna get vibes. He's so chill. Shut the fuck up, bitch. But yeah, once you see it as arrows, you are gonna stop being so rude to your family members because you can be like, I didn't say anything, but I could just feel a line of anger hitting them. Once you see it as a laser, you'll start seeing the sport of the world. Like, oh, this is a lot of fun. Thinking, feeling, willing has to be conquered. They're tangled, right? But when they're solo and split up, right, all three heads of the dragon unravel, then feeling pops up alone. Thinking pops up alone. Willing pops up alone. And this is the most mobilized you could ever be. And it takes a long time. It takes, you know, it's even scarier if you're getting it down for a couple of weeks and then losing it. Oh, no, right? And then you know you have to blame your iPhone for that or whatever the fuck you're consuming, right? Then what are some practices you recommend before sleeping? Well, the greatest one will always be active. Before sleep is always active. This is why caffeine and stuff will ruin you, bro. Like, you don't know how sound asleep you have to go to. And I don't mean just exhaust yourself like me so I can get that. That was me really trying to get somewhere, but that's not what I mean. I mean, like, you want to go to sound asleep perfect. And the last thing you bring into the mother's chamber, the world you want to live in, with you being in that world. If that's your last thought, bro, it might feel like nothing's happening for a while, but you're euphoric, happy, and your total self for a chunk of the day. Remember, we're going for chunks, you know? Anyone who tells you you're going to do this all day is a fucking liar. Okay? That's not happening at all. And if you think you could go retreat to the mountains and just master this, you're going to be punished. There's a reason you're incarnated in a city or wherever you are. There's a reason you're not in the fucking Dagestani mountains, bro. Right? So your mission is always right here. And yeah, it's going to be good because, be able to go deeper with your conversations, right? Especially with yourself. And, if you're smart with this, you're never going to feel bad for yourself again. And you're going to be able to laugh at yourself more. And mistakes won't bother you, but reoccurring mistakes will fucking trigger you. If you like, keep going into loops, that shit should start to. You don't know how much that's going to trigger you when you're in the morning. When you're going to zero in the morning, you're going to be like, I did that again. I did that again. But if you never do this kind of stuff, you don't think about it that much. You go, oh, fuck. But when you have time to actually go deep, you go, oh, shit. You know? And it's not like you're stuck in a loop. It's more like there's something influencing you. Someone texted you something that triggered that loop. And then that person, when they text you next time to trigger it again, you'll catch it and you'll smile and you're going to be like, why is this person? Oh, this person reminds me of a childhood trauma. This person is, accidentally bumping me that way. It's not even their fault. Right. Now, again, if you pair all of this kind of deep, layered spiritual practice with no work, you're in for some horrific moments, bro. I think the worst one is inactivity, where nothing ever happens. That's fucking horrible place to be in. That's why deep levels of non-movement have to be matched with deep levels of movement. 100%. Sweat by the brow. Work hard. You know what I mean? And you're going to see you're eating up your day better this way. You understand? Everyone eats up their day with things they do, and it's usually looping, hands sweaty, weird ass. They're just in weird, anxious cycles. And not going to lie to you, like, 23, 24, 25, up until my age is going to be way trickier. But when you're my age, especially if you've benefited financially, through health, through if you've benefited from these practices, when you do benefit from these practices, you're gonna be like, oh, it's not really about the benefit. The benefit is just you're being human again. But the real benefit is more like you don't have to overthink. Thinking doesn't really solve problems. Thinking solves something that turns into a different loop, that's for sure. Snake eating its own tail, the Aurora Boreas, what Jung calls that, right? But you're gonna see some of the most badass shit happens in non-thinking states. Like Zerka, go on this podcast, and then it's just talking without thinking. It's just and then all your stats just going up, and then you fucking this is when you're tested the best, And you should be getting ready to Get knocked down after you go up. That's normal. That's not just you being a bad person. That's very normal because when people go up, this thing happens. It's like tunnel vision. Then you don't see the debris. Like shit's gonna knock you back. Unfinished work will always come back. And if anyone ever tries to tell you that they figured it all out, they're fucking liars, bro. If you look into my eyes right now, you can see a human that has figured out 1% of his path, not even the path. You get it? It's like if we talk about the path, I'm nowhere. I'm trash. I'm dirt. Correct? But for my path, what calms me, what what puts me in a state of I'm finally seeing blessings instead of blessings happening to me and then I remember them. I go, oh yeah, that good thing happened. That's not how you do it. The blessing has to be met like this. Oh hey, oh come here. Oh yes. It's like right now. It's a state of gratitude. And a lot of this is tested when nothing's happening too. Can you be grateful then? Now, if you're ever worried, like, oh, I'm kind of behind, it's like, bro, I knew a bunch of what I'm supposed to be, how I'm supposed to be moving as books, as reading, no experience. So 20 to 26 was just pure damage, psychic damage. Like whatever you did, I did it 10 million times harder. That's kind of why people open my channel. They go, this guy's really fucked up. Right? Like, I guarantee you, you could try and be as polite as you want. The only reason you've ever clicked on my shit is because you're like, oh, he's really fucked up. It's really interesting. Like, fucked up people are really messed up. Have you seen some other channels? Well, I guess I'm like the worst example, but yeah, I'm a horrific example of the first 20 to 27, 8 years old. Those years, I'm like the whole example of do not do this. But you get some confirmation and even prayer of asking that works perfectly. I want to take that away. It's just it could have been done better. It could have been done with way more confidence if I'm looking back, But I was like on my fucking last straw, bro. I was, like I say, the supercharged prayer is when you've got nothing else, right? Like, not everything else turns into ashes, and then it's this one that locks in. And I wonder if I went back in time with this knowledge, would it even work? Don't you have to go through shit to even get the knowledge? You know what I mean? Like, it's not just reading. At what age did you start reading? 20. Um, 27 or 28. When I was successful. Well, somewhat successful. Like, I was making good money on Twitch. And my chat would be like, get us back into these topics. And I always felt really superficial with the podcast topics and shit like that. So I'm like, okay, I'll read some of this shit for you guys and I'll bring it back. And then some freaky, weird shit started happening to me. Like, weird, intense. I remember Steiner talked about in comets and cocaine. He's like, I'm not telling you guys what to do and what to take. I'm just telling you the effects. And he's like, people who do drink alcohol have visions. Anyone here ever struggle with alcohol and stuff like that? I guarantee you guys have had a vision of rats. Not just scaring you in a dream, but could be even during daytime if you're really fucked up. Anyways, this is more kind of shamanistic stuff that Steiner talks about, but cocaine was serpents, right? And I had deep, intense, religious, serpent-like experiences right here, right here, high as shit off my tree. I remember because Jill would be like, "Yeah, you fucking call me back now," and stuff like that. And all I would do is like at 300 viewers back then, and I totally killed my channel, And all I'd read is about the Nagas and stuff like that, and I'd be connecting all the serpent religions and mystery traditions to, oh man, this looks like scripture. The Bible, I just needed to connect. The Bible has to be real. As if these guys have this tradition, this everything's it has it just I was like forcing the puzzle, and I was high off my tree. But um, after a bit of success, I never really got high to party. I got high to like just slow reader. Let's fucking read. It's a horrible idea. And I was having visions of serpents. And when I first read in Steiner's book him say that, whoa, that shit freaked me the fuck out. I was like, what the hell? And it's not like he's saying don't do blow. He's saying people who do blow have visions of serpents. People who drink a lot have visions or dreams of rats, and doesn't really go into why. But he just threw that in there in that book. And yeah, and I was like, okay, all right, I'm looking for Christian mysticism, and the Rosicrucians had a bunch of Christian mystics, right? Some of them were a little more Eastern, I get it, but yeah, I was looking into that work, and I'm like, I study genius. I was like, let's see the alchemists in history and shit like that, and yeah, that shit blew me away. And this is the first time I stopped touching. I just started reading out of interest, and then when you're reading not high, but you're just as interested, things happen. And then I had the most intense visionary state ever in a dream where I woke up. I don't want to say freaking out. I want to say like uh, disturbed. It was the best dream of my life, and then it just did this, kind of like the sun, into the worst hell of me falling. And these are like religious experiences some people go through if they're, yeah, I'm pretty sure when you're looking for it, it happens to you, right? I don't think it's I don't really think a Fortnite streamer gets what I'm saying, but if that's all you do, you know, yeah, I was like out of sleep deprivation, all that. I was like, I was working my ass off for no money, about to get, just got banned at that time, and had no money in a different country alone. No way to even pay that rent in that place I was staying at. And yeah, that shit snapped. And I've told this story a million times. Why am I looping? But yeah, then, within a week is like international fame, money, bitches, 100 millions of views, every relative calling me saying, "Bro, your channel's not even that big, but you're everywhere." And I'm like, yeah, it's fucking wild. But that's the first time in my life I was not surprised at all. The first time, bit of success on the internet was like, finally, I can work to some salvation here and stop being a bouncer. But the second time was like, no, this is supposed to happen. This is all supposed to happen. It wasn't even you watch any of my podcasts, you can see 1000% certainty. It was like all of this has to happen now because I'm not turning 28 with none of this. I'm not turning 29. Like this is happening now because it's in my death book. Like I only had one goal. It was like before 30 to do all that. So for you guys, it would be a small goal. You'd be like, well, why isn't your goal like 1 million? And the soul wants what it wants. I can't explain to you why not. That would make way more sense. Yeah, it's like the blessing came with like a shadow of like be everywhere, but your channel's you're gonna be banned and you're gonna be in trouble and all this weird fuckboy shit. Like fuck shit. Like yeah, when it's happening to you, when it's happening, it will happen. But when it's happening to you, you're gonna be shocked at how it even though you're certain this is supposed to be happening, it doesn't happen how you predict it at all. It happens in a way like whatever you dream about happening isn't the dream. It's not the, whoa, this is like a dream. When it's happening to you in a completely different way, the reality is going to feel like a dream, and the dream is going to feel like just daytime chilling. It's like everything turns backwards. Does that make sense what I said? That does that make any sense? Where when it's happening to you, this happening to you is the dream, and the dream you had was kind of like boring reality, just a boring reality. Even though the dream's interesting, when it starts happening in the world, and you always think to yourself, I like how it's happening better in reality than in the dream, which is so beast. A lot of people, I know my biggest fear was always, well, it doesn't look like how I dreamt it. It's always better for some. Like in my dream, I had a bunch of bitches and everyone wanting me and all this magnetic energy of I'm not a failure anymore. Finally, like, you know, genuine. Oh, this guy made his mark and he's saying the word faggot on camera. Like no one's ever done that, right? But yeah, in the dream of how it's supposed to happen, let's say it was like a cute chick or maybe chick and a friend giggling around me and stuff like that. But in reality, it was 9 chicks. It was way more intense in reality than in the dream. I was like humble. It was like humbling. It was like, oh, I did it, making money and finally being social and out of my room after being in that cave for so long. But in the dream, it was like the dream was reality, and the reality was a fucking dope nightmare, dope ass nightmare, and it wouldn't stop for a year straight, and then another 8 months of um, frustration with it. Like I was just like, you get exhausted when it's happening to you, right? Like I'd wake up in the morning, Miami. I'm like, I got nothing to do today. I've finished everything I'm supposed to do. Go just walk around. You're supposed to be around Brickell. You're supposed to be here. And I walked there, and it was so fucking creepy. I forget this girl's name. She has like a YouTube channel. She's like big. She's like Zirka, and I would never be surprised. I'd be like, I'm supposed to meet you. I wouldn't say it, but I would think it, right? And yeah, it was like a walking dream. It was so intense. It was like vibrating from my fucking skull. Many people go through this, but they don't explain it correct. I, I'm good at this. I explain it well. I shake her hand. She'd be like, "This is my brother. We'd like you on the podcast." And that podcast never happened. And then I'd also think about that chick. In the randomly, she popped in my head. That girl from Grill Time. What's that Grill Me? That English show that Sneeko was on. And she randomly DMs me to get on the show. That I never even went on that show. We got to do that eventually. But um, yeah, everyone that was popping into my brain, I would see myself laughing with them, and within 24 hours, I would have a DM from them. Now, a lot of people can say, yeah, it's because you know the social media world. And so you're expecting some of those people to hit you up because they're in the social media world. That's how everyone sees it. But no, when it happens to you, you're going to be like, no, it's something else, something intense. Yeah, it's telepathic. And and then it never got boring. It was always the every best year of my life in a intense way. I don't remember much of it, right? I'm trying right now, but it's hard. A lot of shit happened, right? And I'm not used to all that. Like that was like a movie. Because YouTubers, when they pop off, nothing really happens. They just do a YouTube video with a buddy and they talk about Drake's song. It doesn't happen like how their inner adventure doesn't start showing in the real world that intensely, right? But I really think that's also from being deprived. I was starved of adventure for years because of that COVID shit. And yeah, in a different kind of way. And yeah, then I started getting really, really negative because I'd be like drinking, partying, bitches, and I'd be like, yo, this shit's meaningless. And I hate people who talk like this because they're trying to sound deep. Like, oh, there's no meaning to this shit. It's like, no, we're all gonna party eventually. Sometimes, we celebrate. So I don't want to say it like that. But yeah, you could start seeing my face get really sour. Like, you guys ever watch me pop in and then you're like seeing me get more depressed over time as more good stuff happens? Like, no soul nourishment. And you're just like, I would try to do things to laugh and get myself laughing. And it's easy to make fun of the world and laugh at it, especially when you want to be your character. But yeah, I remember that was the peak of my ego where I was like, I don't want to be anyone else on earth. I've always felt that somewhat, but not to like godlike levels. Like you feel like a god, way more intense than Tren or any other feeling. And it's not a physical thing. And the food tasted really good too, 'cause I was like really harming my health. I was like barely eating, but when I had steak, it would be like everything was deprived. It would, from cheap food to just wagyu, and everything was exploding, gushing, and everything was with color, um, and then some really intense shit happened where every chick I brought back to the hotel, even the ones that thought I was crazy, I never had to run game. It was That's never ever happened to me. Where there's usually a method to getting them over, but I would look at them with straight honesty and I'd be like, nothing's gonna happen, just come over. And they'd be like, okay. Even the ones that are scared, they're like, okay. That's never usually it's always the fear, gotta drop their anxiety. But and they were shocked that I wouldn't even hook up with most of them. I was just like, I was really just smiling, man. I was smiling so much, and I tried to slow it down too. I started drinking, I started doing other things to try and slow it down because it's great for the daytime, but at nighttime it starts to feel like what's gonna happen tomorrow, and then it goes to dark places where it's like we need 5 street fights, and we need. Do you remember when I was fit? You can be fit now. You can. It was the only person who had that more intense, in my opinion. Because mine felt very controlled for a year until I got really sick of partying. But I saw it in Fuzi's eyes. Yeah, but his didn't look like it's. I don't believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he had a spiritual practice. I think he's just on drugs. Like there was no religious symbols. Maybe there were. Well, maybe I'm definitely wrong. There has to be when someone's that manic. Has to be. I just don't remember, but I'm sure Fuzi was talking about God a lot, right? Yeah, and it's usually from like that deprived level of manifestation where everything's in the world of creations, and now it's your turn to be served. And if you're starved, you don't know how to stop it. You're like, oh, what the hell, or you can mask it. Like Andrew Tate is a good example of like masking his starvation, and now it's all backfiring on him. And yeah, that'll be your first big lesson on, every satisfaction is paid for with a dissatisfaction. However, you shouldn't be frozen in fear because if you ask Zerka, would you go back and trade it? No, I wouldn't. Well, I'm in heaven. What the fuck? Do you get what I mean? Even if every satisfaction is paid for with a dissatisfaction, it's always one level above, you know? The headache will be on the top floor at the penthouse, bro. You know what I'm saying? You never want to go back down. So I don't want to like break the rule, but every satisfaction will be paid for with a dissatisfaction at a higher level. I'm saying you're at a better level, not a higher level dissatisfaction. It's equal to whatever you were on the last step. So it is forward progress, but it's a humbling progress too. You know, I think that's the most in depth a human has gone into their life story. Because, bro, you gotta start to make sense of your world before you start drifting. A lot of people get into this drift of, oh, bad things just happen to me. And it's like, no, if you are active in trying to actually understand what's going on in the world, you're gonna see puzzle pieces that are worth more than like hundreds of thousands of dollars. But if you're not noticing some pieces and stuff like that, you're not that close to your inner self. Like, there's Zerka, there's inner Zerka, and you gotta always retrieve him. Always go back in. And does that make sense? Yeah. Anytime you see someone really going after their success, expect a downfall. Expect something to make It's almost like if everything goes right, they become. Who's someone who lost their purpose? Have you ever seen someone get everything and then they don't know who they are? That's a different one. That's not a downfall. That's more like disintegration. That's way worse, right? Yeah, there's someone who starts sounding different after they pop off, which is literally everyone, right? And it's interesting. You can actually gauge people's appetite. Like if you see Sneeko, it's kind of relatable. It's about adventure. Mine's about adventure. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying it's like we're snorting adventure. Whereas other people's manifestation is way more effective, like Andrew Tate with hundreds of millions of dollars. That one's not about adventure, right? It's not like he was locked down during COVID, right? He was like chilling at a beach probably somewhere. He had some money then. So for his was not about adventure, it was more about like Bugatti and shit like that. And that's still in me. That's still in everyone. Everyone has these kind of. I just don't think it's that high. But yeah, to destroy yourself in adventure is the same thing as to make a shit ton of money because ultimately they hit you hard, right? I still think adventure is better, and you can never choose. You know what's funny is you can never choose. Like when you go up in life, you're gonna be like, how come I don't have $20 million? And it's like, bro, that's not what's inside of you. That's what's inside of Ted. Like Sneeko. And he has the potential to make like 10, 20 million, right? He has a ton of potential. It just seems like he has that, but his inner soul needs adventure. Have you noticed Sneeko's always been about adventure? He'll pay like two different rents: Miami, 5K, New York, 5K, airplane tickets, his car, everything just for adventure. But in the business world, that makes no fucking sense at all, right? Nobody got it like that, where that's smart. Even if you do have it like that, that's not smart. But yeah, some people are dominated by adventure. And I think those are some of the most interesting people because aren't we all starved of adventure? Isn't that way more common than being starved of 10 Bugattis and shit? Yeah, I can never. You know what's interesting though? In the future, let's say I had 10 Bugattis, right? Then you guys would be like, oh, I remember that talk with Zerka, and I guess he did have that inside him too. I seriously doubt it though. Like, you know what I mean? I can see myself make a bunch of cash, but I cannot see me get too materialistic. It's never been my thing. You know, my thing's always been about some kind of Pokemon destruction adventure, and that's why I relate to Sneeko. People are like, you're not like Sneeko. No, I'm a lot like him. Or he's like me. I'm older, right? And yeah, I'm telling you, you wouldn't trade it. As much as $100 million sounds way better on paper, but it's actually not if you're deprived 10 big experiences and you get them fulfilled. Now, when you get those experiences fulfilled, oh boy, then you're in my shoes now. That's it's a good place to be in, but it's horrific for my fans. Like, think about that. You know what I mean? Because now it's not really about motivation. It's more about which picture is next, right? And yeah, that's why I always talk about money and getting greedy because I want to be more into the material world a bit more, so my fans benefit too. You know what I mean? Like some people have thoughts of a nice Porsche GT3, right? GT3 RS. That keeps him more connected to his fans because he can't just pump out content all day, right? So sometimes the material connects to helping people as like mini goals or stuff like that. But yeah, that fucking hit me. That I'm like, think of someone like Speed. He's a perfect example of only adventure. That's why I love that he gets just paid for that. Like, let's be honest, bro. My dreams coming true right now would be to be like Speed. Just travel the world. Everything's already done for me. I just fucking meet people, right? But it's a big ask. It's a huge fucking toll if you see, you know. But when you think about my come up, that was the most fun we ever had. It's the adventure part, right? And here's the thing: the adventure's not supposed to stop. You know, I let my brothers get in my head a bit when they're like my twin brother would be like, "This is how much money I have. This is how much you could have. Don't you want to set yourself up for the future in case something?" I let him get in my head. I'm like, "All right, I'll focus on the business." And it's a good excuse to take a break from holy shit, his camera burns you out, bro. It's like I don't I don't know how Sneeko does that, bro. I genuinely don't know. It's like it's wild what Sneeko does. And I don't think it's free either. Right now it is because he's got the chick, he's got a good thing going, he's got a good life going. But I'm not predicting this. I am predicting this. Knock on wood, we're gonna be there for him, but he's got to get burned, bro. When his 28 rolls up, that age, holy shit. Oh, when your priorities start going like most people, it's I'm 30, I haven't accomplished five of these inner images, right? That's a horrible place to be in, but it's still the place to be in cosmically. If you're there, you're there. You have to be there, right? That'll ease your bones. But if you're completing these 5 at 28, it is deep disintegration. You know, a lot of people be like, just change your goal. Why don't you want 500,000 subscribers as the next goal? And it's like, I don't think you would do it if you were me either. You guys share my interest. That's why you're fucking here. So if you were in my shoes, you'd be like, no, 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 no. We're not looking at numbers like fucking sub. What happens at 500,000 subs? Now 600. But if you see it as like, okay, saving souls, let the fucking cloud catch up to you naturally. I love deleting the business out of the aspect of the channel. I still like the business for the money, right? Like I still want a grown-up system because I really hate grown up, bro. One in the chat, if that is the worst initiation of them all, is I know you're supposed to be creative as a mature person, but feels like one thing pulls at the other hard. Have you ever noticed that? And all you have is examples around you that are mature, boring people. So you're like, oh shit, that's me next. You know what I mean? I fucking hate that. Holy shit, we have all those DMs from those monkey people. We've never DM'd them. Let's do that tomorrow. Let's do that on live. I'm not trying to build no Rumble channel, but we'll do a funny day because we got to balance all this energy out. This is a lot. We done too much on informative. Let's wind it down slowly. Let's do another hour. Not even joking, bro. Yeah, Peter Pan syndrome. It's like, bro, when life is Dragon Ball, it's either going to become Dragon Ball or you have to let go of Dragon Ball. You know what I mean? No, we're not letting go of Dragon Ball. Like, what the fuck? Or for you guys, Power Rangers, because you're a bunch of homos. Want to go to Spain with Ye? Well, I'm not invited, right? I didn't make an effort, but I tweeted. That's enough. And I got ego issues. Like, what the fuck? You don't respond to my tweet? I don't give a fuck. Who the fuck are you, bro? You're just on my team, but who the fuck are you? I'm not mad. And I honestly think I would be the worst there. Like, could you imagine me helping someone? What the fuck would I even do there? Like, let's go laugh, let's go have fun. But Zerka film this. No. How about no? How about no? I want to talk about other things, bro. I feel like Ye would love me, but I feel like I would get bored first. You know what I mean? Like I would leave first. Like I'm not that much like Sneeko. You know what I mean? Yeah, and you don't. Yeah, that's my biggest fear is getting bored. You know, when my mind starts doing this, right? That's why I love non-thinking states. So it's easier for me to do this when I'm bored. But if I'm off my shit, I go like this. Okay, yeah, let's go do something fucking really, really fucked up. Let's all fucking pop some MDMA. Like, what the fuck? It's not his girlfriend though. No, bro, Sneeko has skill set to be there. I don't really have a skill set to be there, although my being is magnetic. Like, yeah, and I would click. It's just I don't think we'd click for long because when he sees that I leave, he'd be like, "What the fuck are you leaving for?" I'd be like, "Bro, it's been like fucking 7 days. Like, I feel weird. You know, like, what are you gonna just keep? What do they do? Let's say they're having wine, and I guess it's good to build friendship. You know, like I am good at that. If you tell me, hey, there's no business, let's just go have fun. I'm like, that's way easier for me. And another thing that I like is that I'm not, there's no target on my back when I'm inactive right now. You know, it's much easier when you're active, but when you're linked to Ye fully, not just Twitter, just like next to him, bro, you gotta start defending all that, right? No, that's not the hard part. We're like literally connected to the dude, right? Through Twitter and shit. And sometimes he knows me, sometimes he doesn't. It's pissing me off, bro. It's like, oh, come on, man. That's the first thing I'd say to him. I'd be like, bro, you know, Milo, I'm the guy he's talking about. Like, what the fuck, bro? We're on first name basis, bro. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what'd be great about that Ye thing is have you ever noticed his mind is a lot like mine? You ever see him kind of just he's yapping? You're like, oh, this is kind of relatable. I'd love to study him up in person. I study humans, and I'm like, bro, the highest level manifestors. Like, remember, if you can hear music and create it, you're hearing spirit. You know, he's very connected into spirit world, like Reed Steiner. And so it'd be interesting to just like stare at him and be like, damn, like these are the kind of arrows that are coming out of his skull. Like intense aura to be around. Although he'll just feel like a human, you know, it's not like an idol or anything. But you will see a human who's peaked his potential. This is a dangerous place to be at as well. You know? How many of you guys ever peaked your potential in a video game? Right? And then your buddy in the guild says, okay, you're level 100, come to 150. And you go, why? I got all the skills I need right here. Like, this is all I wanted, the third job advancement. Like, what the fuck? And it's like, no, you should have aimed higher. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? But it's bad, you know? When I think of work, I still have work to do. Just got to build that YouTube channel. That's a part of my system. That's part of why I'm here. Yeah, they took his money. Yeah. Okay, how's that? W call. Yo, Hex, someone send me clips with notes of what I'm talking about. Fill me up so I can pick a couple, 3, 5 minute clips and rewatch some of this. And yeah, I like hearing what I went through because I don't really remember. We went through 10 topics, bro. And you guys got to stop baiting me into talking about my own life. I feel like I've told that story a million times in different ways, right? In like what different years, and but it's like what we're not here to have just a regular. We can do that on streams, you know. We shouldn't do that here. Okay, how many hours was this? Okay, remember that every other online development channel is a scam, and I know I shouldn't be saying that, but I believe that. So I like how you guys post my shit is amazing everywhere, but keep it up, bro. Let's pack this place up again. And yeah, let's try and get the dating guys to come more on this side. Okay. HH.